This is going to be a complete guide on how to start AI dropshipping from scratch as an absolute beginner. So if you're brand new, this is gonna be everything you need to get on the right track and build a profitable store this year. If you don't already know who I am, my name is Jordan Welch, and I went from a broke college kid with $30,000 in debt to making millions of dollars with e-commerce over the last 10 years. And I've documented this entire journey on YouTube all the way back since 2017. Through that process, I've made hundreds of videos about dropshipping and helped more people than anyone in the world start selling products online. But I've never consolidated my over 10 years into one singular piece of content. So that's what I want to do today. I'm making this video for the younger version of myself, the 18-year-old that had no idea what he was doing, that was buying all these programs, watching all these different videos, trying to piece together this complicated puzzle of e-commerce. I want to create a simple step-by-step formula and demonstrate it live for you guys so you can have it all in one place. In this video, I'm gonna explain to you what AI dropshipping is. We're gonna find a product together live. We're gonna build a store together. We're gonna launch some ads for that store, and I'm gonna get my first sale with you on this video. And you'll be able to follow along click by click along every single step of the way. I wanna make this video better than the multi-$1,000 paid courses out there because I care about you guys and I wanna see you win this year. This video has taken me months of preparation and weeks of production, but I wanna put this out there as my gift to you guys as my community. So without further ado, let's get started with the absolute basics. The first thing you need to understand is what dropshipping actually is, because 99% of people get it completely wrong. So the truth of the matter is, when most people hear the word dropshipping, they get a bad taste in their mouth. They think about a business model where you are selling cheap crap from China that's gonna take weeks to arrive and end up with a bunch of angry customers. They think this is a business model that is extremely saturated and has been around for forever and simply doesn't work anymore. But these things are simply not true. The first thing that you need to understand is that dropshipping is simply a fulfillment method. All that dropshipping means is that we are getting our products shipped directly from the supplier to our customer. This means that we are not going to be holding inventory for our products. We make a sale on our store and our supplier ships the product directly to our customer. By definition, that is all that dropshipping means. The actual business model that we're doing is called e-commerce. That means we're gonna be selling products online to people all around the world. We're using dropshipping as our way to fulfill orders on our e-commerce store. Now, I don't know if you guys have been sleeping under a rock or something, but e-commerce is the biggest opportunity in the world right now. In 2025 alone, Shopify processed over $378 billion in sales on their platform, which is almost a 30% increase from the previous year. More people are buying products online than ever before. E-commerce as a business model will never die. But I'll tell you what is dying and what we simply don't do anymore. Dropshipping products directly from cheap companies like AliExpress, selling Chinese garbage, giving a poor experience to our customers, and building an unsustainable business just so we can put some money in our pocket. A couple bad dropshippers over the years ran their business in this way, and it put a stain on the entire industry. But that is not how we're gonna be building our business in this video, and that is not how I made my millions of dollars using that broken method. When most people hear the word dropshipping, this is the type of store that comes to their mind. This extremely scammy looking, outdated store selling a product that makes an extreme promise that it probably doesn't even deliver on, using fake doctors, all types of crazy and outrageous claims, disgusting marketing. When people hear dropshipping, this is the type of store that comes to their mind. And hey, maybe 10 plus years ago, this type of generic looking store selling these scammy products would have put some money in your pocket. But in 2026 and 2027, if you try to do something like this, you are completely cooked. What I'm gonna be teaching you guys how to build is something more along the lines of this. This is a completely AI built store. These images are generated with AI. This logo is generated with AI. Half the people on this website are not even real people. These are AI generated people and videos. But when you come to this website, it looks authentic, it looks real, it looks trustworthy. You would proudly show a website like this to your friends and family and claim it as your own. You now have the opportunity to build a brand that looks like it's been in business for 10 plus years in a couple hours, thanks to the introduction of AI. So this is a much better example of what you can expect to build when doing one of these AI dropshipping stores. A high quality brand selling good products, providing value to the world, and something that you can actually scale. If we look at the statistics of this website, you can see they're getting 56,000 monthly visitors every single month. So listen, if just 2% of those people make a purchase on this website, that's 1,100 purchases every single month. And if we multiply that by their cheapest product at $24.99, these people are making over $25,000 a month in revenue on the low end. The beautiful thing about these stores is that they don't usually get only 2% of people to buy. Sometimes we get 4, 5, 6% of people to buy. And we don't just sell the cheapest one, we sell the expensive ones as well. I would estimate that this business right now is doing close to $100,000 a month. And I'm gonna show you how to replicate it live on this video. And I'm not just gonna show you, I'm actually gonna do the first step for you right now for free. So the first thing we're gonna do is use AI to build our store for us. This is a tool called Build Your Store, and I've been partnered with them for many years. They are the best AI store builder in the game, and they're gonna help you get a store up and running in under 5 minutes. Now, if you guys wanna follow along, click the link in the description below this video, and let's take the first step and start setting up your online store. So the first thing you need to do is click right here on Build My Free Store. After you do that, it's gonna ask you for your full name. So I'm Jordan, and then it's gonna ask you for an email and a password. Once you do that, make sure to click right here and sign up. It's gonna ask you, how did you hear about us? For now, we can just go ahead and skip this. Then it's gonna give us the opportunity to select a niche to sell in. You could choose whatever you are most interested in. We're gonna do much more research later in this video and find an exact product to sell. But for now, I wanna choose something broad like home and garden. I've had a ton of success in this industry, and almost any product can be categorized within this space. So let's just go ahead and do home and garden. And if you're not sure, you can just click that as well. So we're gonna click done here. Then it's gonna ask us to select some banners for our homepage. We could just select 2 of our favorite images here. I'm gonna go with this one and this one. It doesn't really matter that much, just pick your personal favorites. We just wanna find pictures that are clean and simple. So we'll go with these 2, click done. And just like that, your store is ready to go. All you have to do is click right here where it says claim my store. It's gonna load up, and then it's gonna take you directly to Shopify where you can click claim store. They are the only tool in the world that has a direct integration with Shopify like this. So if that shows you anything about how legit they are, I don't know what else will. After you've done that, it's gonna take you back to this page where you can click right here to activate your store. Now listen, they are going to build the store for you for free. The only thing you have to pay for is your Shopify plan. But Shopify has a promotion where you only pay $1 a month for the first 3 months of your subscription. So this literally costs you next to nothing, and you're going to get a really nice AI store instantly delivered to you. And also, just to be completely transparent, I do get a little bit of kickback from Shopify for every single person that I get to sign up for their platform. But keep in mind, guys, this is a multi-hour free course that I'm taking my time to create for you guys. But it's because of these partners that these things are possible. So I just want to put all my cards on the table and be super transparent with you guys. But anyways, now you guys can plug in your card number to Shopify, get this plan, and then we will have our store almost ready to go. All right, so now we've got our Shopify subscription. We can go back to the website and then click on I'm done. It's gonna instantly install the AI store into our Shopify account. Once that's done, it's gonna give us a couple more options like signing up for AutoDS. We are gonna do this, but we don't need to do this right now. So you can just click register and click on done. And as another gift to you guys, once you build your store with this platform, we're giving all of my subscribers the opportunity to get on a strategy call with a member of my team. They'll answer whatever questions you have, show you a little bit more about this business model, and give you that one-on-one support that you wouldn't be able to get from a video like this. And again, it's free. So to do that, you can just click this button right here. You can answer a couple questions on this website, and then it will give you the instant opportunity to book a call with a member of my team. Okay, so now our Shopify store is officially live. We can click this button right here, and it's gonna take us to our waiting list page. And if we go back to our store and we click on online store right here, we'll be able to take a peek at what the AI actually created. So let's go ahead and click on preview. And look, as you guys can see, in 5 minutes, we have a super clean store built 100% by AI. It has the banner images that we selected. It has some good copy. It has a logo. It's got nice elements on the homepage. It's got a bunch of products. And remember, other than the Shopify plan, this was 100% free to generate. This is not a perfect store that we're gonna be able to start running ads to today and start printing money, but this is the ultimate foundation for us to build upon within this video so we can get to the point where we have a really amazing store that we can start scaling. To be honest, back in the day, when I first started this, for me to get a store to this level, it would have taken me 3 to 4 hours of work. And I have a lot of experience with designing websites. So for a complete beginner, this might have been days of work to get it to this level. So yeah, congrats on taking the first step. If you've been following along, now you have an AI store of your own, and we have the perfect foundation to start building on. The next thing that I want to discuss is the game plan, the big picture. I want to explain to you how we're gonna turn this simple AI store into a business that is making hundreds of dollars a day in profit. This is something that I've done time and time again, but to understand where we're going, you need to know how we're gonna get there. So let me take some time now to explain the full blueprint. So I don't wanna get too far ahead of myself, but I want to give you the bigger picture. I wanna share with you the full blueprint on how I took a little dropshipping store that I started with just a couple $100s to pass $2 million in sales and grew that business to the point where it actually got acquired. I want you to understand the bigger picture, and then we're gonna go through each step individually live inside of this video. Step number 1 is creating a testing store. That is exactly what we just did right now. A testing store is a broad niche store in an industry like home and garden, pets, fashion, where it allows you to launch a wide variety of products. A big mistake that most people make in the beginning of their journey is they build a store around one individual product, but then that product doesn't work and they have to restart the entire journey from scratch. Step number 1 is to build a broad testing store in an industry that is booming so we can launch as many products as we need to find one that works. The second step is for us to find one of those products. And that's what we're gonna do together live in just a couple of minutes. There's many different ways to do this, but I've got product research down to a science. Once we find a product that hits on all my criteria, we want to create some AI generated ads. Creating ads used to be extremely complicated and cost a ton of money, but now you're able to do it relatively simply with AI. Step number 4 is we are going to launch those ads on Facebook. I know there are people that promote organic dropshipping where you can just make videos on TikTok and sell products, but after over 10 years in this game, I promise you, learning how to run paid ads is the skill that has made me a multi-millionaire in my 20s. Learning how to run ads is the single greatest skill you can learn in the modern era, and I'm gonna simplify the whole thing for you. And I'm not going to make you spend thousands of dollars on ads. I'm actually actually going to show you in this video how to launch your first ad with less than $30 budget. And after you launch those ads, we are going to be able to see if your product is a winner or a loser. And at that point, one of two things is going to happen. You're either going to be able to scale that product, put more money into ads and grow it into a successful business, or you're going to have to get back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, and restart the process of searching for a new product. Oftentimes, what happens as a beginner is that your first couple of products are not going to be successful. So this process is something that we call testing. You're gonna hear me use this word testing a lot throughout this video. We are in the testing phase of our business from day one. And then once we find something that is working, a product that is getting sales, we can enter the scaling phase and actually turn it into a sustainable brand. And that's when things get extremely exciting, because you can use AI agents to automate your store. You can actually reinvest, start buying some products in bulk, putting your logo on them and building a real brand. And you can use your profits to build a team that help you run and scale your business. Now, I'm probably getting way too far ahead of myself, but I just want to give you guys a path so you can understand how big this can actually get. This doesn't have to be just some little side hustle. You can turn this into a real business just like I did. And once you get it to that point, it is absolutely insane. I remember with my last brand, we were consistently doing $5,000 to $10,000 every single day on autopilot with the systems that I put in place. From this, I was comfortably bringing home over $1,000 a day in profit without barely working more than an hour a day on this business. And that's on the extreme low end compared to the brands that I'm involved with today. This is a brand that I recently became a partner in that is currently doing over $10 million a year. We have fully customized products. We have collaborations with some of the biggest companies in the world like Yves Saint Laurent and Pasha. And I'm just showing this to really give you an idea of how big these things can get. I know there's a lot of other opportunities out there in the world today, you know, like day trading, which in my opinion is literally like gambling. Amazon, FBA, which I don't know if you looked into it, but you have to literally spend thousands of dollars on products to get started with that. Or running an agency, which requires you to be on the phone literally all day. Once you get an agency to start making some real money, you basically just have a glorified 9-to-5. For me and the lifestyle that I want, e-commerce is the best business model in the world because it requires a lot of upfront setup. But once your store is up and going, once you are getting sales consistently, this business can be pretty hands-off. And through the process, you get to build a real asset that you could eventually sell and get acquired just like how I did. Okay, but yeah, I'm getting a little too far ahead of myself. Let's focus on what's in front of us right now. We've got ourselves a testing store. The next thing we need to do is find a winning product. So look, I'm a very visual learner, and for me to understand things, I need to see them firsthand. So I want to explain this to you by showing you two examples of bad products, the type of things that you should never sell, and great products. Most people have no idea what a great dropshipping product looks like, so we need to see this firsthand. In my many years of coaching and working with beginners, this is a product that comes up again and again. It is a mandolin slicer for the kitchen. And at first glance, you might see something like this and say, wow, this is a great product to dropship for kitchen lovers, for cooks, people that are always making stuff. This could be a good product to sell for that market. You would be absolutely wrong if you thought that. This product is completely cooked and this product would never work in a million years. We're gonna go over all the criteria of a winning product in just a second, but this validates one of my biggest rules of them all, and it's that this is not a new solution. You know, the way that we're running this business is doing something called direct response marketing. We are putting our products in front of people that have never heard of our brands before in their life. So if they see a product that they have been seeing for the last couple years on TV commercials, on Instagram, on TikTok, the chances of them buying it are extremely slim. We really want to try to find new solutions to long-lasting problems that have been been around for many years, problems that are causing massive pain points in people's lives. We want to bring solutions to those problems that they might not have seen before. So if I'm an avid chef and I'm spending a lot of time in the kitchen, I promise you I've seen this product before. Let me show you something comparatively so you can see what an example of a good product might actually look like. Okay, so this is a skin brightening cream. Essentially, it is for women who have dark spots under their arms and under their necks and on their private areas. This is an extreme pain point and extreme insecurity for women all around the world. What they've done here with this dropshipping store is they've presented a somewhat new solution to this problem that has been around for thousands of years. They're not the first ones to ever invent a skin brightening cream, no, but they're presenting a new solution. It is all natural. It has a applicator built in, and it's something that is using a new formula of ingredients that the customer might not have seen before. The point is, this product is solving a massive pain point for a specific group of people, and it's doing it in a new and unique way. That is the single most important thing that you need to identify when looking for a great product to sell. Because I could go through and teach you all of my product research strategies, but if you don't know what you're looking for, it doesn't even matter. You'll be completely cooked. So this is a great example of a product. And if we click here on this extension and see, they're running 209 active ads, which means right now they're spending thousands of dollars a day profitably on Facebook. If I had to guess, I would assume this business is doing around $150,000 to $200,000 a month in revenue. Okay, here's another example of a bad product. For whatever reason, I see a ton of beginners getting into the space and trying to sell pillows. This is another product that is extremely unlikely to work. And if you've been paying attention, you know one of the main reasons why it wouldn't work is that they've already seen pillows. They've seen Tempur-Pedic. They've seen all these different cervical neck designs. They've seen this product before. It's not going to get their attention or stop their scroll and make them buy. But the other problem with this product is that it's something that is easily available in stores. When we're finding products to dropship, we want to make sure we are not finding products that people can go buy in the regular stores like Walmart and Target. The reason is we want them to have this feeling of, oh my gosh, if I don't buy this product right this very second, I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity to buy it again. And we can exaggerate that feeling by having a sale on our website, by including free gifts with our order, making them feel like they need to buy this thing right now or they're gonna miss out on something spectacular. And that's the thing, like, yeah, you could make money selling pillows. I'm not doubting that, but the big problem here is that they're not gonna have this sense of urgency to purchase because deep down in their mind, they know they can pull up to Target any day of the week and find a nice cooling pillow with the cervical neck support. It's not something that they're not going to be able to find everywhere else. So in comparison, let's take a look at another great product. This is a collagen sheet for women that have scars and wrinkles. And essentially, it's like a Band-Aid that you put on your spots, like your scars and stuff, and it helps deteriorate them over a long period of time. Obviously, it's not some miracle drug, but it's going to help get results for these people for this very painful problem over time. Now, if you go into Walgreens today or any pharmacy, I'm sure you're going to be able to find some sort of solution for wrinkles and scars. But maybe it's just me, but I haven't seen a ton of these silicone collagen sheets out there in the market today. I mean, it's something that has already been solved. There are solutions, but this is a new solution. Remember, that's the big thing to take away from this section of the video is that we want to find painful problems that have been around for forever. Insecurity, wrinkles, these sort of things that people are losing sleep over at the end of the day. And we want to find new solutions to fix those problems in an innovative way. And this is another great example of a store that is doing that. On the topic of what I was talking about before, that sort of feeling that we want them to buy the product right now, this captured it perfectly. They have a great discount. Their sale is ending very soon. They give you a bonus where you can get things for cheaper and get free shipping. This feeling of urgency is all the way there on this website, and this website is doing extremely well. The other website had around 200 active ads, and I estimated that they were doing around $150,000 a month. Well, this one has over 1,000 active ads. These guys have to be doing hundreds of thousands of dollars a month with this simple product. And if you really think about it, it's quite simple. There's a massive market of women out there, probably within the hundreds of millions, that are insecure about their wrinkles or scars from the past. This is a solution to that problem. Even if we just sold 1,000 of those women this product every single month, we will have a wildly successful business, and it can scale way past that. So we want to find these markets that are huge, that have millions of people within them, and we want to find solutions to their problem. So now that you have a visual of what a good and a bad product looks like, let me give you my 5 criterias of a winning product. If you haven't been taking notes yet, make sure to get your notepad out and write this down, because this is crucial information. The first thing we're gonna look for is if the product is trending and actually making sales right now. I have a software that we can use to do this that's gonna show you guys the exact amount of money these products are making, but it's crucial that we find products that are already trending. We do not want to reinvent the wheel as a beginner. This is the hugest mistake that I see people make when they first get into this space. I remember very early on in my journey when I started this back in 2017, I had a couple months where I was struggling so freaking hard trying to get a product off the ground. I literally spent through all the money I had saved up, almost $1,000 on Facebook ads, testing a bunch of products, and nothing was hitting. Maybe I got a sale here or there, but I could not get anything to be profitable. And the reason for this and the problem that I was running into was that I was trying to come up with my own product ideas. Like, I would do research and I would go to the stores and I would see what was on the shelves, and I would try to just come up with ideas from my own brain on what I thought were good products to sell. The big shift that I had came from speaking to one of my friends / mentors at the time that was doing a couple $100s a day in sales. And he told me straight up, bro, stop coming up with your own ideas. Just find the stuff that's already selling and replicate that. And my initial brain was like, nah, like that's wrong. I need to have my own ideas. I need to be an innovator, this, that, whatever. He's like, bro, most of the major businesses in the world are not innovators. In fact, he gave me the example of the iPhone. This company is literally taking all the best features from the other phones in the world and combining them into one device, and they get all the credit for it because they do it better than anybody else. It's not your job to become an innovator. It's not your job to become an inventor. It's your job to do the research and find the things that people are already purchasing. Furthermore, this makes your journey 10 times easier because, as we saw, when we have a competitor that's actively running a product like this, we can easily see how much to sell it for. We can see what type of offers to run. We can see what type of messaging is getting people to buy. We have somebody to model off of when we find the products that are already trending. The second thing, which we already discussed a bit, but I want to talk about some more, is finding new / unique mechanisms, being early to new trends and new ways to solve these problems that have been around for generations. Remember, we want people to come to our store and feel like this is something that they haven't seen before, that's gonna fix a problem that they've been dealing with for a long time. It doesn't take much for something to be considered a new or unique mechanism. It can be as simple as just one other ingredient, or it can get as complicated as taking a product that's being sold to one market and completely bringing it over to another. Like, we could take those silicone scar band-aids and we could sell them for people with cellulite or birthmarks. And to that market, that is going to be a completely new solution to the problem that they've been having. This will click in your brain more as you see me do this live, but this is the second piece of the puzzle. We need to find new and unique mechanisms to problems that have been around for a long time. Third, the product actually has to solve a real painful problem for them. Now, there's a lot of problems that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, okay? Sometimes we're not able to undo the lace on our shoe because because it's stuck. There are little problems like that, but then there are real problems that people deal with every single day. And a lot of the biggest problems in our life can simply be boiled down into three categories: looks, health, and money. 99% of people's problems resolve usually in these three categories. We want to find products that solve problems in these big areas in people's lives. I guess I would also add the health of people's children, family members, or pets. That is also extremely important, and people will literally go into poverty to save their pet if he's sick. But the point I'm trying to make here is that we don't want to sell toys and gimmicks and electronics and gadgets. We want to hit people where it hurts. We want to hit people in these painful moments where they are looking for a solution and provide that solution to them. That's how you really get sales. That's how you get people to make purchases online. And you might say it's kind of evil, but that's just marketing. And we're giving people real solutions to these problems that they have. So yeah, we want to make sure we are selling products that solve real painful problems in people's lives. That is the key. The more painful, the better. I mean, shoot, look at how successful Ozempic has been and all these GLP-1 products that promise weight loss. Literally has minted billionaires from selling these simple solutions that help people with this huge insecurity of their weight. We need to find spaces like this where there's a lot of demand, and we need to sell products that fix those problems. The fourth thing is that we want to try to find products that have a strong wow factor, meaning that these products look good on video. These products stop people scroll and get their attention. This one that I showed you guys before is kind of the perfect example of that, because the product itself is kind of a bit graphic. You can show this sort of painful insecurity of these dark underarms, and you can show how your product actually solves that problem. You can demonstrate that on a video, and it can get people to stop their scroll. This image on an Instagram feed would get somebody to stop their scroll because it's a little, it's not the best looking image in the world. It would be like, oh, I don't want to see that. And then they present their solution to the problem. This is the type of stuff that we need to use on our products to get people's attention. We need to find products that are able to hook people, stop their scroll, and get their attention. When we're trying to sell stuff like this, nobody's gonna stop scrolling when they see a girl laying her head on a pillow and some ice cubes. We wanna try to find products that catch people's attention while they're scrolling. Here's another one that I had pulled up. It's a new design of a travel cushion, and it just catches your attention because you're like, oh, okay, what is that? It's an inflatable cushion, let me see. And then you see the mechanism behind it, and then potentially you go and make a purchase. Wow factor is super important. We gotta find products that can get people's attention because it is very scarce online. There's a million different videos trying to pull them away. It is the literal endless pit of dopamine. So our product has to have some level of wow factor to get them to stop scrolling and check it out. And the last thing I like to look at is if we can sell the product for at least 3 times the cost it requires us to fulfill it from the supplier. So if the product costs me $5 per order, I want to make sure that I can at least sell that product for $15. Ideally, way more, but we have to be at least 3x the cost of our product. So these are my 5 criterias of a winning product. Make sure you jot these down because it's gonna help you a lot once we start doing some live product research so you can back test your products and make sure that they hit all that criteria. If a product is missing even one of these criterias, it's not good enough to sell. So make sure it has all 5 of them. And now that we understand this, we can finally start looking for products of our own. I actually have 2 methods of doing this. One is a paid method and the other is free. So first, I'll show you the paid method because I think it's way better. And then I'll show you the free method for my people out there that are balling on a budget. So remember, we are trying to find new solutions to big problems in the world. And one of the best ways to do this is by looking at what people are actively running right now. We want to be able to see live examples of stores that are selling products so we can understand if a product is actually successful or not. Because remember, we're looking for validated stuff. One of my favorite tools to do this right now is this website called Trend Track. Basically, what this is a library of all the ads that are running on Facebook, but it has a ton of filters that you can use to specifically search for dropshipping stores and specifically find things that are just recently starting to trend. It's actually where I found that collagen scar stick that we looked at earlier, and it's usually the first place that I'll start when I'm doing some deep product research. You can start scrolling through this right now and finding some okay product ideas, but you'll probably get really overwhelmed because there's literally hundreds of thousands of ads in here. The reason why this tool is so good is because of these filters right here. And I'm gonna show you my exact filters for finding winners right now. So the first thing we wanna put is status active. This is only going to show us active ads. The next thing that we wanna put is ad creation date. Ideally, we want to find stuff that was launched in the last 30 days. So let's go ahead and put that. Next, we want to go over to where it says CTA. This is the call to action. So on the ad, it'll say like shop now, or some of the other ones will say like learn more. Most of the stores are going to be using shop now and order now. So we'll go ahead and put that. The next thing we want to put is the country. Let's go ahead and put United States. And then let's go ahead and put English. So already you can start to see the quality of the ads improving. You can see products popping up, but we're not done yet. So the next thing that we want to go over is to where it says page right here. And we want to go to their live ads. Now, this is the amount of ads that they're currently running on their store. If a brand is having 3, 4, 500 ads at once, it's going to be very difficult to compete with them as a beginner. What we want to look for are the brands that are having 20 to... We can play with this. Of all the filters, this is the one that we can adjust and play around with the most. But for now, let's just do 20 to 75. This is going to show us only stores that are running 20 to 75 ads. So a little more than 0, but a little less than 100. All right. Then we're going to go over here to shop. And this is actually the craziest one of them all. So you can go and we're going to specifically put right here where it says Shopify theme. We're going to put Shrine Pro, and we're going to also put Shrine. These two themes are the most popular themes that dropshippers are using once they start to scale. So when you do this, you're going to be getting suggested pretty much only dropshipping stores. And now, once we start to scroll a little bit, we will start to see a different level of products. We can see like this one, for example. So this is basically a all-day comfort insole. As you can see, it's somewhat of a new mechanism because it almost looks like it's making them even taller. I guess their logic for this product is it's for like men, strong men working in the warehouse. It's going to be giving you running shoe comfort on really uncomfortable stuff like boots. Super clean store, and this is all AI. I mean, by the end of this video, you'll be able to tell what's AI and what's not, but just take my word for it. This is completely an AI generated thing. Let's keep scrolling here. I'm trying to find a product that hits on all the criteria we discussed before. So let's keep scrolling. Let's see what we've got. We want to stay away from stuff like this. You'll get in a lot of trouble if you are selling copyrighted stuff. Like you can see, this is BTS. It's like a big K-pop band. These guys will come after you like crazy. Same with this. Like, yeah, sure, if you did a store selling this Pokemon Game Lab console, you're going to make good money. You're going to have good sales coming in fast. But sooner than later, give it 60 days, give it 90 days, let Nintendo find out about this. They're going to come after you. We want to look for stuff that's a little bit more generic, stuff that we know we can sell without getting a lawsuit. So this is something that just came out, something for the summer. It is a 2-in-1 convertible towel and backpack. It's not that bad. If you have a product that you like while you're scrolling, what I suggest is clicking right here and clicking on save. And we'll do a new folder and say 2026 video. So just hit create. And then we paste it right there. This is actually a super interesting product. So these are dopamine patches. you essentially put them onto your skin, and it supports natural dopamine production. It has these sort of key ingredients in here. All you got to do is stick it onto yourself, and it's actually super interesting. I've seen, maybe you guys have seen it too, this brand right here called Kind Patches. Kind Patches are basically patches that you wear that help you lose weight. So you put this on, and allegedly it has some supplement in it that helps you lose weight. I don't know. I don't believe it. The reviews are not really matching up with it either. But these guys made literally hundreds of millions of dollars with these patches. This is sort of the same idea. It is a patch that is promising to give you a little bit of a dopamine boost every single day naturally. I actually really like this product. I think it solves a huge problem, and it is a new mechanism, as we just discussed. So I would absolutely save this to our list. And I really want to do a deeper dive on how well this store is doing. This is the best part about this tool by far. So you can click on their name, and then you can click on follow in brand tracker. Brand tracker is basically where you're having all the stores that you're spying on, and we can get a bunch of information about them. So if you look closely, you'll see that they launched this very recently on May 18th. And in the span of 2-3 weeks, they scaled this from 30 ads to over 90 active ads. I mean, with 90 ads, you have a business that's making over $1,000 a day consistently. It seems like something has happened with their account, so their ads have fully gotten shut down, which could potentially be an opportunity for us. This is really good data for us because we can see if they're still running this product. We can see also an estimate of how much they might be making selling it. They also give you access to all of the ads that the person is running. So when we get to the phase where we're going to go ahead and launch something like this, we have a clear idea on exactly what they're doing. So this is a super, super cool product. Like, if I was going to sell this, I would do a little bit more research. Maybe I would go to Amazon and I would look up dopamine patches. I would see if this is something that people are actually buying right now and if there's already a demand for it. We can see right here, this was 500 bought in the last month, 1,000 bought in the last month, 2,000 bought in the last month. So that's a green light from my end. So far, this is the best product that we found, and potentially we will revisit this product because there's a lot of things that I really like about it. But before we do that, let's do some more research and see if we can find anything a little bit better. But I absolutely love this product. And going back to our list of our product criteria, it's trending and it's already validated. These guys scaled this up to 90 ads a day, and it's selling thousands of units a day on Amazon. It solves a painful problem, which is literally depression and ADHD, and it's doing it in a new/unique way. If you want to know how much the product actually costs, you can go to Alibaba.com and then you can search up the product. We'll put like mood patches. And let's see what this product is costing us. This is an estimate. We don't know the cost of shipping. We'll calculate that when we get out to our supplier later. But yeah, look, this is the exact product right here. They're only charging $1 per unit. And this product is being sold from the competitor for $19.95. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you get 30 of them for $1 and you can sell them for 19 bucks. That's amazing. So this is a great product. I'm going to go ahead and save it and add it to our list, and we'll keep scrolling and we'll see if we can find anything else, because this one honestly is an absolute bang. Now, when looking through a platform like this, I know it can be super overwhelming, okay? And it's kind of hard for me to explain exactly what I'm looking for because it's sort of second nature to me after doing this game for so long. But I'll tell you some of the main things that I'm looking for is I'm looking for non-branded stuff. I'm looking for super sexy, weird stuff like this because this will get you banned. I'm looking for products that are presenting solutions, products that are relatively simple. Like, let's check out this one. And no, that looks really bad. I'm looking for stuff that has a certain number of ads. So I don't want to find stuff, like I told you guys, that has a bunch of ads. I'm trying to find the stuff that's in that 20 to 70 range. And really just looking for anything that gets my attention. This is kind of a great example of what the real feed is like. If you see something that catches your attention more than something else, then that can be a really good sign that this product has potential outside of that. This caught me. What is this? This is a bio collar. So this is a flea and tick collar. Pretty good, but remember what we said, guys. It's something that they could go and get at any pet store. Now, we know that flea and ticks in the summer is a huge problem for pet owners. Maybe if we had a new solution, that could be really cool. I guess here's another one. You don't have to poison your dog. What is this one? Funny enough, right as I said that, we find something like this. So this actually, I've seen this before. This actually isn't a collar like these guys. It is a sort of attachment to their existing collar. It clips onto any collar. That's a super cool product idea. But let me tell you why I wouldn't necessarily compete with a brand like this. There's a very important element that I always like to look for when doing product research, and that is room for improvement. If I see a drop shipper that is running something like this and they have a super clean website, they've got a bunch of offers in place, they're like, it just seems dialed in and on point. They got a bunch of images. This is going to be a lot harder for you as a beginner to compete with. Maybe for me, with all these years of experience, I can go and compete with these guys. But if you're a complete beginner, this is the type of store that is going to stomp on you because they have something really solid. We want to try to find the stuff that's a little bit more like this, that is not as good, that we can improve. Obviously, I just told you guys not to sell this product, but I'm just showing you the stores as an example. This store is really good. They've put in a lot of legwork. They've probably been running this for a while. It's going to be hard to compete against them. So this is not something that I would go with for that reason alone. We want to try to find the stores that have that room for improvement. Like this one that we looked at here, this store is clean, but it's not the best store I've ever seen. We can make a store at this level relatively easy. It would maybe take me, 1 to 2 hours or less. So this is not something that is uncompetable with, whereas this one will be a lot harder for us to compete with, in my opinion. So let's keep going. I also, me personally, especially for my beginners, I don't recommend that you guys run these sort of products where it's a consumable. Now, look, there's a lot of consumable stuff, from China that's good and that's legit, but you just put yourself at a little bit too much risk. For me, I just don't want you guys to go through that and you sell somebody a supplement and it kind of goes bad. Like, I typically don't recommend my beginner students to sell supplement and consumable products. It's also extremely saturated. This product that we found earlier, the Dopa Boost, is kind of a perfect middle ground because it is the same promise of a supplement. It's like you can consume or use this thing and get a result, but we don't run ourselves the risk of, somebody eating a bad pill or something and dying. So, we don't want to do that. I'm seeing a lot of these like blankets and stuff like that, but remember, this is not what we're looking for. I want to see if we can find something else that is good because I haven't found a better product than the whatchamacallit, than the dopamine boost. All right, so if you find yourself getting stuck in this process, you can always go and change your filters. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back to the page filters and I'm gonna extend this to 100. And then I'm also going to look for ads that were created in the last 7 days. And we're going to change this to highest reach and spend. All right, so let's check out some of these. This is hair fill up for men. These guys are running a quiz, but I just want to see what their product is. So this is a men's hair concealer. This is actually a really good product because this is a huge insecurity for guys. And it's a new solution for the problem. Instead of using Rogaine or whatever, or using the artificial hair follicles, it looks like this is like a, I guess, not cream, but like a dye that you put on your hair. So it's almost like makeup for your head. That's crazy. Yeah, like it's saying it's not hair fiber or hair powder. It's going to just basically give you fuller hair with a bit of a solution. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I believe it. I really don't know if I believe it. Let's go ahead and look. The way to check, by the way, if a product is legit or a scam is you go to Amazon and you go and you look up the product. So let's go look up like hair concealer, for example. And then we go and look at the reviews of the product. If you find that you're unable to find what they're selling, like this sort of sprayable thing, and you don't see it on Amazon, you can kind of assume that the product is a scam. But here we go. Here's somebody that's selling something similar. This product has a 3-star reviews. I have to see the reviews. It says doesn't last. They said it's so-so. They said it misses the mark. Yeah. I mean that's like pretty good. I don't know why that's a bad review, but listen, if it's 3 stars, it ain't good enough, brother. It is not good enough. So again, it's a cool product idea, solves a problem, but no, we're not gonna go ahead and do that. Let's see what else we got.
Right, I've tried just about every sleeping
Right.
you can think of. Foam mats, cheap inflatable pads, self-inflators, the bloody lot.
The bloody lot. I wish I had a British accent. Is that British or Australian? Let me know in the comments. Yeah, I'm good off that product because it's a sleeping bag, bro. Like we got sleeping bags everywhere in the store. Holy lace set, get that off my screen. You're gonna see a lot of like sexual stuff. Facebook hates sexual items. They will sell extremely well for a couple days, and then you will get banned, and you will not be able to run ads anymore. So don't be tempted to sell. I know you're tempted to sell those products, but I promise it's not worth it. There are some exceptions to the rule, but in general, as a beginner, you shouldn't do that. What is this? That's probably the biggest scam I've ever seen in my life. They are selling drops and you drink the drops and you get tanner. I don't believe that for 2 seconds. Let's see if we can find any other products. And if not, I say that we might have found our best one with the dopamine boost. It's just important that you keep looking so you don't just jump into the first product that you see. All right, what is this? So this is a posture kids pillow. This is actually really good the way that they've marketed it. I'm not going to go for this product, but kudos to them because they've done a great job. They have a good marketing angle. They're focusing specifically on kids. That would absolutely crush. But let's see if we can find something that hits my criteria. What is this?
So there's a rectangle and there's a leaf. We got them both, but which one's the better buy? Well, they're both made out of this cooling material that has a super high Qmax. And Qmax is how cool something feels to the touch.
Oh, this is great. So this is like a cooling mat for dogs. And as you can see, this website kind of sucks. We could definitely make something better than this. And at the time of filming this video, we are dealing with the craziest summer heat in Miami that I've ever experienced. So this type of stuff can work extremely well. It brings me to a really good point, and it's that you have to be aware of the season that you're in. So you need to be selling products that lean in to the seasons that we're in. It's summertime, so cooling related products go absolutely crazy. When winter comes around, the opposite is true. Make sure you're aware of the world and the climate that we're in when you're doing product research because it's going to help give you a significant advantage. But yeah, I would say for this product research session, I like both of these products. I think both of these products could absolutely crush. I kind of lean a little bit more to this one simply because people, the way that they operate, they want the band-aid one size fits all solution. People want the magic pill, okay? That's what people want. Like they want something that they're going to use and it's going to get them a result. That's why Ozempic was so successful. So something like this could really be that for them. even if it's a placebo effect, this could give them a mood boost in the daytime. But based on the ingredients that it says, this might actually be a good product. And we know that Kind Patches did it successfully. We know that this guy was running a ton of ads, but they just shut their ads off, which basically means there's a huge opportunity for us to make this work. So I'm actually a big fan of this. It has great profit margins, and this is definitely a product that we could move forward with. Just putting this out there, if you guys want to simplify this entire process of finding products, there's a link in the description where you can book a call with a member of my team to talk about our coaching program. Inside of there, we literally are going to handpick a product with you. Every single week, I'm picking products and giving them to the people inside of there. So if you're getting overwhelmed by this product research process and you literally just want my team and I to hold your hand through every step of it, there is a link in the description for that. It's completely optional, but for those of you that want a little bit more hands-on support and have more of a budget to put towards this, then I highly recommend it. The results we've been getting for the people inside of there are absolutely insane. If you're interested in that, click the link in the description where you can book a call with a member of my team and they can talk to you about this a little bit more. It's not cheap. It's not for everybody, but for those of you who want a little bit more help, it is there for you. All right, so I showed you my paid product research method. Now I want to give you guys a free version of the exact same thing. The free method is something I've coined as the burner method. You guys have heard everybody talk about this on YouTube over the last couple years. And funny enough, it's actually the method that I used to find the sleep band, which was the product that I sold over $2 million of and the company that I ended up selling. I found that product without using a paid tool. I found this product using the burner method. Now, basically what the burner method is going on your Facebook and Instagram feed and doom scrolling. Literally just scrolling on your feed, looking for products that have started to gain some traction. Now, this method is not perfect. It has a lot of flaws, and that's why I showed the paid method first, because you can't really see exactly how much money they're making. You can't really see how many ads they're running. It's sort of an estimate. You can sort of get a ballpark on if a product is doing okay, but it's not as good. I mean, I'm gonna try my best to demonstrate this for you guys live right now, but the other problem with this is that it's super inconsistent. So I'm here right now on my sister's Facebook account. If you're a guy, I highly recommend using a girl's account because you're just gonna get more products. But yeah, I mean, we're just gonna start scrolling and you'll see products like this one, for example. This is a robotic lawnmower. Every time you see a product, you need to go and you need to you need to comment on it. You need to go to their website. Once you get to their website, you need to click on the add to cart button. And the reason for this is that you are beginning to tell Facebook that you are extremely interested in seeing products. So once Facebook sees that you're engaging with a lot of these posts, you're gonna get recommended a bunch more products. So ignore all the garbage that you might see on your feed and boom, now you've got another product. This is I guess a tripod for horse training that automatically follows your movement. Now, we're not going to be able to sell this product because this is like a branded thing and they've got probably a patent on this. But still, we're trying to tell Facebook that we are shoppers. So we just want to engage with any and all products that we see. But as you can tell, like you just have like no control with this method. Like, you might get on one day and you might find 10 products back to back to back. You might get on another day and you might get ads about fixed interest bond webinars. Like it's so random and out of your control that I don't like recommending people to do this strategy because I like to have control. I like to be able to go look at the ads that I want to see. I like to basically have control over what I'm researching. Like, okay, here's another product idea. It's pickleball insoles. And then when you see something like this, again, you just click shop now, you comment on it. And after you do this for a couple of days, your feed is going to be full of products. You are going to have endless product ideas on your feed. So once you find something on Facebook that you like, you can dig a little deeper, kind of like how we did on the paid tool by going to their page, click on About, click on Page Transparency, and then click on See All. And then you can go to what's called their ad library. The ad library shows exactly how many ads they're running on their store, and you can get an idea of how recently they launched this. If we sort this by most recent, and we go back to the beginning. Let's see when they launched this. So yeah, they launched this around May 2026. So they're about a month old. So you can basically do very similar things that we did on the paid tool. The problem is we just have no control over our search criteria. So I wanted to include this method because it absolutely works. If you don't have any extra funds to invest into the software that I showed you before, you can absolutely do this method, but you need to be very patient. I'm not gonna lie, after looking at products for the last 30 minutes, I cannot get my mind off of the dopamine patches. It is the best product that we saw so far. Granted, we didn't do hours of research, but it's a product that I think could actually work. And I'm potentially down to do this product for the entire testing phase of this case study. And during your journey, you're probably gonna have the same exact feeling with a product. So how do we possibly make the decision on if this product is worth moving forward with? To do this, we're going to use my product validation process, which is a mix between manual research and a little bit of AI. And it's gonna give us a concrete answer on if this product is worth moving forward with, so we don't waste our time. So let's validate this product. For the first stage of my validation process, we are back on Trend Track. What I want to see is that this product has been successfully running ads for more than 2 weeks. And in this case, the answer is just about yes. Something happened to them in the last 2 days. Maybe their ad account got shut down. Maybe they're dealing with supplier issues. But for me, seeing that they ran this product sustainably for over a week and a half means that they were making money with this product. That means that it's not that they were losing money for a week and a half straight. It means that they were making money. They kept launching new ads. For me, that's the first step of validation, is making sure that they are consistently running this product for at least a week and a half, 2 weeks. We can dig deeper and we can go and see if there's any other stores as well that successfully ran this product. So let's go ahead and search up dopamine patches. We'll hit enter and we'll see if we can find anything else. So we have this brand right here that launched but wasn't successful. So let's switch to active. So yeah, you can see there are a bunch of people that are also running these dopamine patches. Granted, they are using them on a completely different marketing angle than I would. They are doing them all around sex. I would make it a little bit more broad and more around general, happiness and focus. But this is absolutely proof that this product is validated and does work in the market today. The next level of the validation process that I like to do is going on Amazon. And we did this a little while ago, but I want to do it again so you can see what's in my mind when doing this. I want to see if there are multiple listings of this product that are showing that it is getting bought in the last month. We see this one here with 1,000 bought. We see this one here with 2,000 bought. We see this one here with 600 bought. So when we can find listings like this, that's a further step of validation for me. I really need to see that they're selling on Amazon for me to be confident with this. And the final layer of validation that I like to do, arguably the most powerful one of them all, is having AI do its own validation. So we can take the link of our product from our competitor and we can talk directly to ChatGPT. I actually have a extension on my computer called Whisper Flow that allows me to just talk to the computer instead of typing. So I'm gonna do this real quick. So we'll say, I want to validate a dropshipping product. It is a dopamine patch. I'm going to paste a link from my competitor and I want you to do deep research on the potential of this product on a dropshipping store. Whisperflow is amazing. I'm not sponsored by them at all, but I literally use it every single day. It speeds up my workflow times 10. But we paste the link of our product directly here, and you can do this inside of any AI. I just like to use ChatGPT lately because it got a lot better in the last update. And we can click right here and we want to change this to Pro. Once we change this to Pro, it's going to do research grade intelligence. It's going to do deep research. You could do extended, but in this case, we don't really need to do that. It's a bit overkill. Once we do that, we can go ahead and send the prompt, and it's gonna go look at our competitor. It's gonna go look at thousands of different data points like Amazon listings, TikTok data, other competitors, and see if this product is actually worth selling. It's basically like gonna be your own personal research assistant. I don't take this as the end all be all. Just because it says yes doesn't mean that the product is going to make you rich. And just because it says no doesn't mean that the product is going to completely fail. But typically, it has a pretty good read on if a product is actually going to succeed or not. So in the case of this video, if it declines this product, we'll do a little bit more research and find something better. Because at the end of the day, mine is based off of my logic. This is based off of serious, deep research that would take you hours and hours to do on your own. I personally wouldn't recommend that you guys move on from this step until you get a product that hits all 5 of my criteria and gets approved by AI. Also, you guys are probably going to be in the comments like asking me for this prompt and stuff. There's some prompts that I'm going to share with you guys in this video today, but in general, AI is getting so good that you can just talk to it like a regular human. You don't have to create some super fancy prompt. And the real hack is asking another AI model to create a prompt for you. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll show you guys how to do that later. But don't get caught up about this prompt and saying exactly what I said word for word, because you can literally just talk to it how you would talk to a friend. All right, after 7 minutes of deep research, it came down with the verdict of I would not launch this as a generic dropship product. Now, it goes on to talk about how there's real demand for this product, but it says the big problem is that it's going to have complications with compliance, meaning that the payment processors and the ad platforms might not be so cool with us promoting the product in this way because, well, maybe it doesn't actually do that. And I can appreciate that. Like, it's literally telling us, hey, you can make money with this. Look, it has huge demand, but it's saying that there's a huge risk of actually delivering what the product can promise. And that is why I like using AI to validate these products, because it's just going to do such a deep level of research that you normally wouldn't be able to do. It even breaks down the specific science of this product and why it might not do what it's promising. It explains to you the current FDA policies and why this product might not fit into their guidelines. And it really breaks down every single piece of the puzzle. And in the end, it's not giving us the level of green light that I would like on this product. And that is why we do that final step of validation. At the end of the day, it's not the end all be all. If it says yes, that doesn't mean that you're going to get rich with it. And if it says no, that doesn't mean that it can never possibly work. But it's going to give you a really solid, educated guess on if this product actually is going to be able to be successful for the long term. So, because we didn't get an absolute yes, I think we should revisit the other product that we were looking at before, the cooling dog mat. I think it's a little bit more of a compliant product. And as far as I know, it's a newer solution to a big problem that's been out there for a long time. All right, so this is the dog cooling mat that we were looking at before, and let's run through that same validation process from before. So we want to see if they or another competitor has been running ads for this product for at least a couple of weeks. In this case, it seems that they launched this product around May 17th. Today is June 9th, so that is roughly 2 weeks. You can see comparatively, they're running a lot less ads than the other products. So this is a much smaller business, but we can assume that they are making money because they've been running ads for this product for over a week and a half and they haven't shut them off. And the other green flag is that they are currently launching new ads. 2 days ago, they just rolled out this huge batch of ads. You're not doing that if you're not making money. So for me, that is a green flag. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Amazon and we're going to look up cooling dog mat. I want to see if we get some traction on these listings at all. So we've got 1,000 here. We've got 2,000 here. We've got 2,000 here, 900 here. there's absolutely demand for this. So we know that this is good. This is interesting. This is an actual like full on cooling system. But regardless, the demand test is passed over there. And then finally, we can do the same thing inside of ChatGPT. So we can do a new chat. We could say, I want you to validate this product for a dropshipping store. I will paste the link for my competitor. Give me a consensus on the potential for this product as a summer dropshipping product. And then we're going to let it do its deep research and I'll come back with the response from them. But in general, I think this product absolutely could work. I've actually been seeing this product a lot on TikTok. On TikTok Shop specifically, they are selling something similar. And this is another good way for you to validate products. But you can come here on TikTok Shop and you can see cooling dog mat. You can see that they've been selling a ton of these things on TikTok Shop. Like this one sold 11,000, this one sold 3,000. So there's definitely demand for this product. It's definitely something that people are looking for. 39,000 right here, 16,000 right here. So let's see what AI says about this product, and then we'll come back with the final answer. Okay, so in comparison, this came back with the consensus of qualified, yes, tested. This is a strong seasonal impulse problem solver for summer, especially for dog owners in hot climates, owners of thick coat breeds, senior dogs, apartment dogs, and people who notice their dogs sleeping on tile floors. So then it goes and continues to explain all the things that you need to know about this product. We're not going to get extremely in depth into this now, but for me, it gives the green light. It says this product is great for a seasonal test. And I think this would be good enough to get a pet-based store off of the ground with. So this is going to be the product that we base our store on inside of this video. I'll be honest, I'm pretty happy with this product we found. It checks off all of my boxes. It solves a problem. It's a new solution. It's not easily available in stores. Maybe it lacks a bit of wow factor. Oh, and the last thing we need to check is what are the profit margins on this? I can't believe I didn't check that, but let's do it now. So yeah, we'll look up pet cooling mat. Let's see what they're charging for this thing. Can't be that much, right? Yeah, like I see some listings here for around $3. Which one's the actual product? Ideally, I want the one with the leaf, but we're gonna actually look and get a quote from our real supplier on this product. But it's not costing us more than a couple bucks. Maybe at the highest level, here it goes right here. It's gonna cost us 19 bucks for this one right here. And they have all the different designs. And actually, this one can potentially be fulfilled from the US. So there you go. This one has all the different shapes and sizes, and they're only charging 19 per. We're gonna go check out this product with our private supplier in a little bit. But yeah, this is our validated product that we are gonna focus on for this training. All right, so now that we have a product, the next thing that we're gonna need is a supplier. And in the next section, I'm gonna explain to you everything you need to know about suppliers and get you set up with the best private supplier in the game so we can start getting our store ready and get this thing launched in the next couple of hours. When it comes down to fulfilling your orders, choosing the wrong supplier can completely destroy your business. If you don't have a supplier that can get you the highest quality version of your product and the fastest possible shipping, it's going to destroy your chances of building something sustainable because the customers are not going to have a good experience. They're going to leave chargebacks, they're going to ask for refunds, they're going to leave bad reviews on your store, and it's simply not sustainable. And again, I've been in this game for over 10 years. I have seen the worst of the worst. I remember when I first started back in 2017, around September, when we finally had our big break and we scaled past $100,000 a month. The supplier that I ended up working with completely destroyed my business because he was giving us fake tracking numbers while we were sending him money. I would send these tracking numbers back to my customers. They couldn't track their orders. And this guy completely did the dash with my money that I literally had. That was all that I had. I think I lost at that time $25,000 to $30,000, and at that point, that was literally all that I had. But I learned from these things. With the next dropshipping store that I built, the Sleep Band, we did things the complete opposite way. And we were able to have a private supply chain that got our orders shipped within 7 to 12 days. And now it's gotten even better since then because that was 2 years ago. So I really need you to not skip ahead in this part. Picking the right supplier is crucial. And there's so much wrong and just garbage information out there regarding this. So let's settle the score once and for all. The three main types of suppliers for dropshipping are these ones. First, the infamous AliExpress. Everybody and their mom knows about AliExpress, and when you think of dropshipping, this is probably the brand that comes up in your mind. Listen, in the big 2026, shipping products from AliExpress absolutely can work. You can get products from here for oftentimes way cheaper than other suppliers, but it has some huge flaws. One, the website has gotten significantly worse over the years with all these like sales and pop-ups and craziness. It's just so hard to use this platform for anything. But bigger than that, you never actually get the opportunity to build a relationship with the supplier themselves, which is crucial. As you can see, this website is completely cooked. On AliExpress, it's basically like the manufacturers selling the products direct to you. So the quality of service that you're gonna get oftentimes is very low. This is not something where you can become best friends with them and you can build a real business with them. No, it's quite the opposite, actually. These guys are really going to just send you a tracking number and you're gonna cross your fingers and hope that it arrives. So there's no real argument that I could see for using AliExpress anymore. I think it died around 2018, 2019. I guess if you want to just get the cheapest version of your product and you couldn't care less about the quality for your customers, sure, go for it. But that's not the way that I like to run these things. The second type of supplier would be what I like to call an agent. Okay, so here's an example of one. Basically, what an agent does is you reach out to them directly. You submit a quote, you send them your product that you have to sell, and they go out in China and they look for that product, and then they work with you privately to fulfill your orders on that. I'll be honest with you, this is the best case scenario, and this is what I like to use. But most agents will not take a quote or a meeting with you if you're not currently making money, because why would they? They're just going to be having people wasting their time. These type of companies typically only work with you if you're doing 10 to 20 orders per day. Sometimes they'll make exceptions, but if you're at square one, it's going to be very hard to get one of these agents to take you seriously. And that leads to the third type of company, which is one like AutoDS. Now, AutoDS has actually combined both of the benefits of AliExpress and a private agent because they have a library of existing products just like this that you can already drop ship on their platform. But they also give you the opportunity to submit products to be sourced. So if God forbid you can't find that product on their dashboard, you can easily go and and submit a request to them, and they will go and source that product for you. The only flaw with AutoDS, from what I've experienced, and we've processed tens of thousands of dollars of orders through them, the only big flaw that I've seen is that you don't get that like full one-on-one support like you would get with them. And also it's going to oftentimes be a little bit more expensive. But if you're asking me as a beginner, what is the best supplier to use? It's without a doubt going to be a company like AutoDS. So let's go ahead and set up an account on this platform. I'm going to paste the link in the description for you guys that want to follow along. And, like I said, if you guys are watching this and you have literally $0 to your name, you can use AliExpress. But for the sake of today's video, we're going to be setting everything up with AutoDS. So let's get started. Okay, so after you click get started, it's going to take you to this page, and we're just going to put in our email that we're using for this challenge. We're going to put our full name, and then we're going to put a password. Click join now. For this, we're going to go ahead and select Shopify. It's going to require us to sign up with a plan to do this. I recommend you guys do the annual plan because it's a huge discount in comparison. But if you have a little bit less of a budget, we can get started now with the starter plan, and you can start in the beginning for just 99 cents. So we're going to click that, and then I'm going to complete the checkout, and I'll be right back. Okay, it's going to ask you, how did they hear about us? I guess you can give me a shout out. And then we'll go ahead and hit continue. It's gonna ask, what type of products do you plan to sell? At this point, we've already done some research and we found our first product that we want to sell, so we can put pets. You can also add another category if you want, but for now we're just gonna put pets. And then it's going to offer you the opportunity to get a professional store. But because you guys are following this guide, I actually cut a deal with them where they give you this theme from this store for free. So you're already going to be getting that. And then it's going to ask you if you have an existing store or if you want to generate one. If you guys haven't generated a store yet, you can do that right now. But I'm assuming you stuck around this long, so you still have that. So we're going to click right here, click on continue. And then we're going to click on open. And it's going to install their app into the store that we created. Also, excuse my energy a little bit. Today, I woke up so sick. I don't know what happened. I think I got a little bit of food poisoning or something. But regardless, I'm still here for you guys. And I'm still excited to keep finishing this project because this thing means a lot to me. Anyways, now that we've got the app connected to our store, it'll take us back to their dashboard. We don't really need to do anything in this tutorial because I'm going to explain this all to you myself. So we'll just go ahead and click finish. And they also want to give you another bundle, but you can decline that. You can just click no thanks. All right. So this is what I was talking about when I said that they have a library of products. They also tell you which ones are the best sellers. So they have data directly from the manufacturers, and they're basically just giving you an idea of what is selling the best in the market. But you'll see a lot of these products are branded and not really what we're trying to sell. You can also go up top and you can search. So let's see if they have the product that we are trying to sell, the pet cooling mat. Yeah, they do. They have a bunch of different versions of it, actually. I don't see the exact version from our competitor, but they do have plenty of versions that are good enough for us to get started with for the testing phase. Like this one is super nice, and this one's only costing $4. So it's not a bad option at all. In fact, I would consider this one. So now that we've searched our product, you can see the different options. We want to look for something that is priced fairly and has a good shipping time. So maybe stay away from the stuff here that is like 23 business days. We want to try to go for the lower stuff. And sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll find products that are shipping in 1 business day because they're actually coming from United States suppliers. So there's a lot of good options on here for suppliers. But let's say that you have a product that is not popping up in the search bar. This is one of my favorite things that they offer. You can click right here on sourcing requests, and basically they're gonna go out and do what an agent would do, and they'll source your product for you. So the way to actually do this is click right here on products, and then we have to add a product. So again, this is only if the product is not available on their marketplace. Pretty much every product is available there. But let's say it's not. You would go right here and you would click on add single product. And then it's going to ask you to paste the link of the product. Now, you can do it from AliExpress. And that's probably what we'll do right now. So let's go and find the pet cooling mat. For the sake of time, let's just take this one. So then you can copy it, and then you can go right back here, and you can add as a draft. You can skip all the AI stuff. This product is having some issues because it's currently unavailable. I guess this one is sold out for whatever reason. So let's find a different one. Trying to avoid these ones that say welcome deal because I don't know what happened on AliExpress, but this welcome deal thing is absolutely frying me. Like you'll try to click on it and it'll take you to these weird kind of like secondary pages. But anyways, it worked this time. So let's say we wanted to get this one source, for example. We copy it. We go back here. We go to products and we do the same thing. We say single product. Cool. We can delete that. We don't need that. And then there is the product right here as a draft. We can go ahead and click on save and import. It's importing to our store right now. And then once the product is imported, we will have the opportunity to click right here and request sourcing. So on default, you already come with 5 credits on your account. So we can use one of our free credits and we can proceed with sourcing. And then it's going to already see if they have this product in their marketplace to save you any time. But if they don't, then you can click right here and request manual sourcing. And then you can see right now that the sourcing request is in progress. So you can literally sell anything through their platform thanks to this sourcing request method. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to be able to find a great version of your product on Marketplace. All right. So now we've got our supplier set up. I want to find the exact product that we want to sell. I imported that other one just as an example, but I want to find the exact one that we really want to sell. So let me go back to Trend Track and look at what the competitor store was looking like because I honestly forgot already. Back to the brand tracker. It's very important that we try to, see specifically what's working on these other examples that we look for. So let's see. So they're selling this one with like all these like shapes and seashells and stuff like that. I don't really even think that's necessary. Let me look right here. Like it seems like the ones that are selling the most are just the simple pet pads. Like it seems like the ones that's getting the most sales are the simple ones. I mean, we don't need to have some crazy, teardrop design or whatever it was. Like we just need to have something that looks like it's cold. 3,000 bought on this one versus 300 bought on this one. I think it's very apparent which one we want to try to sell. It's very important that it actually looks blue, that it has this cooling fabric built into it. That's really the key. So let's go back to AutoDS to their marketplace and let's search one more time. Cooling dog mat. So yeah, this one looks pretty good. This is like a much higher quality version of it. This one is gonna cost us $20 per unit. It's not bad. Ideally, I want to have something a little cheaper. But this is shipping from the US in 2 business days. That's why you're paying the premium. Let's look for one that's going to ship from China so we can get a better deal. Like a dog cooling mat. This one's looking a little bit better. It's priced more fairly, and it's also going to have a bigger one for the big dogs. So yeah, this one looks good. Let me look and see if I can find another one that has the different size options. Yeah, like this one. This one has the smaller one and the bigger one. So that way we can sell the different sizes to the different dog owners. Yeah, that's what we want. Let's see the reviews though. They're not looking so good on this one. I don't know. I think this is just glitched because all the reviews I'm seeing seem very well. So yeah, let's go ahead with this one. Once you find one that you like, you can click right here, import as a draft and edit manually, and it's being added to your drafts. Another thing that you could do, and I recommend that you do, is create a sample order. So I'm not going to do this right now because I don't want you guys to know where I live, but you can do a sample order and that's going to send this product directly to your house. This is going to be really good because you're going to get an idea of what the product actually looks like, what the quality is, and is going to be a good read on if the product is actually as good as it says it is. A quicker way to do this is to just buy the product that looks the exact same on Amazon. That way you can use Amazon Prime, but you can also do it directly through AutoDS so you can see the exact one that your competitors are going to be getting. Okay, so let's go down to our drafts here. And then we click on import. And it's going to import it with all this sort of crazy titles and information. Don't trip because we are going to completely flip all of that once we get to work on our store. So I wouldn't even worry about it. But yeah, now if we go back over to our store, one second. Now, if we go back to the home page of our store and we click on products, you guys will see that the dog cooling mat is right there. So now we're going to actually turn this store into a store that can actually make sales, a store that we can grow and become profitable with. We have a lot of work to do. A lot of these things that you're seeing right now are going to just be placeholders. We're going to replace the vast majority of them, but we have made a lot of progress. We have found a product that's validated. We have a supplier now. We've got this product imported to our store, and I guess we can take a quick peek at how it looks. But as you can see, it needs a tremendous amount of work before it gets to where it needs to be. But don't worry, I'm gonna make this super simple for you guys, and we're gonna do it all together live. The first thing we need to do is we need to come up with a much better brand name for this business and create some branding with AI. So that's what we'll do in the next section. When it comes down to the brand name of your testing store, we want to keep this as simple and broad as possible. We wouldn't want to make the name of this store cooling pad or, cooling bed. We want to make the store name broad enough so that we can test a variety of products in case this first product is not successful. You might think that you have to have a 100% one product store branded from day one, but that's actually not the case. And it's a huge mistake that many beginners make when they get into this industry. The broad and general names work just fine and they convert extremely well. You guys saw this already, but this was the brand that we've been following along. And you could see clear as day, they're using a name called Valera. This could mean anything. This could be for the home. This could be for makeup. This could be for literally anything. So we want to have a simple one-word name that is very broad, that can be applied to whatever industry that we're selling in. We do not want to have an extremely narrow or niche down name for our business. And we're actually not going to be coming up with the name of the business ourselves. We are going to be leveraging AI to help us with this. So for this section of the video, we are going to be using ChatGPT. Later on in the video, we're going to take advantage of some of the more modern tools like Claude, but I find ChatGPT to be very good at this because it has the ability to scan the entire internet and find domains for us that are available. So just as I told you guys before, you can speak to it just as you would speak to an employee or a friend. You don't have to give it the most specific advice of all time. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna pull up Whisper Flow here because it really is gonna save me a ton of time. Get that out of the way. I want to come up with a simple name for my dropshipping store. I want something that is clean and modern and can be applied to a variety of products. I'll provide 2 examples for you. You can say Valera and Revira, for example. Please double check that the domain is available for .co or .com and give me 10 really solid options for the brand. And then it's gonna go do its thing. Hopefully I didn't put it on the super extended one so it doesn't take 20 minutes. Yeah, I've got it on Pro here. I'm actually just gonna take it off of Pro. We don't really need all that. I'm gonna put it on Medium. If you put it on Pro, it's going to take a very long time. So we'll put it on Medium and it'll spit back out the answer for us way faster. And I am using ChatGPT Pro for anybody that is wondering, and it is a worthy investment. There are ways that you can get these tools for an extreme discount. One of the ways is this company here. I'm not partnered with them, I'm not affiliated with them, but they are providing you access to all the different AI tools like ChatGPT and Claude for a very low price, $29 a month. So if you are on a budget, I do recommend that, but that does come with some risk because sometimes the apps are not working inside of there. But it's a very cheap way for you guys to get access to all these tools at once. So I definitely recommend that. There's another one out there too. I think it's called Luxury Tools. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, this one right here, Luxury Extras. So yeah, these things exist. I don't want to get in trouble by being affiliated with them, but they do exist, and you guys can get those if you want to get these things for a discount. Because it does get pretty expensive between ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, all these other things. It ends up being like hundreds of dollars a month. So yeah, if I was in y'all's shoes, that's probably what I would do. Anyways, let's let it cook up some names, and then when it's done, we'll review them together and see if there's anything good. If not, we'll keep doing it until we find something nice. All right, so it gave us 10 names, and it ranked them, which is really nice. We got Valoro, we got Nalira, Vira, Lurevo, Verena, Lorvo. Listen, it really doesn't matter that much which name you pick. Like, this is not something that I want you guys to spend days on or even hours on. You just need to pick something that sounds nice and is available. So this one right here, Avira, is kind of nice. Let's check and see if it's available. The way to see if it's available is to go to GoDaddy.com and then paste the name into there. Why is it in Spanish? We do not know. And then do Avira. I did .co, but you can also check .com. And as you can see, both of those are not available. If you really, really, really like a name, what you can do is you can do try Avira or shop Avira. One of the stores that we built last year, this is actually the store that I helped Daniel build. This store did over $200,000 in revenue, and the whole thing is with AI. We did Nuvex as the name, but then we did try Nuvex. So you can get away with that when you're doing your name search. But let me see what other names we can use. Let's try Lurevo. Okay, it is available, but it's OD expensive. And Lurevo.co is also not available. I'm gonna play around with these names a little bit, and then I'll let you guys know when I find a good one. But you can do this exact process, spit out a bunch of names, see which ones are available, and find one that sits well with you. All right, so after some back and forth with ChatGPT, this is the name that I decided to go with. It's called Vomay. It's just a clean, modern name that we could use to sell anything. Once we find a product that is starting to get some traction, we can always rebrand our store around that product. But from the beginning, we just need a clean name that can allow us to test a bunch of products, and this definitely fits the bill. Now, we're not gonna buy it directly here on GoDaddy. We can actually buy it right here inside of Shopify. That way it instantly connects to our store. So I'm gonna click here on Buy New Domain. Let me show you how I got here. You go to Settings, then you go to Domains. Then we click on Buy New Domain. And then we can search up the domain right here. Now, I'm gonna use .co. You guys are allowed to use .com or .co. I would not use anything else. I would not use, .org or .net. Or .shop. I would only use .co or .com. I grew Sleepband to a couple $100,000 in sales with a .co domain, and then I reinvested into the .com because it was a couple grand. So this is perfect for us starting out. It's a clean 5-letter name. 5-letter domains are hard to come by. And we have successfully purchased our domain. You can click on See Domain Status. It takes a little minute for it to actually populate into the store. And we have a bunch of other stuff that we need to do in the meantime. but we are making some progress. We've got a product, we've got a brand name. Now that we have our name, go to general, click on the store contact details, and then change the name of the store to reflect the actual name that we just purchased. And you'll see that it has now updated here. And we're starting to make some progress. We've got our product in place. We've got a brand name. The next thing that we're going to need to do is create a logo for this business. So let's get into it. The tool that I use to create all my logos is called Canva. This is a free tool that I've been using for a super long time, and you can see some of the logos that I've been cooking up in here. Now, my philosophy for a modern logo is that it should be stupidly simple. Let's take a look at some of the biggest brands in the world just so you can understand what they're doing. This is Kylie Cosmetics, billion-dollar company, literally just black text on a white background. This is Rode, another billion-dollar company that all the girls are buying from. White text, simple as day, just a clean, classy, modern logo. Or we can go even look at Sephora, which is the biggest brand of them all. And Sephora, literally black text on a white background. I find a lot of beginners, when you guys create your first logo, you completely do some Picasso level work and try to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to do that. The simpler, the better. So what we're going to do is go inside of Canva here, and I'll try to put the link to this in the description. But inside of Canva, you can click on create. And then I have logo here because I just did one, but you can just search logo and it's going to pop up right there. Now, the coolest part about Canva is that it comes built in with a bunch of templates. So you have all these logos at your disposal that you can just easily take and apply for your brand. Now, again, we don't want to do nothing crazy like these ones or like this one. I'm just looking for one that has clean text, clean font, clean typography is what I was going to say. I just want to find something that is simple that we could adapt to our brand name. I really like the texts that are sort of more blocky instead of the really rounded ones. So let's see what we can find. All right, let's give this one a try. So you can click on it right there. And then the cool thing is that you can edit each individual element. So because I just want to have the main text, what I'll do is I'll click on each of these, and then I'm holding shift on my keyboard, and then I'm selecting all these guys, and we can just go ahead and delete that for now. So now we've got just the text itself. I'm going to double click on it, and I'm going to put the name of our store. This period was its own element, so I'm just going to move that out of the way for now. Maybe we'll bring it back. I actually kind of like it with the period. I don't know why. I think it just kind of leans more into that modern aesthetic. I'm going to highlight all of it and make sure it's in the center. For now, let's do it without, and then if we decide to put it back in the future, I'm going to put it back to black. For now, I'll put it white so it just blends in with the background, and then we'll scale this guy up right here. Actually, I'll just delete it. If we want it, it's easy to put back. So yeah, we're going to do 3 different versions of our logo. The first one we're going to do is going to be black on white, which is going to be the primary one for our website. So we want to scale it up a little bit higher. Let's put like 360. Maybe 335. There you go. And then we need to crop this. Okay, the reason why is because we don't want it to fill up all that space in the top and the bottom. So to crop it, we can just click right here on resize, and then we can click on custom size. And then what I'll do is 2000 by 1000. It will basically cut this in half. So we're going to hit resize this design. And then now we have a better aspect ratio for a logo. Then we can make it bigger. We want it to fill up the whole space because the logo is going to be scaled down. So we want to make sure that it's high resolution. All right, so that's our logo number 1. What we want to do is click up here on share and then click on download. And then make sure that you select transparent background. Very important that you do that. I'm gonna hit that right there. I'm gonna make a new folder on my desktop for this store. So we'll call it Omei. I'm gonna say black logo. All right, now we need to make a white logo. So I just click on the text, make it white. We can check how that looks by clicking on the background and then making the background black. Looks pretty nice. We can just put it back to white, hit share, and then click on download once again and make sure that it's on transparent background. That is super important. White logo. And the last thing that I always do is I make an icon for my brand. We're gonna use this for our Facebook page. We're gonna use this for our favicon logo up here. And the way that I make an icon is I will change the background color to something that reflects my brand. So, we're more like I guess you could say this one's more like a bluish type of thing. Then I resize this again and I wanna make it a square. So instead of 2000 by 1000, we can put it to 1000 by 1000, which is gonna make it an even square. And then we could leave it like this, which I like. But if you look at all the logos up top here, these icons, they just have usually one letter or two letters or just a simple thing. So what we should do is just do the V and then put this at like 500. It kind of looks like it looks exactly like this logo right here. But yeah, we can maybe change the color so it doesn't look too much like theirs, but it reminds me of the Vimeo logo. We can also try VO. I kind of like the VO a little bit better. V on its own looks a little weird. Okay, so now we've got our logo. We'll go ahead and click, our icon, we'll go ahead and click share. This one, we don't want to do transparent background. This one we want to just leave as is. So then we put this as icon. So now if I open up that folder, we should have a black logo, a white logo, and an icon. And now we're able to add this directly to our store. And we're gonna do that all in the next section of this video, because in the next section, we are going to completely transform this homepage to make it look much nicer. We're gonna get our logo in there. We're gonna add all the essential pages that are necessary for our store. And then the most fun part of this whole process that I'm excited about is we are going to build the product page for this. The product page is where all the magic happens. This is where we're going to devote the majority of our time on this video, but we need to get a solid foundation first. So in the next section, we're going to be turning this store into a real brand that can start making sales. I'll see you there. All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, we are working the night shift for this section of the video. And now we're gonna take that basic foundational store and turn it into a ready to launch brand. Before we do that, I wanna address one of the most common questions that I get asked, and that is, what Shopify theme should I use? Now, if you go to Shopify's free theme library, you'll see that they have a ton of options. And by the way, for any of you guys that don't know what a theme is, it's basically like the template for your site to build upon. There are some great free themes in Shopify's library. I've made a bunch of money with the Sense theme, and I've also made a bunch of money with the Dawn theme. These are just really classic, simple themes that work extremely well. But a lot of people in the dropshipping industry are recommending you guys to use this theme right here called Shrine Pro. And this is a great theme. I've used it a lot. I've done hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales with the Shrine Pro theme. It is sort of like the industry standard. I recommend this to the students in my paid mentorship, but a lot of them have more money to invest into this game. If you're somebody that doesn't have the extra funds, this theme costs $350. So if you don't have the extra funds to invest in this, I wouldn't recommend that you do it. And you guys are actually in luck, because since you built your store with the AI store builder from the beginning of this video, I actually got you guys their pro theme for free. Normally, when you use that same AI store builder from anybody else, you're gonna get the basic version of this theme, which doesn't have all these sections on it. And these sections are the exact same ones that come on this Shrine Pro theme that costs $350. So you guys, as long as you use the AI store builder link in the beginning of this video, you're already getting a $97 theme. That's what they normally charge for it, for free. So I got you guys covered on that. You don't need another theme. This one is more than enough. So what I want to do now is go back to the Shopify dashboard, and I want to click here on Edit Theme. The first thing that I want to do is I want to put our logo that we got yesterday. So I'm going to go over here to Theme Settings. I'm going to click on Logo, and I'm going to change it with the logo that we made yesterday. I'm going to actually use the black one because we have a white background on our website. So let me go here and put the black logo. We're going to click Done. And then you're going to see the logo is going to update there. You can change the size of the logo right here. This is the desktop size. I'm going to make it maybe like 150. This is all a personal preference, but I think that looks pretty clean. This button up here will allow you to preview your website in the mobile view. And most of your traffic to your store is going to come from the mobile view. So for now, let's build our store in this preview. Shopify also has this really annoying thing called the inspector. I don't know who developed this. It's literally garbage. You can just disable that so this thing doesn't pop up on the screen. All right. So now that we've got our logo in place, I also want to update the favicon. That's going to be this looking guy right here. So we can click change. We can click select from library, add files, and boom, we put that right there. Now, I'm talking through every single step of this right now, but as we get like deep into the process, I might not be commentating every single action, but I'm going to try my best to make this as click by click as possible. So we put the favicon in there. We click save. That's how y'all know I'm locked in, because I'm drinking an energy drink at 9 p.m. I'm usually going to bed at this time, but I want to really finish this program and I want to make it amazing for you guys. So we're going to be doing the night shift tonight. All right, so when it comes to the homepage of one of these stores, I like to keep it as simple as possible. Let's go back to the sections here, and we can get rid of a lot of the sections that are on there already. So you'll see this is the multi-row. We can take that away. If we put the inspector back on, it'll show us what we're hovering over. So like, for example, the multi-row, we can just turn that off. The I button basically makes it go away without fully deleting it. That way, in case you do want to bring it back, you can very easily bring it back. I'm also going to get rid of this divider, and I'm going to get rid of the text. I'm basically going to get rid of everything, and I'm going to start it kind of from scratch. We'll keep the testimonials, and then we'll get rid of the email sign up. So for a homepage, really the only elements that we need are a nice slideshow. We need to show our featured products. So we'll go right here to add a section, and we'll go featured collection, and we'll put that under the slideshow. We can adjust the products in here, but for now, click on collection, and then we'll put homepage. We're going to fix this in a little bit. Then it's going to ask us what we want to put right here on featured collection. I'm going to just say like our best sellers. A lot of people are not going to come to your homepage. I'm just being honest, but it's important that you make it look nice anyways. So we'll click save. The slideshow also has two things. We don't really need two, so I'm going to delete one. Click save again. I don't love this orange color that it's picked for us. So I'm going to go in now, and we can change the colors inside of the settings. Let's play around with a couple different colors and see which ones we like. I know we were messing around with like a blue before. Maybe we'll go kind of for like a darker blue aesthetic. Not too, I don't like the too bright blue, but a little blue could be nice. Maybe something like that. And we can change the color of this too, right here. If you want to get the same color, you can go back to this and you can just copy this color code. For this though, I'm going to make it black so it's not a distraction on everything else. So we click right here, and then we can change the background color to black. Keep it simple. I'm going to also make it go a little slower because it's way too fast. Let's put it at 2. Okay, so now we have all these different things like spinning around up here. I don't really like that. I would rather we just put one thing. And I wonder if we can make it so it's not spinning. Okay, in this case we can't, so we'll just leave it. There we go. You change it to announcement bar. We'll turn off the ticker for now, and we'll just put the announcement bar. I think it's a little cleaner. And then on the announcement, we can just put, what I usually put is like, sale ends today, 50% off, plus free shipping. We're gonna adjust this later. I just wanna get a foundation and then we can make everything look perfect. So it's gonna ask us about the color scheme here. We can go for this accent number 2. And then the way that you change accent number 2 is back into colors, and then we're gonna make this black. You can maybe do like a little off black so it looks cleaner. All right, now the next thing that I'm not really vibing with is the font. So if you look at the font, it's very ugly and generic. So the way that we're gonna change the font is clicking on typography, and then we can scroll through a couple different options. I like Helvetica. It's pretty clean and it's a classic theme, but you can pick something that you like. Just don't pick anything like too crazy. You know, we don't need a super artsy theme, font. We just need something that looks clean and simple. Ideally, I want to find something that's a little closer to our logo style. So let's try this one, Cormorant. I've used this one before. It's really clean. Let's just keep flipping through these. This is like a personal preference thing, but again, it's really not supposed to be like super stylistic. You're just supposed to pick something simple that's really easy to read. All right, so the font that I'm gonna go with is Montserrat. I use this font all the time. It has a bunch of different sizes too. So we're gonna put it on bold, and it's just a classic clean font that looks good and it's super easy to read. So we put Montserrat there. Then that's gonna be the font for our headings. Okay, we need to change the font now for the body. We can also do Montserrat again, but then we just need to do probably regular. Yeah. So this is just a clean and reliable font. You could do something a little more stylistic if you want, but remember the goal is to make it easy to read and easy to understand. We're not trying to win a graphic design competition or anything like that. All right, so now we need to put some text here for this because I don't really like the default text. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. You know, this store, we're gonna be selling the pet product as the first one, but I don't wanna make this store all about pets. I wanna keep it sort of like a broad home-based store so we have the freedom to test other products as well. So I'm just gonna put transform your space. Ideally, I want it to be clean enough to just fit on one line. And then we need a description to put under this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a screenshot. The way to take a screenshot on everybody's computer is different, but if you're on a Mac, it's Command Shift and 4, and then it gives this little thing where you can take a screenshot. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, and then we're gonna open up Claude. Claude is what I'm gonna use for a lot of these creative tasks. I'm gonna say, write a simple description to go with this headline for my dropshipping store. We're selling home-based products. And I've got it on Opus right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and put it on Sonnet, and then we'll go ahead and click that. All right, so maybe we do this. Your home should feel like yours. Shop curated, essentially bring style and function to every corner. Cool. We need to change this image too. I don't really like this image at all. Shopify has a bunch of good images in their free library. So let's just go ahead and search home. And let's just find something that looks decent. This, I really can't stress this enough. Like, I find a lot of beginners will literally spend like days on this process right here. This is like the least important part of the whole thing. It's just something that we have to set up. Like, you can't skip this, but it's not that important because a lot of people are not really even gonna end up on this section of your website. But we just wanna make sure it looks good in case somebody does come around this part. then, you know, they feel that the website's a lot more trustworthy. Let's try this image maybe. Something like this is fine. We'll go ahead and click save. We also have this shop now button, but to be honest, I don't really think we need it. Let me see how, now let's put it back. We'll put shop now, and then we'll put the product as the dog product that we're trying to sell. And yeah, we got that part done. Now we have the best sellers. We need to add a couple better products. We'll do that in a little bit, and then we can update this collection. For this, I would say hear from our customers. And then we need to change these reviews. So again, I'll take another screenshot and put it into Claude. Say, write me 3 generic reviews for the home page. It's going to cook up some reviews that we can just plug into here. All right, back over there. As fast, or the second one. What did they put as the headline? Exactly what I needed. All right. Keep clicking the wrong tab. Y'all gonna find that I'm gonna do that a lot. All right, so then we put that one. These are just sort of trust elements in case anybody ends up on this part of the site. And then we put that, copy and paste. We're gonna be doing a lot of copy and pasting in this section. And then the last one, go right there, paste that, and put that in there. I mean, with this, we're pretty much almost done. Like, we don't need to have a lot of stuff on the homepage because nobody's really gonna end up here. I'm gonna take this brand information thing away. All we need is those quick links. And we can go ahead and click save. This is already a pretty much ready to go homepage. Like, if you look at this store that we did, it's a super simple homepage. Like, if you look at the one store that we've been looking at as inspo, it's like super simple. So I wouldn't overthink the homepage at all. And then once you find your product is starting to perform, we can make the homepage all around that product, like how these 2 examples have done. But in the beginning, we want to keep it pretty generic. All right, so I want to now change this collection so that our pet product pops up first. So the way we're gonna do that is go here to the exit and then go over to to products, and then click on collections. Here you're gonna see the homepage collection, and we can add our product that we want right here. So we're gonna put the dog cooling mat. We really need to put some better products on this store than these, something a little bit more aligned with what we want to sell. But for now, we'll just do these 4. And then you can click on sort, and you can sort manually and make sure that the dog product is coming first. All right, so let's go back to the store. And as you can see, it's already looking a lot cleaner from when we started. I'm gonna change it so the logo actually pops up in the middle. I don't really like it on the left side there on desktop. Even though we're optimizing for mobile, we always wanna make sure that our store still looks good on desktop. It's very important. All right, so we're gonna put logo middle center. It asks you for a logo link, meaning like if they click the logo, where do they go? My advice is that you point the logo link to whatever product that you want to sell. The reason is when you're running ads to your store, you're not going to run ads to this page. You're going to be running ads directly to this page right here. So we want to make it so that when people click away, they just end up back here. We don't really want them browsing and shopping around. We want to make it as sort of streamlined as possible. We want to keep people where the action is at, which is on this page. But if we revisit the home page, I would say we're pretty much done with this. I'm going to take away the search icon. And Yeah, I mean, for now, this is fine. You can also change the way that the desktop menu is, but for now, I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna leave it as a drop down. And let's see it on mobile. This is a pretty decent start for the homepage, but there's a couple things that are glaringly obvious that need to be improved. These product titles are a literal nightmare, and the products themselves are not that great either. And also, down here, we need to add the essential pages to our website. So I would say let's get the essential pages in place first, and then we'll start making all these products look a lot better. Let me show you guys how to set up those pages. These are all the essential pages that you need on your store, and we're gonna set each one up step by step. So let's start with the track your order page. For this, we are gonna go to the App Store, and we are gonna download an app called 17 Track. This is the best tracking tool out there, not affiliated with them. It's just the best one because they have a dedicated tracking page that you can put on your store for free. They have a paid plan, but from day one, you don't need to use it. You can just use the free one so we can get the tracking page. So once we get the app going, it's gonna ask us a bunch of questions. We're just gonna hit next. We're gonna hit next, next, start the journey. They gave us a free trial. The only thing that we need to do inside of here is click on tracking page, and then it's going to give you the link right there. So we can click on copy. We can go over to our content, and then to menus, and then main menu. The main menu is the one that's up here on the top. So we can click add menu item, and we can put track your order, and then we can paste that. All right, hit save. The next, and just let me show you guys what that looks like real quick. This is what the order tracking page is gonna look like. So you see it instantly generates the order tracking page. So all they have to do is just put their order number and their email, and it's gonna work. Let's move on to the next page, which is gonna be the contact us page. As you can see by default, here I go clicking the wrong things. As you can see by default, Shopify already does one of these built in. So you're kind of chilling with that. But if you want to customize it, the way you do that is you click on edit theme, and then you go up top here, and then you go to the, you click up here, you click on pages, and then you click on contact, and then you can make some adjustments here. I don't like that they keep using orange. I think it's really ugly. I'm gonna just put it black. And then I would personally recommend that we put our email here. We haven't set up a company email yet. We're gonna do that a little bit later. So we'll come back and add the company email when we're done. But I would also simplify. This is too much text. Just go like that. All right. So now the contact page is done pretty much. You could say, get in touch with us is fine. We don't want to get too wrapped up in these little things. I promise there's so much more important stuff. This is not the stuff that's going to move the needle, but it's important that we have it. All right, so we got track your order, we got contact us. The next page that you're going to need is a frequently asked questions page. So by default, with the theme that we provide you guys, it comes with a FAQ already built in. So you guys don't even have to set that up. What you do have to do though, is we have to put it on our website. So to do that, we go back to the content, we click on the menus, and then we are going to put it in the footer menu. So we can click add menu item, click right here, pages, and then click FAQs. I also want to add the other two pages that we just did. All right. And contact. Let me get the exact link because I think I put the wrong tracker. There we go. I'm going to ditch the search, and I'm going to put this guy all the way at the bottom, and I'm going to change it to say privacy policy. I do really like this pro theme because it comes with a lot of these things already built in. So now when we refresh again, you're going to see the FAQ, track order, and the contact. Let's make sure everything works. Now see, so it put the wrong one. We got to make sure that we put the 17 track one, not the other one. So let me get rid of that. Let me paste that link right there. Okay, now it's correct. Let's refresh. Click track order again. There you go. Took us to the right page. Okay, now we have FAQ, track order, contact. The next thing we need is the shipping info and return. So let me see if it already generates that for us. If not, we're going to create one real quick. So you can see the shipping policy is there, but we need to generate it. So I would do it through Claude. Generate me a shipping policy for my dropshipping store. Products dispatch in 1 to 2 days and arrive in 7 to 12 days internationally. Cool. We eventually are going to have to go back and plug in our support email. Once we set that up, we'll set that up after we do these essential pages because we're going to need that for a few things going forward. All right, we get that saved. Go back to content, menus, and then we need to add that right there. Bada boom. Hit save. And what else? We got privacy policy and the terms and conditions. So Shopify actually generates the terms and conditions for you. You click on settings and you click on policies and it's right here, terms of service. And then you just hit insert template and it's going to ask you for this information. Please fill this out with your information. Because this is a demo store, I'm not going to fill it out, but please make sure you fill that out. And then now we have our terms of service. We can go ahead and copy this and then we can put it on another page. Well, it already created the page for us, but we just need to paste that information. Let me make sure it's not there. Yeah, so we paste that, click save. The reason why we have to have the privacy policy, the shipping policy, all that stuff, is because once we start running ads, Facebook is going to scan our website to make sure that we have those things on our store. So you got to have them. All right, so now we need to put that terms and conditions in our footer menu. Hit check, and boom. And then for the main menu, let me see if we can remove anything from there. We can take away the catalog. It's not necessary. We're not trying to sell a bunch of other products. And then we could add, we could add the FAQ. Cool. All right, so now when we go back to our store, and I'm gonna pull it up here because I wanna use the mobile preview. This is what it looked like before. And now when we preview it, this is what it's looking like now. Okay, we've got our proper links. We've got our essential pages. I also want to see if I can remove these little social icons, but if not, I'm not tripping about that. It's not that big of a deal. Let me go to drawers. Social media. Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to do that, but it doesn't really matter. Let me see if I can do it here in the header. Just like anything that is a distraction, I try to not have it. Yeah, so if we delete these little X's, it should go away. All right, cool. Now we got that out of the way. We're looking good. We're looking great. All right, cool. I want to change this button color too. I think we're just going to rock out with the all black vibes. It's what the industry standard is anyways, and we can do some different colors on the product pages, but for this, we'll just do it black. Simple scales. All right, so we click save, and now we have an almost ready to go homepage. I just need to fix these products here, and we're gonna fix the titles and maybe put a couple different products in there. But for now, we've got all of our essential pages. Let's make sure everything is working. Contact works. Tracker goes to the... Come on, baby. Refresh. It should work. It's just lagging for whatever reason. There you go. Tracker works. FAQ works. Could be good to run through these, but I already checked them. They're good. And then down here, we've got FAQ, track, contact, shipping policy, good. Privacy policy, good. And terms, good. All right, we are looking pretty solid now. Our foundation is growing. I want to fix some of these products, especially fix our main product, and then get to work on building this product page. Check, check. Okay, so let's get to work on this guy right here. The first thing that we need to do is come up with a better title for this product. Now, to get some inspo for this, I want to go look at what the competition is doing. So let's pull them back up. You guys are going to see me do this a lot in my process, and that is finding the competitor and seeing what they are doing. That is the way to do this. That is the smartest way to get an idea of what's working, is just look at what the people that are selling this product successfully are doing. So they're calling it Cool Pause 2.0. What we can do is we can take a screenshot of this. And then I also want to give it a picture of the product. And then I'm going to say, help me come up with a better product title for this. If the pictures aren't loading, we can just refresh. All right. I'm going to screenshot out the whole thing, make my life easier. Cool. So now it's going to suggest some product titles for us. This is now where things get very important. They're calling it the Cool Pause. I don't want to call it that. I want to say I need a new name, not Cool Pause. They're going to come up with some good names for us to plug in. Let's see what else we got. I like Chill Pup. I like Frost Mat. I'm actually going to go with Frost Mat. Frost Mat's super clean. So let's go and do Frost Mat. And then another way that I like to get inspo is I'll go on Amazon, because Amazon is a really visual-based platform. So for you to get top rank on Amazon, your listing has to be on point. And when you pay attention, you'll notice a lot of the top listings are doing a lot of the same things. Like they will say the size of the dog. They will say self-cooling, extended cooling, waterproof. For sake of this video, I'm gonna probably go back to the product here. To edit the name, we're gonna go and click on products, and then we're gonna click right here. So we're gonna call it the Frost Mat, and then we're gonna put a dash. You can call it, let's see what they're saying on Amazon. Say dog cooling mat. Dog self cooling mat, maybe something like that. We can delete all this, by the way. All right, let's pull up another tab with the actual preview. I think we can come up with a slightly better second half of the title. I like the first half, the whole Frost Mat, but I think we can come up with a slightly better title for the product. So let's actually see what they're doing. After we get the product title, I'm going to show you guys a trick to literally use Claude to fill out all of this for you. So don't worry, we're not going to have to do all this by hand. It's actually an insane trick, but I just want to get the title of the product down. So I'm going to ask Claude again. Give me a better second half of this title. something a bit longer. I also think the text here is a little too small. I'm gonna put it as medium or even large maybe. Yeah, we'll call it this. As you can see, my grammar is absolutely awful. I call it the dog self-cooling mat, but self-cooling dog mat's 10 times better. I am a college dropout, so do not forget that. A lot of them on Amazon and this guy right here are using this whole like 2.0 angle, and I kind of like that, so I might rip that as well. 2.0. It kind of gives the insinuation that this is a new version of that product. It goes back to the whole new mechanism thing I was telling you guys about. But yeah, that looks nice. I like that name right there. Okay, so now let's get into the cool AI tricks. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna build out the shell of this page, and then we're gonna get the theme code and we're gonna give it to Claude, and Claude's gonna rewrite every single thing on this website. So let's get it looking right before we do that. First, I want to fix some of this padding. Padding is basically the space between the elements. There's way too much space between the elements. I don't like it at all. I also want to fix that here. So we'll go to the emoji benefits and we'll fix the padding. It's just too much padding. I don't really like padding that much. We actually don't need to have the price because we're going to be using a different tool to show the price. So for now, we're just going to get rid of the price. And then we have these. We need to change what these say. In this case, there's only one color of the product, and it only populated one size of the product. But we can fix that with the supplier. I don't know why it only gave us one of the sizes, but it's fine. This is the bundle selector. So we can put bundle and save. I don't need to put here. Just put bundle and save. We're going to fix this bundle later, so don't even trip about it. I want to get rid of the dynamic checkout button. So we took that right there. There are way too many payment logos here. So we're going to disable like almost all of them. Get rid of Bitcoin. We're not accepting Bitcoin. I want to make sure we have that one. I just want to make sure we have the major credit cards, and I want to make sure that we show Klarna. This is not going to affect the actual things that they can use to check out, but it just gives them confirmation that these payment options are available. And then we can probably get rid of the MasterCard one. We don't need to put the actual brands of the cards, and then get rid of the Visa one too. Cool. Get rid of some of that padding. This is like the estimated shipping time. We can put minimum shipping days, 5, and maximum 12. And then that's going to dynamically update based on the current date. The text is a little bigger than I would like to say, but for now, we'll leave it. These reviews, we're going to leave them untouched because Claude is going to fix them. Next, we need to start plugging in some of these sections. I'm going to get rid of this one, and I'm going to kill all this bottom padding because way too much. There we go. Okay, so these arrows kind of collapse this so we can see what we have available here. For the product pages themselves, what we can do is copy the template that's always worked for me, but I'm going to build it out for you guys live so you can understand. So first, we'll do an image with text. So we're going to put the image with text. This is just going to give us an opportunity to put a clean picture of our product and do some explaining about what it's going to do for the customer. So we'll take away some of the padding. This is like a comparison thing, comparing to other brands. We're not going to use this for now. The next thing that I want to add, make sure when you're adding sections, you're not putting this, you're doing like the big one. So you click right here. Let's see what else we got in here. Next, we'll do an icon bar. So this is where you can sort of talk about the best features of your product, the biggest benefits of your product. So we'll go ahead and save that. We'll change it to 2 columns because it will look cleaner. Then we'll go ahead and hit plus again. Let's use this comparison table instead of the one that they had. This one looks a lot better. And then let's get rid of this flash sale alert because it's very ugly. And also, we'll probably ditch these testimonials. We're going to add some different reviews later. All right, so now we have a bit of a better shell than before. We've got the reviews. We got the image with text. I'll go ahead and plug an image here already. And then I like this image. I like to use lifestyle images here so people can visualize the product. This is a nice image, but the problem is the people are not going to be using it on the couch. Like they're trying to use it on the floor. So for this, we'll go on Amazon and see if we can find a clean image from one of the competitors. Let's go to this one. I want to get one that sort of shows the product in use. I don't know why everybody is deciding to Photoshop the product on a freaking iceberg. That doesn't really make any sense, but it is what it is. All right, so I found a good image to put right here. I'm gonna upload it right now. It just kind of shows the product in use and it talks about some of the features of it. Go ahead and click done. The image has some text on top that I don't like, so we can click on edit image here, and then we can click on crop, and we can actually cut that out. Make sure you click on free form, and then we can go ahead and just crop that out. And then we can go ahead and click on apply, and then hit save. Okay, then we're gonna go back, and now we have the nice image there. Okay, so we got the image, image text, we got the icon bar, comparison table. Perfect. I will add the testimonials just anyways, just because we're gonna go through and have it generate some stuff for us. So it will be nice to have this filled out. Okay, we're almost done here with this foundation. I just want to add a couple more things. I want to add these little, I don't know what you call them, but these little icons right here. We're going to change those. It just looks nice. It's sort of like an industry standard thing. And then I also want to add a little bit of text in between the title and the rating stars. I'm going to put text right here. Actually, I don't really like how that looks. We'll keep it simple for now. All right. So cool. Now that we have this basic foundation, we can take this page and we can take the code and we can put it into Claude. And Claude's basically going to rewrite all of the text on this page, so we don't have to write any text. It's literally going to save us like 45 minutes. So here's how we are going to do that. Let me go over here to online store, click this button, and then click on edit code. Let me make sure I'm doing this the right way. Yes, okay. So you go up here and then you click on templates and then the product, want to make sure it's the right one. These are product templates, okay? This is like the layout that we just created. We just made our own template. And to be super organized, let's do this. Let's click products and then let's click create template. And then let's base it on the one we just made, the default product. And then call it the product that you want to launch. So say dog cooling mat. Cool. Then hit create. All right, so then we need to go back again. And then we need to assign that template to this product. So we click products, we click right here, and then we click on theme template, dog cooling mat. Cool. Then we click save. Once we have that, now we can go back to online store. We can click on edit code. And then we click on templates. And now you'll see the dog cooling mat. All right, so what I want you to do is copy all this. And if you're not seeing this, you click right here, you click templates, and you click right there. Now I want you to copy all of this. Okay, I want you to open a new chat. Matter of fact, what we're gonna do is do a new project. We're gonna call a new project, we're gonna say dog cooling mat. I'm gonna say, you are my copywriting and marketing specialist. I need you to help me with writing copy for my new dropshipping product, the dog cooling mat 2.0. We're gonna work on ads, we're gonna work on the website. I need you to do everything with me. This is just me talking to it like a normal person, telling it all the things that I need. And when you tell it these things, it's going to perform 10 times better, okay? And then what I want you to do is copy this and then paste that into the instructions as well. Okay, so now what I want you to tell Claude is, I am going to send you a product JSON file from my Shopify store. I want you to fully understand this JSON file and the way it's laid out before we do anything else. I'm attaching the JSON file now. We want to change this to Opus, and then we want to make sure we've got that fully copied. Oh, that's the wrong one. Make sure we've got that fully copied. And then we're going to paste it, and it's going to paste it right there as a file. Now, once you do that, it's going to analyze that file. And the reason why we tell it to do that first is because we want it to understand the layout before we tell it to change the text, because otherwise it'll go through and change the text, but it'll completely break the page. So we really want to make sure that it understands it. Now, in the meantime, get a couple links together. Get the link of your competitor, which we already have, and then get the link of the top Amazon listing, which is this one. We're going to feed both of these to Claude, and then Claude is going to be able to understand the best text and the best angles that we can use for our copywriting. So let's let this cook for a second, and I'll come back when it's done. All right, it's all done. It says I've gone through the whole file. It says that this is a Shopify page template for your product page. Everything, it understands all the sections. Good. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so now we're going to tell it, I'm going to feed you my competitor's page and the Amazon listing for this product. I want you to pull the best elements from them and use that to come up with good copy for this product page. Once you've got the copy, we will then redo the JSON file with the new copy. And then we're going to paste this link right here. Oops. And then we're going to paste this link right here. All right. Now it's going to take that information and it's going to pull it from this website. It's going to take all the best text from here. It's going to take all the best text from here. And then we're going to be able to use that copy to improve our page. All right, so it pulled a bunch of great elements from these pages. And it's going to be pulling these things right here. It's giving all the copy. It's giving the icons. Perfect. Perfect. It's showing me what it's going to do. So if you have any changes that you want to make to it, you can do it right now. But I'm just going to leave it as is, and then we can change it on the page itself. So you can see, like, if you were to write all this yourself, this would take you God knows how long. It would take you way too long. So it has 3 questions. It says, confirm it's no gel. It's not gel-based. Disregard the variants for now. My name is, I forgot what we named it. Frostmat. It's asking for the name, so I'm just gonna paste the name right there. Frostmat. Okay. Let's redo the JSON file with this new copy. Now it's going to take all that copy that it just wrote and it's going to put it on the file. so that we don't have to manually type this stuff ourselves. And all we're gonna have to do is copy the new JSON file and paste it back into Shopify. It's like magic, bro. You're able to make a product page in 10 minutes, whereas before the product page would take 2 hours. Okay, so we're obviously not gonna be like 1000% done. There's some extra tweaks that I like to do before launching these things, and we're gonna get into that after we get the foundation down. But this is saving me so much time these days. The thing that takes the most time in this entire process is going to be making super clean images and also really nailing the product offer and the little hacks that I like to do to make it convert a little higher. But in general, this structure would have usually taken you hours, but now we can cook this up and you're going to see in like less than 15 minutes, we'll have something nice. So I'm going to let this JSON cook. And then when that's done, I'll come back and we'll paste it into the website. All right. So it finished the JSON for us. It gave us this file right here. It's absolutely amazing how good Claude is these days. But yeah, you're going to look at this and be super overwhelmed. Don't be. Just click right here on copy. And then let's go back into Shopify. And hopefully, if it didn't break anything, we can click onto the dog cooling mat JSON. We can highlight everything, delete it, and then paste it. And then click save. So sometimes when you do this, it breaks everything. So let's see our luck and let's see if it came out nice. So let's go back to the online store preview. And then let's go again to edit theme, mobile view, and the moment of truth, dog cooling mats. All right, so perfect. It updated all the text here. It updated all the text right there. Little error here. But in general, it fixed this. Small error here, but yeah, frequently asked questions updated. Reviews there. Come on. Yes, let's go. It looks solid. Like to do this, otherwise it would have taken us forever. So I'm glad we got that set up. Now let's go ahead and click save. And then let's let's do the fine little fixes here. So these emoji benefits are probably one of the most important things. This whole section right here, we call this the top of the fold. This is the first thing that people are gonna see when they come to your website. So this has to be on point. This is like the elevator pitch of your product. So we really need to nail this. It says right now up to 4% cooler than the floor, cools on contact, no gel, no water, no fridge, non-toxic and chew safe. I don't really like these because I think they're a little too long. I'm just going to go for the ones that the competitor had. So I'm just going to copy these. I never want to copy them like exactly. What I want to do is I want to take them and then plug them in and then tell it to change them up a little bit. So I'm going to say, change these up a little bit, make them shorter. Cool. The simple philosophy that you need to understand is that if it's working for somebody else, it very likely will work for you. You don't have to reinvent the wheel with this dropshipping thing. You just need to see what people are already doing and make minor changes to it. It's going to save you so much time and so much headache. So we are going to change this. Boom, copy that. And then we're going to paste. Let me get some of these tabs cleaned up. Then we're going to paste this into the emoji benefits section. And as you can see, it's already looking a lot better. I really don't like when it's looking, when the text spills over to 2 lines. I don't like that at all. Say up to 4. It's also in Celsius. Nobody's using Celsius here in the United States, so we definitely need to change that. I don't know why they have that on their website. That's an easy win for us. 7 degrees Fahrenheit, cooler. It says on contact, but I'm going to say instantly. It says pulls heat away 20% faster, non-toxic and chew safe. I'm going to say give me one more bullet point. Instead of chew safe, I'm going to say chew/scratch resistant. Sounds better. And then we just need one more. says machine washable. No. It's very important that you tell it to focus on benefits, not features. This is a big principle of marketing that I always teach my students, is that we don't want to sell the features of the product. We don't want to say, oh, it's cold. We don't want to say, oh, it's going to be having a scratch resistant material. We want to more so say the benefits of them using the product. Like talking about how their dogs are not going to, have a heat stroke, or they're not going to deal with these problems. That's the things that we're trying to look for. So instead of saying machine washable, we could say fresh and clean in minutes. I don't really like that one either. Let me let it know. Hold on. You don't have to change the JSON every time. We are just brainstorming copy now. Let's focus on the pain point of the customer and focus on the benefits of using the product. I just like to bounce ideas with this and see if it can come up with some better bullet points. The ones that we have right now are fine, but I think we can make them a little bit better based on the principle that I was just talking about before. So let's see what we can come up with. And this is the process sometimes, it's not always like perfect where, you just use AI and everything is just green from day one. Like you have to kind of play with it and put your own spin on it. If you just blindly follow AI, like you're going to end up having a very robotic looking website. This is good. Ends the nonstop heat panting. Because that's the real pain point. Like people don't like to see their dogs in the sun sitting there panting around the house. This is good too. A lot of people that buy this product, they are buying it because they don't want their dog laying on the floor. Like a lot of times in hot climates, the dog will lay on the cold floor as a relief system. But yeah, this is good. Now we have some better bullet points. Okay, 15,000 plus happy dogs, 90-day guarantee, free shipping. I would say fast and free shipping. I just like how that sounds better. My golden in her bed, make sure everything is good. Okay, that's great. Comfort starts with staying cool. Ross Mike isn't one cool. All right, let's fix this little glitch here, the ampersand glitch. We can fix that too. Built for hot days and overheated pups. I don't really like that at all. So let's change that. Change this as well. I wanted to say something more like no more overheating, or like, yeah, finally relief from the heat. Something like that. I really want everything to focus on the relief for the dog. Finally, give your best friend relief. Finally, give them relief from the heat. Could be good. What are they saying here? Made for dogs who can't beat the heat. That's fine. We'll leave the one that I had. Now we need to change these little icons. So we just need to put whatever matches with what it's saying. I want to see if they have, this one's a snowflake, cool. This one's non-toxic, so I guess the heart actually works fine there. This one's soft. What could we use for soft? I don't even know. What's this? No, that's going to be for the washable one. Just going to see if we can find one. Maybe star. Doesn't really matter. Something that looks fine. Okay, softened cushion, non-toxic. It says no toxic, but we need to say non-toxic. Little things like that we just need to fix. All right. Now it says frostmat versus ordinary. I'm going to say versus other. And then I'm going to make this small or large. Yeah, medium's fine. I just don't like it when it spills over to the other line. I like it when it's cleanly on one line like that. Our cool to touch design. Okay, and then it says frost matte and then basic matte. So I'm gonna put others. And these guys are like stacking on top of each other. So let's fix that by making them way smaller. I guess it's like a padding thing. Let me do that. And take away the TM. There we go. Perfect. We'll change it to say FAQs. Get rid of some of the padding again. All right, these questions. Why does my dog sleep on the floor instead of their bed? That one kind of sucks. We're gonna get rid of that one. Does the mattress stay cool? What if my dog usually avoids? Is it machine washable? How do I know if my dog is overheating indoors? We also don't need that question. It's too generic. Cool. And then these are just some reviews that it plugged in. There's another app that I like to use for reviews, but for testing products, like having these basic reviews is totally fine. They work. And now we're looking pretty clean. There's a couple huge things that we're missing right now. We are missing the different variants, so for the different sizes, but we'll fix that in a second. I also want to make the images a little bit bigger. I think they're a little too small for me. So let's see if we can do that. Do this. Let me take that off. There we go. Take that off. There we go. So now we're looking a lot cleaner. I like having images like this. And then for the dots, we'll do the dots under the media, and then we'll make sure we have the little arrow there so they can click. I like the arrows. They also have these things called thumbnails. So it puts the pictures under here. For now, we're not gonna do the thumbnails. On desktop, they are there, I think. Yeah, on desktop, they're there. If it gave me the option to do it on mobile, I would put it, but I'm not really seeing it, so it's not that big of a deal. We'll just do one image at a time. It keeps the page simpler. That's the inspector thing getting in the way. It gets super annoying. But yeah, I'm actually starting to get pretty happy with this. We need to fix the colors. We need to fix the variants. We need to fix the pricing. I also want to change the color of this button. We don't want it to be black. Custom button color. We'll make it green. Cool. The best colors for a button is either green or Amazon orange. But for now, we're going to use green. Click save. All right, so now that we've got this going, we need to get better images. We need to fix the bundles. But I think we should fix the bundles and the variants first. I think that's going to be the most important thing. And then we'll lock in on the images separately because that fully deserves its own section of the video. Let's just get the foundation right. So I want to go back to AutoDS and I want to see what this supplier had. I want to go to the actual dashboard itself. Sorry, the website. So it says it only has one variant, but when we had looked at this product from the supplier, it had multiple variants. Let me see if they have one that has the proper sizes in place, and then I'll connect that one instead of the one that we have connected right now. All right, so now we have the product and we have all the different variants. They should be populating right now. We need the variants in this case because this product has multiple sizes. We can't sell this product without the other sizes. So let's let this load up. Okay, so now we have all the variants that we need. We're not gonna do all these colors, so we can get rid of the colors, but this is gonna be super helpful for us because now we actually can get our orders fulfilled with the correct sizes. So before we would have been completely cooked, we would have only had one size. But now we can go ahead and delete all those extra variants. And now we've got blue in, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in 6 different sizes. I think 6 sizes is a little overkill. They have 5. So we're gonna adjust that accordingly. But now we're looking way better than before. We could also have the other colors, but I'm a big fan of simplicity. I don't think we should have a bunch of colors because it creates more decisions for the people to make during the checkout. So now we're going to go ahead and click import on this. And then to get it to how the other page was looking, it's only going to take me like 2 seconds, and I'll show you how I'm going to do that. Okay, we click right here. Here's the product. Want to make sure everything's there. The images kind of suck in comparison to the other ones. I'm not going to lie, the images were way better on the other ones, but it'll be really easy to add those images, so I'm not really tripping about it. Let's go back here over to products. And then here's the new product. Let's copy the title from the last one. And honestly, like I could have cut this out of the video, but I'm including it because maybe somebody watching will run into a similar problem. So, you know. All right, now we put that. Only thing we have to do to make it look like the other one is put dog cooling mat right there. And then you ready? We click on preview. Let me put some of the images in there too. You can click on select existing. And then since we had this product already uploaded, all those images are already there. So we can just go like that. Quick fix. I like to include the mistakes too because it shows that, like, you know, this is not perfect. Like if I did this and it was perfect and then you guys tried it and it wasn't perfect, you'd be like, what the heck? So I like to show even when I mess up on these things. But yeah, now we're looking much better. So we have the color and then we have the different sizes. Now what I want to do is I want to copy what they did. So they've got all these different sizes. I'm going to screenshot this just to make my life easier. And like I do this sometimes. This just shows you how lazy I am. AI made me lazy. I say make this copy and pastable. Pastable. This is just gonna save me maybe 2 minutes, but 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Life is short, man. We gotta maximize our time. Cool. So now we're gonna replace these crazy looking titles with the ones that they provided, and we need to put it in order. I'm gonna ditch the extra small one. I don't think that, yeah, we don't need an extra small. Those are like for cats. And yeah, we're gonna put small, medium, large, XXL, and then we're just gonna copy these one by one. So I'm gonna say only do lbs, not pounds. I mean, not kilos. Little things like that. You know, the competitor was using a lot of Celsius and kilograms. We're going to simplify it, make it easier. All right, medium. Large. XL. Double XL. Sweet. Perfecto. All right, now we click back over to the preview. And then we need to change. Oops, I made a mistake there. And my mouse just died. 1 second. All right, I fixed my mouse. Let me exit that. I don't know why this is glitching like that. Instead of saying the name of the variant, it's saying like small up to 11 pounds. Let me see if I can edit that in here. Sometimes, guys, we run into these stupid little bugs and they can end up taking way more time than they need to. Let me make sure we're on the right product. This is the old one. Get over this one. Okay, product info, variant picker. That's why. Now we click save, and it should show the correct thing. Let me put it as name. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so now we've got color, we've got size. We almost don't even need to put the color one because it's like there's only blue available. I'm also going to change this because we have so many options. I'm going to change it to say drop down. I did a comma, so it does both of them. Just looks cleaner. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I am going to take away the blue color because it's a bit redundant and it just clutters everything up a little bit. So I'm going to go back to the product. I'm actually going to hide the other one so that way we don't get confused. I'm just going to check the box here and I'm going to put set as a draft. And then we're going to go click on color and we're just going to delete this. Let's hope it doesn't break everything. It's not. All right, so now we have that and we have the size. All right, we're making some real progress now. We need to nail the pricing and the offer. If you look at the competitor, you can see they've done a really good job at this. But I'll be honest with you guys, I have been filming for like 2 hours today. So I think we're going to pick up on this tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to fully finish the product page. We're going to do all of our images. We're going to make our Facebook ads. And I'm going to try to button up this entire thing so we will be ready to launch. But yeah, I would say from where we started a couple hours ago to where we're at now, let me show you the updated preview on mobile. Like, we're looking pretty good. We got ourselves a nice home page. We just need to get our product in there. Let me do that real quick. Make sure you add it to that homepage collection. We've got ourselves a nice looking homepage, and then we've got a product page that is absolutely coming along. Got all the text on there, got good pictures, icons, testimonials, everything. So we're making some real progress. We're gonna finish this up 100% in the next session, and we should be ready to launch pretty soon. So here's what we got so far. We've got I would say 70% done product page. We've got our template set up. We now need to go through and create the product images and build out the offers. I'm gonna go ahead and build out the offers and pricing first because it's very important. So to do this, we're gonna go back to the product section. We're gonna click on the dog mat and we can change each price individually based on the size. Now, I need to check two things. One, I need to check how much it costs per each. So we need to go check on our AutoDS dashboard. And then I want to see what my competitor is charging for each of these sizes. And we're basically just going to take their pricing. If we have the opportunity to do so, we can undercut them if our supplier is giving us this product for cheaper, which I think they are. So let's see. We're going to go to the product and we're going to click right here. And we're going to go to the variants. So these are the prices per. In this case, they're extremely cheap. This one is not costing us anything compared to what the other one was costing us. Pretty sure the other one was costing us a lot closer to like $20, $30 per unit. That honestly concerns me a little bit regarding the quality. So what we could do is we could do a sourcing request. And then with the sourcing request, we can see different versions and potentially get a better quality version of this. But regardless, we're getting this for around $1 for the cheapest one and around $5 for the most expensive one. So let's go ahead and come up with some prices. Let me just do this request in the background. Cool. So they'll come back to me in like 24 hours with a potentially better, higher quality version of this product. But for now, let me screenshot. The different prices and feed it to Claude and have it help me come up with the pricing for our product. So I'm going to go to variants here, and then we're going to screenshot this. Go back to Claude and paste that. And then we're also going to, let's say small is 54 and XXL is 99. So I'm going to also give it that information. Say, what should I price each size at my competitor is doing $54 to $99, 99 for double XL, 54 for small, and then everything in between. I think my competitors' cost of goods are much higher than mine, so we could potentially undercut them on this product. Okay, so we're gonna submit that, and then it's gonna help us come up with some pricing for our product. Not only are we gonna need a main price, but we're also gonna need a compare at price. So we're gonna cook up on all of this. In general, it's easiest to just use the prices that your competitor is using, because if they're getting sales on this, we know that this price is validated. But if we have the opportunity to undercut them, which in this case we do, we always should do that. The goal is not to be at a race to the bottom and to be the cheapest one in the market, but any little edge that you can get on your competition, you always want to take those things. So if you have the opportunity to cut somebody's price by a couple bucks, if you have the opportunity to throw something in for free for the product, these are things that you want to be doing. If you have the opportunity to introduce a new size or a new color that your competitor is not doing, these are the things you want to be doing, because it's going to make you stand out from the crowd and ultimately give you that edge. Dropshipping is a game of edges. You want to try to find areas where your competitors are lacking and improve upon them. So let's see what it's saying right now. It's just yapping. Come on, give me the prices, brother. Thank you. All right, so these are the prices that it recommends. It says $44.95. I don't like 95. I always do 99. So let's just kind of start copy and pasting these prices over. And the easier way to do this is check all and click on bulk edit. And it's going to give you this thing right here. And then on the columns, you can also add the compare at price. So now we can just click, and then we can double click and paste. So I'm going to do $44.99. And then what's the next one? They say $52.95, but that's a weird number. I like clean round numbers. So let's do $49.99. Then this one's $59.99. That's fair. And this one is $69.99, and the other one's $79.99. All right, and then as for the compare at prices, I want to lean closer to 50% off. So if it's 40, let me just copy and paste it. It's faster. So I'll say, give me the compare at prices for this at 50% off. I always typically like to do 50% off. And I'm going to change this because we got it on like a overkill version. We're just going to do Sonnet, and we're going to just do low. This is going to allow us to get responses way faster. So, and let me paste these prices. All right, so now you're going to get responses like at the snap of a finger. It's literally making fun of me for being retarded. It's like, if these are the sale prices, all you have to do is multiply it by 2. It's like, I know that, bro. I just am lazy. That's why we use AI these days. Okay, don't judge me, Claude. What are they running? Yeah, I mean, they're doing the 50% off, so we might as well do the same thing. So 99, boom, 199, $39, and $59. Okay, so now we have accurate pricing for our product. And the margins on this thing are kind of insane. I mean, if we're fulfilling it for the price that it says here on AutoDS, which is like anywhere from $1 to $5, not including the shipping. I mean, on our cheapest version, we're going to be getting a profit margin of over $30, which is solid. That's exactly what I like to look for in any product that I'm testing. So we're looking super good on the margin side of things. And now if we go back to the preview, it should have updated our prices. Yeah. So now it's looking much better. The next thing that we need to do is set up bundles the way that these guys have their bundles set up. It's the same way I set it up on all of my stores. Here's another one, for example. I set up bundles with this app right here called Kaching Bundles, and I always like to give away items for free, just like the competitor is doing on the other website. And the logic behind this is very simple. People have the opportunity to go buy this same exact product on Amazon. They absolutely can just go get the product on their own. So, how can we stand out and get them to make that impulse purchase? Well, it comes down to having a great offer. And at this stage of the video, I really want to get super in depth about the offers. Essentially, the offer is whatever you're promising that the person is going to get if they buy from you. A lot of times, people will just put a offer of a discounted price. That is what they will just stop at, and that's fine. That will get you some results. But if you really want to have success, you need to start implementing serious offers. You need to start implementing irresistible offers. Like, check this out. So I can buy one of these mats for 54 bucks, or I could buy one, get one free, and I get free chews, free balm, free paw cleanser, free glove wipes, and that's all the same kit. But you get, basically, they say you get one for free. Whoever cooked up this offer made it very confusing, by the way, but the idea of it is very good. You get all these things, $90 worth of stuff for free. Well, then you say, okay, well, if I go on Amazon and get it, I'm not going to get all these things. So that's a pretty good deal. I'm going to pull up the one that I did here, for example. This is the Pilates Power Pack. So you get the reformer, and you get free socks, you get a free PDF, and you get a free sweat belt. These are things that you have to do. I'll show you another great example. This is a store that is doing over $1 million a month right now. And you can see they do the product, and then they do a 30-day program. They do a community. They give you a free belt, toning cream, detox tea. So offers are crucial. Like, you need to have an irresistible offer. So in the case of this product, I think the competitor has done a good job here. They do a paw cleanser and they do pet glove wipes. But I want to ask Claude if it has any other ideas of products we can do for a free gift bundle. So I'm going to say, this is my competitor's offer. I also want to do a free gift bundle. Can you give me some better product ideas instead of the ones that they're using? Something that is cheap and easy to fulfill. I want to do 2 or 3 free gifts with the offer. So it's going to cook that up. In the meantime, let's take a look at our store on mobile. And also let's get downloading the app that we need to do this. It's called Kaching Bundles. So click right here on apps and then go install Kaching Bundles. I'm not going to make you guys install a ton of apps, but this is literally one that you cannot live without. So make sure to get it. And yes, I am drinking matcha. This is what happens when you become Unk. All right, so we can do the free trial. You are going to get charged 15 bucks a month, but this is an essential app. You need this, like, no question about it. Okay, so inside of here, there's a bunch of different options. My 2 favorite are the progressive gifts and the simple quantity breaks. For now, let's do the quantity breaks, because what this does is it allows us to put different things based on how many they get. So what we can do, and what I've had a lot of success with, is pretty much something similar to what the competitor is doing. So we can say buy one, and then we can also do the buy one, get one free. So we could do 1X Frost Mat 2.0. And then we can leave the label as is. And then for the second one, we can do exactly what they did. We could say, actually what I'll do is I'll do buy 2, get 1 free. So then they get 3 mats. So this one will be most popular. We'll change the quantity to 3. And then we need to do so we put buy 2, get 1 free, and then we can click right here on add gift, and then we can put multiple gifts. So first we'll give them another frost mat for free. And then we can add more gifts. So let me go and click add gift, single gift. We're going to plug in some more gifts here, but for now, let's just get the template set up. So now they're going to get another free mat, and then they're going to get 2 more gifts. So this is great. We'll go ahead and click save. The color scheme is not aligned with the store, so we'll fix that in a second. But first, we need to enable this on our store. So click on whatever it says, activate app embed. And then just click this checkbox right here. And then hit save. Cool. So now it's going to pop up on our product page. There you go. And now we can also get rid of this. We could even remove the other price because it shows the price is there. And as you guys can see, now it's starting to look like a legit store. I don't know why it's green. That doesn't look good on our branding. We're going to go ahead and switch it to black. So let's go back to Kaching. Okay, so now I want to change the style of it because I don't really like it being all green and stuff. So we'll change that to black. Change that to black. The other little things having a hint of color, I don't mind it actually. It looks kind of nice. Maybe instead of the green, we'll make it more like a bluish. Copy that. That's a little bit more on brand, I think. That's a little too much. Maybe something like this. Because it's supposed to be frosty, right? So let me just tone it down a little bit more. Maybe like that. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll hit publish on that. Now, there's still a couple things I need to fix with this. I don't want it to say standard price. Get rid of that. 1X Frostmat 2.0 is maybe a lot. So 1 Frostmat. All right. And then we don't really need to say anything else here. Now, this one, we want this to be selected by default. I also don't need save and use save. So I'm going to take away this one. And I'm going to put get for the whole. I'm just gonna say I'm just gonna leave it as is, to be honest. We could put something else there, but there's already a lot going on. So I will leave this. Maybe what we can do is we can put +3 free gifts. That's nice. In this case, it's 2 free gifts. All right. And now we can hit publish on that. Okay. The next thing that we need to do is get the gifts in place. So let's see what Claude came up with the gifts ideas. Pet cooling bandana. Let's see what that is. Never heard of that in my life. Just be making stuff up these days. That's not really that good. If you want ideas for gifts and upsells, you can easily just go to Amazon and then go find the listing of the product that has the most sales, like this one. And then we want to look for what else pops up in here. So this is like a cooling blanket. That's pretty interesting. And then this is like an absorbent mat. That's a little different. They give a travel bag right there, but I would probably do the blanket, honestly. I think the blanket's pretty interesting. Maybe it's a little too similar though. Let's see what else we can find in here. The one product that the competitor did use for the upsell that I liked was the paw cleaner. So we can definitely use that one. But I want to see like dog summer products. Just trying to get ideas. This is cool. Dog sunscreen. I never heard of that in my life. And this is a dog paw protection mat, wax for hot pavement. Let me see if we can find some good dog sunscreen option. The dog sunscreen is really, really a good idea. Never have I heard of somebody putting sunscreen on a dog, but it seems like a new trend. Yeah, so this is cool. Let's do this one. So let's take this one. And then we'll go and we will go to apps, back to AutoDS, and we'll import this to our store. You can do a lot of stuff here inside of the app, but I just like doing it from the platform. It's way easier for me. All right, add products. In this case, we're not going to have to do as much editing as we did before, so that's going to be nice since we're just having it as a gift. So we'll do the sunscreen and what else? What else? This is like a cold, super cold dog bowl. It's kind of an interesting. Yeah, we can call it like a cooling dog bowl. So I'm just trying to find the steel dog bowl. All right, I'm getting to that point where I'm overthinking the little stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and use this. It also matches our color scheme too. And we'll import that. Okay, it's all imported now. We've got the dog bowl. So I'm gonna click on this and then we're gonna change it. We're gonna make this stupidly simple. We can just go ahead and import it and then we'll change it on Shopify. The other one is still uploading, but let's go to the product section. Let's see if our bowl is in there. It is. We'll call it just cooling dog bowl. For the free gifts, it really doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything except for update the pricing. So for now, I'm going to delete the other variants, and I'm just going to say that this is $9.99. Yep. And then now we can go to free gifts, and we can select, and then boom, cooling dog bowl. Free cooling bowl. And then once the other gift is imported, we can add that one as well. Let me go and check on it while we're waiting. All right, now we got the dog sunscreen, which again, I still think is a bit of a ridiculous product, but it's selling. People are buying it. And it makes sense with the offer that we're running. So it's also costing us next to nothing to fulfill. So I rate that. I mean, it's a strong angle to lean on, and it's a new mechanism. So we support that. So anyways, it's imported now. Let me go to products. And then let me change my posture. And then let me change the title of this, say dog sunscreen. Cool. I'm going to change the picture to this one because it looks cleaner. And then we're going to put the price at $9.99. Another thing that we need to do is we need to click where it says right here, sell when out of stock, and then hit continue. We're going to actually need to do that on all the products. I forgot to do that, but we'll fix it right now. The reason for this is that we're going to be dropshipping anyway. So in the beginning, we don't really need to track inventory like that. It doesn't really matter. And it's also going to be super glitched otherwise. So just go to all your products and then do what I'm doing here. Go down, check all the variants, click these 3 dots, and then click continue selling when out of stock. Alrighty. Now, when we go back to Kaching bundles, we can add the other free gift. All right. I don't know why the image is incorrect, but it should update. I can update it manually too. Let me just go get the image from the product page itself. Show you guys how to do that. Go to the product, go to dog sunscreen, click on the image, click on up here and download it, put it in your store folder, then go back to Kaching, and then click on edit image, and then put it right there. I jumped the gun and did it a little too fast, so that image is not gonna load. Now it's good. All right, now we hit publish, and we've got ourselves a pretty nice looking offer. The only thing that I wanna do is fix this price. So like you see how it says like $76.50, it's a very strange price. We can hit fixed price, and then what we'll do is we'll do $79.99. So let's ask it, what's our margin on buy two, get one free for $79.99? I just want to see how much profit margin we have to work with here. I think we're going to be pretty healthy though. As long as we got, $40, $30, $40 to spend per customer, we're in a good spot. So it says, let's see. No, you should definitely still come today. I'm just letting you know what's going on and what I discovered. All right, so we have really healthy margins on this. We have around $48 to $60 gross profit with the buy two, get one bundle. That's not adding in the free gifts, but in total, to fulfill the free gifts, it was nothing. It was like a couple bucks here and over here, literally like pennies. So maybe it's gonna add an extra $5, but we've got really healthy margins on this. So now I'm gonna go ahead and click on publish. And then we're gonna take a look at our offer and our bundle. And you guys are gonna see that this is finally starting to look like a legit store, something that is actually able to go out and get sales. All right, let's click on the frost mats. And there we go. We've got our benefits, we've got our bundle here, we've got our free gifts. And then what's really cool, and the reason why I love Kaching so much, is that with the free gifts, when you click add to cart, let me click it. When you click add to cart, it automatically adds the stuff in the cart and it makes it free. So to the customer, it looks really good. Like they're like, oh wow, I'm getting this for $0, I'm getting this for $0. It really helps a lot with conversions. So in the next section of this video, we're gonna touch up these images. Even though honestly, off the rip, these images are nice, we're gonna work with AI to make them even better. And then we're gonna be done with this website and we can start working on ads and get this thing launched. But I'm really happy with what we got so far. It's time to finally put the finishing touches on it. All right, let's talk about product images. Product images are without a doubt one of the most important parts of your entire website. Humans naturally, especially shoppers, are very visual. You can put the perfect words on your website, you can spend hours writing all the best copy, but at the end of the day, the majority of the people's attention is going to go to the photos on your page. Think about your own browsing experience when you shop online. You're gonna go to a page, you're gonna swipe through the pictures, and then if you're interested, you're gonna read more about the product. You also have to keep in mind that your consumer is coming from a platform like Facebook or TikTok, where they're being spammed with high dopamine content, videos, pictures, funny stuff, very dopamine, cortisol spiking content. So your images not only have to be appealing, they have to also sell your product and they have to get the people's attention. So when we do our product images, it is not something to just brush over. We're not supposed to just take the pictures from our supplier and leave them on our store. Sometimes we get lucky. Sometimes we get blessed, and our supplier actually provides really good images for us to use for our products. And in the case of the one that we're doing right now, there are some great images, but they're still not up to par. And these are the things that you can do to get an advantage on the competition, spending that extra time to make great images. Now, it used to be very difficult to make good product images. You either had to take pictures from the internet and do some Photoshop jujitsu and make them look insane with your own skill, or you had to pay somebody to go to a studio and shoot your product professionally, which honestly, none of us have the money to do that. These days, it is easier than ever to make the dopest product photos of all time because AI will literally do everything for you and it can do anything. I can take a picture of this peppermint and I can say, put this peppermint on the top of the Eiffel Tower and make somebody doing a handstand while they're holding it, and it's gonna do it. There's no limitations to what you can create, and that is amazing. So right now, we're going to make some super clean images for our product. I want to show you an example, and we'll look at actually a couple examples together of some good product images. This is a case study store that I built for my private mentorship community. And by the way, if you guys are interested in that, there is a link in the description for you to apply to work directly with me and my team. But you can see right here, especially if we shrink it down to the mobile view, where do your eyes go immediately when you come to this page? Immediately, your eyes go to this text right on top of the image. It instantly grabs you and it makes a big, bold claim that you will be able to lose 200 calories in just 15 minutes a day. We are selling the main benefit of using this product. And that is crucial for a great image. We're gonna look at a couple other examples together, but let me show you the rest of these images. This first image not only sells the main benefit of the product, but it shows the product and it also gives them an offer. This is a great product image that will convert extremely well. As for the rest of the images, again, we like to focus on the benefit of the product, showing somebody using the product live. We like to talk about all the things that they can get from the product. All these are AI, by the way. These are 100% AI generated pictures. Not even this woman is real or these women are real. So none of them are real. It's fully AI. And then we just show the product kind of in a hero shot with some other benefits. We show some of the other features right here that it has resistance built in. And then we do testimonials of the product. This is the basic template that I like to use for the product images on my site. Let me show you another one. This product page was converting at around 7%. Which if you know ball, that's pretty incredible for a dropshipping store. And again, you can see we put a big, clean claim right on top of the page. We show the product. We focus on what they are going to get from using the product. We don't sit here and talk about all the features and everything. We focus on what they're going to get. Blackheads gone in 5 minutes. We show the results from using the product. We show the different flavors or whatever, the different styles we have. And then we also include a guarantee on this one as well. And the guarantee is super powerful. The product images templates that I use, it's not one size fits all. It's dependent on the product. This same thing is not going to work for every product because obviously they're not all, a cosmetic. The other one is more like a fitness product, but the principles stay the same. And the principles are that we want to show them what they're going to get from using the product. We want to show them what they're going to, the end result. Because remember, people are not buying a clay mask stick. They're not buying a plastic tube of clay. I mean, I guess they are, but no. What are they buying? They're buying clear skin. They are buying confidence. They are buying the ability to attract a more suitable partner in their life. They are buying better intimacy in their relationship. Call me crazy, but what I'm saying is very true right now. When people buy cosmetics, when people buy fitness-related products, they're not not buying the product itself. They're buying the dream. They're buying the end result. Nobody wants this hunk of plastic in their house, but everybody wants to have their dream body in just 15 minutes a day. Okay. So I'm really emphasizing this before we go into the product images so you can understand the principles, because the principles matter more than anything else. So the first question you have to ask yourself when generating these images is, what is a person buying when they're buying a product like this? I've mentioned it a few times in this video, but the people are buying happiness for their pet. The people are buying comfort for their pet. The people are buying peace of mind for themselves as being a pet owner. So that's what we need to sell. Okay, we need to sell to these people that this product is going to give them those things. So let's take a look at our competitor and get some inspiration on how they are doing this, because that is always the best first step. So the competitor has done a really good job of showing the heating effects of the product. And in comparison to our listing, where it's placed on this very cheesy ice cube background, we can actually see the product here live and in full effect. So I want to do something a little bit more like this. And you guys are going to be blown away at how simple it is to execute something like this. Now, our competitor has basically focused their entire page on the smaller dog here. I think they show other dogs, but to stand out from our competitor, I want to focus our listing on the bigger dogs. Matter of fact, let me see, based on research, which are the dogs that are most dealing with overheating. Which type of dogs overheat the most in the summer? I want to see which dogs are having this issue. So it says French bulldogs, English bulldogs, pugs. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like the Frenchies, I always see them. They're freaking sweating like crazy. And I have an American bulldog or an American bully, and she is always panting and getting super hot. Whereas like a corgi is not really having that. So we know that this style of image is really good for them. And we're going to revisit this a little bit more when we get into the ads of figuring out our customer avatar. But maybe we're going to take the same template that's working for them, but apply my principles and also change the dog breed to being one that is a little bit more on brand with this problem. Okay, so let's get started. The tool that we're going to be using to do this is called Higgsfield. Higgsfield right now is the best tool on the internet for generating images and videos. It is absolutely freaking ridiculous how good this website is. All this stuff that you're seeing right now on screen is generated by AI. It's actually scary how good it is. Like, it looks like real life. I think we're about 2 years away from full on movies being produced with this that people are watching and not even knowing that it's AI. Like, it's crazy the stuff that you can generate on here. So let me show you how to use it. This is not a free tool. It's free to sign up, but you have to buy credits. But they're pretty cheap. I think they cost like a couple cents per credit or something. So this is like non-negotiable. You need this tool. I couldn't live without this tool in the modern era. Not having this tool is like the equivalent to not having internet in the AI world. You need stuff like this. And just so you can understand, because I know you guys are gonna be like, well, doesn't ChatGPT generate images? Doesn't Gemini generate images? Yes, it does. What Higgsfield does, though, is it basically has all of the models, meaning all of the computers from those companies, and you can use them inside of here. Think about this as like a toolbox. Like you can pay for a hammer, or you can pay for the entire toolbox with every tool that you might ever need. Okay. And y'all would think I'm sponsored the way I'm glazing this product, but it's really that good. So what we're gonna do first and foremost is we're going to take this picture from our competitor. So a lot of times when you come to a competitor's store and you try to right click on their images, it's not going to work. You see nothing's popping up here. There's extensions that we can use to fix that. One of the extensions actually comes from TrendTrack. You guys saw me using TrendTrack earlier in this video, but they also have a Chrome extension. I use Google Chrome. I love Google Chrome. The TrendTrack Chrome extension is incredible because watch this. We can click right here on the magic tools. We can remove the protection. So now we can right click on their thing and download it, which is crazy. But then also they even have a thing to toggle download buttons. So you could just click right here and boom, now you got your competitor's best photo. So we got this photo now. We can bring it back over to Higgsfield and we can drag it into here. I'm gonna change this to auto and let Higgsfield decide which model it's gonna use. But the first thing that I want to do, I wanna change this dog with, I guess we'll probably do the French Bulldog. I think, what did it say? What did it say was the most overheated one? Yeah, it said English Bulldogs and French Bulldog. Let me see the English Bulldog again. He looks like an overheater for sure. So what we can do is we can find one of these dogs. Maybe this guy, he looks a little tired. I'm trying to find one that looks a little tired. We can get a picture of one of these dogs and then we can feed it. Maybe let's try this one. We'll copy this. And then we go back to Higgsfield and we can feed it both images. And now, just as we've been talking to all the other AI models, we can talk to Higgsfield. We can say, I want to change the dog in the first image with a dog that looks like the one in the second image. Make sure that the dog is laying down, matching a similar posture as the first dog, and make the image look natural. Don't change anything else about the image except for the dog. Because we want the dog to look like he's comfortable, it's probably smarter that we don't have a panting dog. So I didn't really think about that, but as I was typing the message, I came up with that. So let's get one that looks like he's chilling. English Bulldog chilling. There we go. No. He's kind of chilling right there. Let me see. But he's a little too sleepy. Now he's chilling. Trying to find a good picture. And I'm just very picky about these little details, so bear with me, y'all. But I want to find just a good picture that we can use that everybody's happy with. He just looks sad. Why do all these dogs look so sad? Let me use a French Bulldog. He probably gonna look less sad. Yeah, the French Bulldog look way happier. Yeah, like this guy right here. Yeah, exactly. The English Bulldog is too depressing for me. Okay, boom. Paste that in there. Now, down here, it's gonna have the different aspect ratios. We're gonna leave it at 1:1, which is a square image. We wanna only use square images for our website. And then also the quality, we're gonna leave that at 2K right now. We don't need to put it at 4K. And then the batch size, when we do this, it's gonna generate 4 unique images. So they're all gonna have slight variations so we can pick which one we like the best. Now, I'm just doing this to get an idea of the image. Once it replaces the dog, then we're gonna go and we're gonna fix the other elements. We're gonna change the text. And we also need to remove cool paws. And we also need to change the mat to not be the leaf, but to be the rectangular one that we're using. So let's let it generate and see what it cooks up. Like, are we being for real right now, guys? Like, is that not the cleanest edit you've ever seen? It replaced it right here. It replaced the cool paws, and it didn't replace the cool paws. It replaced it right here, and it replaced the dog, and it's flawless. And we have multiple variations. But this is why I always generate 4, because as you can see, like, it didn't change the dog on the bottom, but this one's fire. So now we can put it back into Higgsfield again, delete this prompt. But this app is so crazy. Like, if you didn't think we're living in the future yet, let this be the testament to that. So now let's go back to our website, and I want to get a clean picture of the mat itself. So these images are not blurry, but for some reason they are appearing blurry, but they're not blurry. I already double checked that. So let me go get it directly from here. So I need a clean image of the mat on the floor. So yeah, like this one. So I'm going to screenshot this. And now we're going to go back to Higgsfield. And then we're going to say, replace the leaf-shaped mat with the blue mat in the second photo. Do not change anything else about the photo except for the mat. And make sure the dog is laying on top of it in the exact same way. The photo should look the exact same. The only thing that should change is the mat. And sometimes you got to talk to it a little bit like that because it can make stupid mistakes. Like you have to make it undeniable what you're looking for out of it, and it'll give it to you. Well, we'll see. But now I'm trying to get it to replace the mat with the leaf one with the one that we're selling. And then after that, all we're going to have to do is just change the text on top of the screen. We'll use Claude to come up with some really good text for the top of it. We're not going to have to come up with that ourselves, but let's see if it successfully changes the mat because that's a pretty big change. It might mess it up, and if so, we're going to have to hit it with a couple more prompts, but let's see. I would say the one thing where Higgsfield kind of can fall short sometimes, it did it perfectly. But the one thing where Higgsfield can fall short sometimes is like if you ask it the same question many times or give it the same photo many times repeatedly, it will start to mess it up really bad. But in this case, it's just passing with flying colors. I mean, here's 4 flawless generations here. So let's copy this one. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do is come up with some copy for the headline and the guarantee. So let's open up a instance of Claude with our project that we created earlier today. This project already has some information of the product because we have been speaking to it. But now let's feed it the image that we just made. And then let me go and feed it this image. And then we'll tell Claude, please, bro, I'm sitting here saying please to AI, bro. What are we doing? Change the headline. No. All right, lock in. We need to change the headline on the first image. Help me come up with some good short headlines in the style of the second image. Headlines that promise a big result in a short time frame with a guarantee of it being free. This is a cooling dog mat. I just brain glitched there. Let's just start working and let's bounce ideas with it. You don't have to say please to the AI, but the reason why I say please to AI is because if you guys ever saw iRobot, man, I think they are coming back for us. So you guys have to be nice to these guys. These Waymos on the street are gonna start running over everybody. So it says cool down in 60 seconds, 9% instant chill, no more heating in 5 minutes, cool in seconds, panning stops in 5 minutes or it's free. I kind of like that one. Let's try it. So maybe we just do up to 9. Let's try a couple different ones. First, let's do the one that they recommended. So let's do panning stops in 5 minutes or it's free. Back to Higgsfield. We're going to paste our favorite iteration of this. I like this one because there's no logo on it. It makes my life easier. And then we're going to do I want to change the text on the top of this image. Do not change anything else about this image. But I want to change the text to replicate the style of the text in the second image exactly. Do not change anything else about the image. Keep it exactly the same. Okay. Let me paste that. And you guys will see, like when I first started using AI, I had all these like copy and paste prompts that I would use. I would make sure everything was like by the books, but these days I just talk to it like a normal person and I get way better results. For very, very complicated projects, you can ask Claude to give you prompts. Like if we didn't have base images and we needed to generate an image from scratch, I would use Claude to help me cook up that idea. But when we have an image and we just want to make minor changes to it, we can talk to it just like this. So hopefully now it'll give us one with a better headline, and then we can plug that into Higgsfield one last time to get rid of this cool pause branding, and then we will have an image for our site. This is the same tool that we're going to use to generate our ads as well, but we'll visit that once we get there. Let's see if it did it correctly. Yeah, this is clean. It's not like, I don't really love the styling of it because as you can see, like the text maybe doesn't really match the aesthetic of the rest of the image. And I also don't really like the claim now that I'm reading it. So let's try to generate it with a different claim. And also let's use this style instead, like a more chunkier style. The thin style doesn't look so good on this page. So let's throw this in there and then let's use a different one. Let's do cool down. Let's do up to 9 degrees cooler in 60 seconds, or it's free. Yeah. Make sure the second line, or it's free, is in bold / emphasized. All right. We're giving it a big task here, but it should be better this time. I was 9% cool, 6 seconds free. Okay. One thing that it really did that's like just incredible, like it's just little stuff like this. Look at how it put the text behind the dog's ear and it cropped the dog in front of it. Like, bro, like that's details, man. Like if you try to do that in Photoshop, it will take you a good, like, I mean, for me, maybe like 2 minutes, but for anybody else, maybe like 10, 15 minutes, because you have to like manually click and pen tool around the ear, but it just did it. All right, if this works, then we pretty much have a finished image. The first image is the most important image. Like when we look at all the successful dropshipping stores, that first image is always where you're gonna put the majority of your attention. The rest of the images are very important too, but the first one you have to nail because it is the first thing they see when they come to your site. All right, this is really good. This is really, really good. Sweet. So now the last thing we need to do is get rid of where it says cool pause. So we copy this image and then say, replace the word cool pause with, oh man. The cool pause word is in the bottom right. I'm not even gonna say that. And then I want to see the rest of the images that we have. Because honestly, like off rip, I might just be able to use these supplier images for the rest of them because they're really clean. Like this is really nice. This is really nice. So, all right, let's see Higgsfield. See what you got. Watch it mess up now. The easiest task I gave it the whole time, and it just like replaces the whole image. There you go. No, of course not. So now we've replaced the text of Vomay. We've changed the dog. We've changed the mat. We put the headline. We now have our hero product image. And this is where we got now. This is what we started with. We completely changed this image for our website, and we have our own fully unique piece of content. So now we can click right here on download. I'll call it, to stay organized, we can make a new folder for this too. I'll call it 1 because my first image. Then we can go back to our website, and then we can replace that super cheesy image with number 1. For the sake of everybody's time in this video, I'm not going to do all my images custom on Higgsfield. If I was going to really launch this and put thousands of dollars into ads behind it, or not even that, if I was really like going to launch this and spend all my time on this store, I would take the extra effort. I mean, how much time did this take? It didn't take but 10 minutes. I would take the extra effort to do the rest of my images too. For the sake of this video, we'll do 2 more images, and then I'll just show you guys the finished product. Because now you guys see the process. I'm not going to walk you through the rest of these steps because we still have a lot more to do. But I'll do 2 more images, and then I'll show you the final images of this website. But before that, let me just preview this and make sure this image looks good, and we can say that we've got a certified hero image. Yeah, like, come on. Look at that. Looks amazing. So let's do the rest of the images, and then I'll let you guys know when I'm all done. Okay, so I pretty much finished up all my images now. We've got the main one. We've got one showing the product in the different scenarios. We talk about the technology behind the product. We show the size chart, and then we have a machine washable picture too, which I might get rid of. I wanted to jump back on here and show you guys how to generate this image because this is honestly very important. So what I want to do for this is screenshot this and then go back to Higgsfield and then say make a review image like this for a dog cooling mat. And then I need to tell them to remove the word Nuvio and replace with Vome. Make all the testimonials from the voices of people that are dog owners that were able to get a result from using this product with their dog being cooler and more relaxed and less anxiety. Write some good, realistic reviews and make it match the aesthetic of this image. Make sure all the text is extremely readable and there's no misspellings or typos. AI image generation is lacking in one area, and that is with text. But as long as you just let it know in advance, like to be on point, it will double, triple check everything and it should come back clean. This image is nice because it does something called trust, and getting people to trust you on these stores is huge. It's one of the biggest things, and that's why we put so much effort into the design, and having testimonials is very important for that. So let's go and see this final generation, and then we're gonna have all of our images that we need. We're gonna add like one more thing, I think, to button up our store, and then our store is gonna be ready to go, and we can finally start working on some ads. So I'll let you guys know when this is done. And so there you go. We've got all of our reviews. The only thing is our website is not really like a pink aesthetic. So I'm going to say, put this back through there. Oh, this is awesome. It did it with the freaking paw on the top. That's awesome. I didn't even tell it to do that. This is what happens when you say please to AI. Start doing things for you. Change it to a light blue color scheme, like an icy blue aesthetic. Keep everything exactly the same. Please and thank you. I love you. All right, chill. These are just the necessary things that you have to do when you're talking to AI so you can get the quality of work that you need, all right? Just don't worry about what we got going on. Just, this is necessary, okay? It's none of your business what you just saw. Just let me cook. Let me follow my process. You can do things the way you want to do them. I'm going to do them the way I want to do them. Let's see the image that it generates. See, look at that. You give it a compliment, it even starts adding extra shit on your page, like ice layers. I mean, that's money in the bank. Let's go. So we download that. We throw that on our store, and we are right as rain. We are ready to go. Let's go ahead and put this on there. Hit save. The machine washable thing it's let's just do it because we're here and we're working on this store together. And I want to show you guys the right way. I don't want to set you up for failure. Let's just fix this too. Let's just get the job done. So we'll throw this guy in there too. I don't know who in China came up with the idea to put all these on a freaking ski slope, but remove the ski slopes, make it look like a normal laundry room, and change the headline to say machine washable for easy and pain-free cleaning. I don't freaking know. Then once we got that image, we're good. But we're already super green. Like, let's look at the preview on mobile. Let's go here. Go preview. Nope, I'm messing everything up. Go here, products, dog cooling, mobile. Look at that. I need to get rid of this this little whatever you call this. How do we get rid of that? I forgot. But I don't like it. We need to get rid of it. There we go. Now we can actually read it. Boom. Image, fire, 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 fire. And this one should be ready now. There we go. Put that. I would love to have a corgi. I don't have a dog of my own. My mom has dogs and I go hang out with them. But corgis, they just look like they're fun. Like it just looks like a dog that every time that little guy would come around the corner, I would be like happy to see him. Anyways, let's put this. I put it in a different folder because I'm cooked. And now we've got all of our images successfully done. So I love doing the image generation. We're going to generate some more images together once we create our ads. But for me with AI, like the image generation is one of my favorite things. So as a final look at our product page, this is what we've got. This is our finished, buttoned up, ready to launch product page. We've got clean images with the clear benefit of what they're going to get from the product, showing the science of the product. We show the product in a lifestyle situation. We talk about what they're going to get for it and how it works. We show the sizes. We also show that it's machine washable. This image is still 50-50 for me, but it's fine. And then we also have the testimonials for trust. We've got the bundle. So we've got one for $44. We've got two, actually three for $79. This is our flagship offer. And this is where we're going to make the majority of our money because the margins on this are insane. If they click on add to cart, it's going to put it in their cart and they're going to get all this stuff for free. You're going to see this other stuff because I've been testing this cart, but this does work. Let me just delete the whole cart so you guys can see it firsthand. So if you go like this, now you're going to see you get one or you get two, and then you get one for free and all these things for free. Perfect. We've got the guarantees. We've got the payment badges. We've got the shipping estimate. We got some testimonials here. We've got some explanation of the products and benefits, comparison, FAQs, reviews. This is super nice, guys. I'm extremely happy with this product page. I think we absolutely cooked on this. And if you've been following along, hopefully you have something that is looking as good as this as well. Okay, so now that our product page is completely done, the last thing we need to do before accepting orders is do the settings on our store so we can actually start collecting payments. We need to set up an email so we can get our customer messages outside of our personal inbox. And then we need to do a test order on our store to make sure it's all working and we can hear our first cha-ching sound effect together live. So let's get into the Shopify settings. Okay, let's set up the settings for our store. Normally I would do this right away, but I figured that the only people that are actually going to launch a store are the ones that make it this far into the video. So I put it here. You go into your Shopify dashboard and we go down to the settings right here. Now, a lot of this stuff on my screen is probably going to be blurred throughout this because it's like my address and all my stuff. So just try to follow along as best as you can. We only really need to change a couple things. The first thing we need to do is go to where it says markets. So you click right here on markets. It's also on the left. Markets basically gives you the ability to sell products in other countries. Right now, we can only sell products in the United States. So what you need to do is click here on create market. To simplify things, we're just gonna call this rest of the world. When you have a big brand, there's going to be some restrictions to where you can sell, and we need to block certain countries. But in the beginning stages, we just need to have rest of the world, and we need to put every other country that's not the United States. So we're going to click right here on includes, and then we're just going to check all the boxes, and then make sure United States is not selected in that. So this is going to be every place that's not the United States. And then we click on save. That's literally all we have to do. And now our website is available to sell products all around the world. The next thing we need to do is fix the shipping rates on our store. Because right now, and make sure my new one is in there because I don't see it. There it goes. Because right now, if you go to make a purchase on this product, we are going to have a shipping cost. And in the beginning stages, my advice to you guys is to just do free shipping. People have a huge layer of friction when it comes to paying for shipping. So to simplify things, just do free shipping. What you want to do for that is go down to shipping and delivery. And then you're going to see that you have what's called shipping profiles. What you need to do is click on the general profile or whatever it says on your website. And now you'll see right here, shipping zones, domestic. For orders in the United States, these are the shipping options that we provide. 1 to 2 business days for $15, which is not correct. I told you guys already, we're drop shipping, so we're not getting products in 1 to 2 days. And we're charging $15 for it. That's not what we want. What I want you to do is delete both of these, okay? And then we're gonna click now on add shipping option. What I want you to name this is free insured shipping. All right, Poindexter. Free insured shipping. Rate type flat, $0. And then for transit time, we can just put none. And then we can go ahead and hit done. And now we've got free insured shipping. Or sorry, I spelled that wrong. I meant to say free standard shipping. Now, here's a little trick that I do on all of my stores. We can have a paid shipping option, okay? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna call this insured shipping. This basically means in case the customer loses their package, we give them a free replacement or a refund. But yeah, we're gonna call this express insured shipping, and we're gonna charge them $4.99 for it. And this can honestly make or break the success of your store, especially at scale, because a lot of people take this option. And that extra $5 is huge. Sometimes we're only having products that are having $20, $30 in profit. So that extra $5 is costing us nothing to fulfill on, and it really adds to our bottom line. So we're gonna save that. I already set it up for the international one. It's literally the same thing. You click add shipping option, boom, boom, fill out the same information, nothing changes. And now with that, our store is able to have good shipping options that are sorted for drop shipping. So when people get to checkout, they're gonna see free and express and free and express. And people can now check out in all the different countries of the world. So the next thing that we need to do is set up Shopify payments. This is what we're going to use to collect payments on our store. We're also going to be using PayPal, but Shopify payments is the main platform that we're going to be using. Once you get to the next step, it's going to ask you for a bunch of information. You need to answer this accurately, and you need to provide everything that they're asking for. One of the most common questions that I get at this point of the process is, do I need an LLC to run this business? And the answer is, from day one, no, you don't. You can start as an individual, and you can do this through your social security number or whatever it's called in your country and get started with that. I advise any of you that are actually serious about this to set up an LLC. It costs basically nothing, and it gives you a much better foundation to stand on. Once you have an LLC, you can write off the expenses of your business on your taxes at the end of the year. So let's say you make $1,000 in profit with your business. If you do that under your personal name, you have to pay $1,000 worth of taxes or whatever the tax rate is on $1,000 in your country. Versus if you have an LLC, whatever you spent on your business, and throughout this process, guys, we've spent some money. We've spent on our Shopify plan, we spent for AutoDS, we spent for all these tools. Let's say that's $500. You can deduct that $500 from your profit margin. And now instead of paying tax on $1,000, you're only paying tax on $500. Having an LLC is very important. I understand if it's like thousands of dollars to do it, but it literally costs next to nothing. And I actually have a way for you guys to get it for pretty much free. This is a company that I work with anytime I want to set up my own LLC. It's called Prime Corporate Services, and they're gonna be able to set up an LLC for you guys for $0. The only thing you have to pay is the local state fees in your area, which is next to nothing. So at this stage of your journey, I recommend you guys just bite the bullet and get set up with your own LLC, because at some point you're going to need it. With an LLC, not only can you write off your expenses, but you can also get a business bank account. You can also get business credit cards. And I don't want to get too deep into this, but you guys probably don't know, but if you have personal credit, right? And your personal credit is not that great and you're struggling to get credit cards, if you have an LLC, it has its own credit. It's its own entity. It's separate from yourself. So with a new LLC, you can get access to really good credit cards that can help you grow your business. It's essential to have an LLC. You need to get it at some point. You don't need it to start your store, but you're going to need it eventually. So for all of you guys, if you made it 3 freaking hours into this video, I know you guys are super serious about this process. Get the dang LLC. I'm gonna put the link in the description. You can schedule a call with a person from this team and they'll walk you through the whole process and tell you what it's gonna cost for you in your state. But anyways, going back to this, you need to fill out all of these steps right here. I'm not gonna do this on this video because it's like extremely sensitive information for me. But yeah, that's what you need to do. And once you do that, you're gonna have Shopify payments enabled on your store and you'll be able to start collecting payments. Okay, so once you've got your payments set up and you've done your shipping settings, the last thing we need to do is make our store public, because as of right now, our store is currently protected by a password. If you go look at this store on an incognito tab, you will see that the store is blocked by a password. So once we turn that off, our store is going to be officially live. All we got to do is add a store address. So let me plug in my address. You can just use your personal address for this. And now we can click right here on remove password. And our store is officially live. If we click right here on view store, we can see that our store is officially live. The last thing that I would do with this store is put some better products here. I would take the time to get some products looking as nice as this one is, because you can see it's like noticeably different. But the product page itself is looking incredible. We've got everything we need, all of our pages, our logo, our images, reviews, our domain, our settings. Everything is done and buttoned up with this store, and this is ready to launch and start getting orders right now. So now that the store is all set up, I want you to download the Shopify app on your phone and log in to your store through this app. And we are going to do a test order and get our first cha-ching together on this video. So let me get logged in and then we'll make a purchase and make sure that everything is working correctly. All right, so now we can do the test order on our store. To make sure you don't spend any of your own money, go to settings, go to payments, click on manage, and then go down to where it says test mode. This is going to allow us to make purchases without having to spend our own money on our own products. So yeah, let's go back to the store. This one's already in the checkout actually. Let me just plug in a bogus address real quick. All right, so we're here at the checkout. I just put in some fake information and we're in test mode, so it's just giving me like a test card. And now once we click pay right here, our first order should go through and hopefully we can hear what I like to say is the best sound in the world. Well, the order did go. There it is. There it is, baby. That is the best sound in the whole universe. And it's a symbol of our store being ready to go. It's a symbol of hope. That is the sound that used to keep me up at night at the beginning of my journey. And for me, that is the sound of freedom, bro. The sound of the Shopify sale is the sound of freedom. And you guys, if you've been following along, you just got your first sale. You got your first ever store set up. So most people at this point of the video have already checked out, but you, my friend, should pat yourself on the back because it's been a serious journey so far, but you've gotten through the hardest part of it. In the next section, we are going to launch this store to the whole world. I'm going to help you guys create some ads for Facebook. I'm going to show you how to set all that up, and we're going to get our actual first real sale on this business together. I know it's been a lot of work so far, so don't be afraid to take a little break and come back to this video when you're ready to start clicking on the ads. I'll see you over there. All right, welcome back. In this section of the video, I'm gonna teach you everything you need to know about Facebook ads. Facebook ads are the skill that made me a millionaire. I would go as far as saying it is the single most important skill that you need to have if you wanna make money with e-com. And the coolest part about Facebook ads is that this skill can transfer over into literally any other domain. Let's say you decide that you don't wanna run your own store anymore. If you have this skill set of running ads, you can go to other companies and you can charge them thousands and thousands of dollars a month just for this service. I mean, I have a guy on my team right now that I pay $7,500 a month just because of his ability to click buttons inside of the Facebook Ads Manager. Not only that, but there are local businesses in every single city that can benefit from having you run ads for them. This is not me making a pitch for you to go do a completely different business model, but the point is, it is so important to learn this skill because this is one of the most high value skills in the marketplace today. Now, we're gonna use it for our own good. We're going to use it to promote our company and grow our business. But once you master this skill, you basically never need to work a job again because you have value to provide to the world that you can literally go and make thousands of dollars a month with. Website design is being replaced by AI, as you guys saw. Product research is slowly being replaced by AI. But I don't think there's ever going to be a day where advertising will be fully replaced by AI. A lot of people are trying to do it and it's just not working. You still need that human input. So now we're going to talk about my entire strategy and how I've made millions and millions of dollars with Facebook ads alone. So there's a chance that some of you watching this are unfamiliar with Facebook ads altogether. The basic explanation is they are the ads that pop up while you're scrolling on Facebook and Instagram. I say Facebook ads, but really the platform is called Meta ads. And when you run ads through this platform, your stuff gets published on all of their networks, specifically and primarily Facebook and Instagram. The way that it works is that you give them money to place your ads on people's feeds that are likely to engage or purchase from your business. And the way Facebook is able to do that is because they know way too much about you. They probably know more about you than your girlfriend knows about you. They have all the data from every website you've ever visited because all of these sites in the world have a Facebook tracker, and I'll show you how to install that on your store. They have all this data from your browsing activity on Reels, from watching different videos, from the messages that you send to people. And yes, you can let this get a bad taste in your mouth, or you can realize that this is an opportunity for you to use this to your advantage. There are many different types of Facebook ads, and for you to really understand and identify them, I want to break down the 4 most common types of Facebook ads, and then I'm going to tell you the one that we're going to be focusing on for this training. So these are the 4 most common styles of Facebook ads. And you might be reading these names having no idea what they mean. By the end, you're going to have a crystal clear understanding of each of these. The first one that I want to talk about is called rips. Now, if you guys have been following other dropshipping trainings on YouTube, you've probably heard about this before. Essentially, ripping means that you are taking content from other creators on TikTok, usually TikTok Shop, and then testing your products with those videos. Kind of like this one right here. This is the product that we were considering, or the product that we're going to be selling. And you can see this account is running a video from somebody on TikTok Shop. So some guy made this video on TikTok Shop for this other company called Vegas Cape, and all they did was download the video and launch it on their ads manager. Now, this strategy, unfortunately, I don't make the rules. This strategy does work. And I would even go as far as saying that this is the easiest and fastest way to test products. A lot of the people that I know that are really in the drop shipping trenches, they test products with this every single time. And this usually will have the highest success rate because if you guys aren't familiar, TikTok Shop is a platform where you make videos selling products and you get a commission for every single unit that you sell. Well, you can go on a website like Kalo Data or Shop Shark, and you can see exactly which video was the top performing one. So we can literally go in and see which TikTok made the most money for this product. We can download that TikTok and we can launch it on our Facebook account and start getting sales. Like, this strategy works because you are using proven ads from day one. But all that glitters isn't gold, okay? There's a couple huge problems with it. And the first one is that you are risking a huge issue, which is getting your ad account banned or getting a DMCA, which is basically like a copyright strike. This is not technically legal or morally correct for you to go and steal somebody else's content for you to run ads for your dropshipping store. Like, obviously, you know that that's not the right thing to do. A lot of dropshippers do it. Even I've done it in the past. I'm not completely against this strategy, but it's not the end all be all. It's sort of like a means to an end. It's sort of like a quick way to just test the product, especially if you're somebody that has no budget. It's sort of a quick way to test the product and see if people are gravitating towards it, if the product is getting sales, if there's engagement. Okay. The other huge issue with this is that it has really high competition because I can go to the same websites like Shop Shark and I can see which ones are having the most money made, and we're all gonna see that. We're all gonna see, every dropshipper in the world is gonna see that these 10 videos are making all the money. So what happens? Everybody goes and downloads this video. Everybody goes and runs this video. So when that happens, Facebook notices that you guys are all running the same content and you get penalized for that. And as a result, you have a really short lifespan. A lot of times you'll find that when you run content like this, it'll pop. Like right away, it'll be like, you think you made it. You start looking at BMW M4s and you start looking at Datejust Rolexes on sale. And then 4 days later, it just dies completely. Why is that? Because people see that you're on the up and up with this product, kind of like how we're seeing right now. They go say, okay, boom, I'm gonna download that video. I'm gonna run this product myself. And then Facebook sees that there's 10, 15, 20 people running the same exact ad, and everybody gets clipped as a result of that. And you can't go report them because you're using stolen content too. Okay, so the last issue, it goes back to what I just said, is that if you're late, it doesn't work. So you have to not only catch trends so freaking early, but you also have to catch content so early. You have to be one of the first people to use one of these successful videos on TikTok Shop for this to ever have a chance. So rips, in my opinion, if we were doing like a tier list, this is like, I would say B tier or A tier, B tier or C tier. B tier or C tier. The other methods are a little bit more time intensive, but they're much safer and they work better for the long term. But yeah, if you're just looking for like a quick, dirty way to just get a product up and going really fast and see if it's performing well, this works. Okay. But I'm not going to teach you guys how to do that because that's not really what I preach to my people. Let's talk about the next strategy. The next type of ad, and my personal favorite for testing, is called a static. You can think of a static just as an image. All we're doing is creating still images that we're going to use for our ads. Let me show you an example of a static. So this right here is a static. It's a still image that makes a big promise saying the 11 times faster anti-aging secret, why 9 out of 10 switch from blah, 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 less than blah, 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 blah. You get what I'm saying? It's just a static, clean image. Statics work extremely well. If you scroll through the top performing ads over the last month, you'll see that it's about a 50-50 split between statics and videos. Statics are great and they have a lot of pros that outweigh the cons. So when we look at the pros of static images, the first one is that you are getting completely unique content from day number one. With the rips, as you saw, we're all using the same content. We're all competing against each other. It's bad. With statics, because we're making them with Higgsfield and doing it with AI, like I showed you before, we can get our own unique content from day one. And it's so freaking easy to create them. You guys saw me make all those custom images for my page over here. You know, you guys remember we made these super clean images for this product. You guys saw it took me maybe 10 minutes to make all these custom images. So we can cook up custom images so easy, and then we can use them as our ads. And when done correctly, this works extremely well for testing products. Now, the cons of this strategy is that it is like slightly less beginner friendly, but you guys already spent 4 hours with me. Like, you're starting to get the basics. Like, I wouldn't even call you complete beginners anymore. You're learning about this. The next thing is that you can't rip these. All right. So before, like, we could rip some stuff. You cannot rip statics. So like if I was going to go and run this product, I could not just download this and go run ads to this. I couldn't fully explain the science behind it. Okay. But Facebook just knows, like, they're too good, bro. They just know that this is somebody else's ad and they penalize you for it. What we can do is we can rip the format of this statics. And I'm going to show you how to do that later. And we can find what's already working and we just flip it a little bit. Okay. That's what we're going to be doing. We call it remixing. But for now, we're not going to get into that. The last thing that I would say is a con is that you do have to understand your audience. You're going to have to understand what they actually want. What is their pain point? When we look at the top performing statics here, you'll see they call out a very specific thing. Most dog toys last 10 minutes with a high drive dog. That's a very specific pain point. The people that have the very high energy dogs, they probably dealt with that before. These static image ads is very important that you call out a very specific problem that the person is having. Let me see if I can show you guys another example. Yeah, like this. This is very specific. This is like killing parasites and eggs inside of your stomach or whatever. This is sort of I don't have this problem, but there are people out there that have adult parasites and they see something like this and it really gets them going. So yeah, you need to understand your audience, but I'm going to show you guys how to do that as well once we create the statics. So don't worry, we're going to actually be able to pull all the top Amazon reviews and all these data points from our products, so we not even got to do the research ourselves. But those are statics. They're still images that call out a specific pain point for our customer. Let's get into number 3. Number 3 is also a static image, but it's slightly different. These are called natives. A native post is basically disguised as a real post. It basically is designed for somebody to see it and just think that it is a normal Facebook post from a regular everyday person. But within that post, there's extremely long text, and that text is telling a story that convinces the person that this product is going to actually get them some result. In my opinion, this is one of the best strategies for scaling. Big emphasis on scaling ads, because this gives you extremely unique one-of-one content with low competition, and it's hard to compete with somebody when they have a lot of native ads running. Let me show you guys this so you can understand what I'm saying. All right, so this right here, this is a native ad because it doesn't really have any text on it. It just looks like a normal image. Let me show you a better one though, because that one's kind of a little mix of both. Yeah, like this one right here. This one's not really that great, but you'll see it's sort of just like a regular post, like Whitmore Animal Hospital. I'm gonna lose my mind asking. It's like they're telling a story with a creepy looking image. Like again, same thing. It's showing ticks, and it's some product to get rid of ticks. I think I don't know, but it's just a picture that looks like it's coming from a regular person like Linda Hartwell. And then when you read into it closely, you will see that this story that she's telling, if your dog is scratching right now, I need you to stop what you're doing and read this. Not tomorrow, tonight. I spent all this money at the vet. 14 months, my vet said we were managing it. Nobody could tell me what was wrong. Then I found this article at 2 a.m. I figured out the problem. Skin barrier, collagen. I read it in one sitting and I understand more in 15 minutes than what my vet taught me. So if you spent hundreds of thousands and wondering why your dog is still scratching, read this article. All right, so now you've called out a very specific pain point. There's somebody with an itchy dog. They're gonna say, okay, boom, they click this. Now it's another native thing. It's an article. So they're like, oh, I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn about what's wrong with my dog. And this whole thing is designed to sell your customer the product with these AI pictures and this AI GIFs and this AI picture and this AI written story. It's all creating, I don't want to say a facade, but it's just creating a story that's kind of like building up for you to want to buy their product. And then at the even with the AI doctor, so, like some of the stuff dropshippers do, I really don't be getting down with, to be honest. But anyways, you click right here, and then you get to the product. So you're probably thinking like, well, that's absolutely crazy of a strategy, and it is. And that's why I said the con here is that it's extremely advanced strategy. Like this is a strategy for somebody who's already doing over $1,000 a day with dropshipping and wants to scale their product. Okay, but to do this, you got to understand copywriting. You got to understand customer psychology. You got to understand marketing at a way higher level, way higher level. So as a beginner, I know a lot of people are glazing this strategy right now, but as a beginner, I would not touch this. This is too advanced for most beginners. It has a really low hit rate too. Even I tested out this strategy on a case study store that I was working on, and I launched like 6 products, and I didn't get any of them to pop. And I've done dropshipping for over 10 years. So it makes me think, well, damn, as a beginner, like good luck. You're not going to be able to figure that out. You will. It's just going to take you a lot of time and a lot of money. So yeah, the last thing that I want to highlight about the cons of this strategy is that it's uncharted territory versus proven. When we're going to do my static strategy, or even with the RIP strategy, we are going to model our ads off of what is already working. When you're doing the native stuff, you're literally reinventing the wheel and coming up with something brand new from scratch, which an expert can do, but as a beginner, it's just not the easiest way to do it. All right. So that's natives. We're not going to be doing those in this video. Let's talk about the last strategy. Last strategy is called VSLs. This is when we do custom AI generated videos to sell our products. This is arguably the best strategy for testing and scaling ads. Most of my millions on Facebook ads have been made with videos just like this, because you can make videos that target a very specific pain point and you end up making a fully custom piece of content. These videos have the highest scaling potential out of any of the others, maybe except for statics, because you have your own piece of content and you're hitting a very specific avatar. So it just ends up being a wide open lane for you. Like for me with my brand, Sleep Band, we had ran one video for over 2 years profitably. I did over $1 million in sales with just one video. But this is not a beginner-friendly strategy. I mean, you could learn how to do it, but it's just going to be another couple of weeks of experimenting to learn how to make a great video. When I coach people inside of my mentorship program, which you guys can check that out at the link in the description. When I coach people inside of there, I used to teach them how to do VSLs. And I just found that for beginners, it's just too much hiccup, too much headache. Like they end up spending a month on their first product versus with a static, you can get a product launched in 2 days. Okay, so I would say this is the hardest strategy of them all. Not only do you have to be good at making videos, but you have to be good at writing copy. You have to understand your customers. Like it's like all the 3 strategies combined. Okay. And as a result of that, it requires weeks of testing, just like natives. And you really need to be proficient with AI. Like you need to be like good with not just typing prompts into Higgsfield, but like understanding how to prompt it correctly. Let me show you a good example of an AI VSL just so you could understand what this is looking like. And then we'll move on from this. Like it's very specific. It looks like it's coming from a real woman. She's calling out thyroid issues. Like it's very, 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 very specific. You know, here's another one here. Like this one's more like cartoon. They're doing like a song or whatever. This is so advanced that I don't even want to get you guys confused by seeing this stuff. What we're going to be focusing on in today's video to launch our product is static ads. Static ads work. They're really easy to launch, and they're going to be the thing that will get you guys to your first $1,000 day. Like, look at this brand, for example. Let's just check them out because they keep popping up here. Once this loads up, I'm going to show you. This is a brand selling a product it's like a dog ball. Simple ass product. Let me show you their product page. It's a herding ball. It's just a giant ball that you inflate. Simple product. They're selling this product pretty much entirely with image ads. You know? And these are AI for the most part. So it really can be this simple. And I'm going to show you how to do these type of ads because these are the best as a complete beginner. These guys now, they're doing 20 ads. They're launching new ads every day. They've been running this for 30 days. They're probably doing $1,000 a day with this super simple image ads. So that's what we're going to focus on in this training. But first, you guys need to make your own Facebook ads account. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that live and get it connected to our Shopify store. And then we will revisit this and start making our own ads and get them launched right now. Sorry for the time warp. It was a super busy day today. Had to take a break from filming. But now let's set up our Facebook ad account. My first piece of advice to you is to make sure you use a Facebook profile that has been around for quite some time. If you use a brand new Facebook profile, your ad account is going to instantly get shut down, or it's not going to spend any money at all. So just use your own personal account when setting up your ad account. If for whatever reason you don't have a Facebook profile, you can easily use a friend or a family member. Like this is my little brother's account, and I'm gonna be using this to set it up because he's never set up a business manager before. So it's sort of a fresh account. So the way you want to do this is come to facebook.com, click right here on the left side, and you have to do this on your computer, by the way. You can't do this on your phone. And then click over here where it says Ads Manager. If you don't see this on the left side, you can just look it up on Google, look up Facebook Ads Manager, and it's going to take you to this dashboard. Now, in this case, he's already launched like a little ad account because he tried to boost a post or whatever, but you might not see this screen. It might just take you to a page where it says create a new account. What I want you to do, regardless of that, is I want you to click over here into add account settings. And then over here, what I want you to do is click up on the top left and click on create a business portfolio. This is going to make a business portfolio where you can put all of your ad accounts, your Facebook pixel, which we're going to connect to our store in just a second. And sort of, this is the home base of your online store. So we can just call it Vomay, or you can call it something, personal, but we're just going to do Vomay. And then we're going to put his name, and then we're going to put business email. Let me just put something here. Okay, so after we've clicked create on that, it's going to load up a little bit. And then from here, it's going to give us the opportunity to create a new ad account. So it says nothing is available. You don't have any Facebook pages or anything. So what we're going to want to do is click on next again, and click on confirm. Okay, so now we have a business portfolio. You need one of these. You should not be running ads from your personal ad account that is connected to your account from day one. We need to create a business portfolio. From here, we need to click on select an option, and we need to hit create a new ad account. For this, I'm going to call it the name of our store. Make sure you select the correct time zone, and then check the box and hit create ad account. And that's pretty much all there is to it in terms of making your first Facebook ad account. There's a couple other things that I recommend you do. One thing in particular is going over here to billing and payments and making sure to right away add a credit card and make sure that this is a credit card that is not going to get declined. It's not going to charge you any money until you start running ads, but make sure that it's not going to get declined. Because if you get declined with your card on Facebook ads, your account instantly gets banned and you have to wait like 5-6 days for them to get back to you. It's a crazy, annoying freaking process. So yeah, first thing you need to do is go ahead and plug in your payment method. I'm not going to do this on this video, but you guys definitely need to do that. And then the next thing you need to do is go back to your Shopify dashboard, and we need to actually connect this store to this Facebook account. So the way we're going to do that is click on sales channels, and then we click right here on Facebook and Instagram. If that doesn't pop up, you can just search it up top and it's going to come right up. This is essentially an app that allows you to connect your store to Facebook's platform. And what it's going to do is install something called the Facebook Pixel. The Facebook Pixel is a little piece of code that tracks all of the actions that your customers take on your website. So the Pixel is going to track every time somebody comes to the website, every time somebody clicks add to cart, every time somebody clicks checkout, every time somebody makes a purchase. The Pixel is going to track all of that information so that we can understand if our ads are successful or not. So once you've got the app on your store, you can open it up and click on Get Started. You can click right here on Next, and then you need to connect your Facebook account. If you're already logged in, all you got to do is hit confirm, click allow. It's super easy. It's going to load up, and it's going to say that you don't have a Facebook page. You don't have something to run ads from. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on Create New Page. It's going to send us over to Facebook. We're going to name this page the name of our store. For category, we're going to call Pet Supplies, or maybe we can even just say like Home Goods. You don't have to put a bio. We can hit Create Page. And then we can put that icon image that we did before. Exit this. And I do recommend that you add a cover photo. So what I would do is I would just look up like Home Goods Store. And then we just go to images. You can just put like something like generic. Doesn't have to be home furniture store. You could spend the time to find some really crazy high quality pictures and make this really nice. And if you've got the extra time, I recommend it. But for now, we need to focus on the more important things. So we're going to go ahead and click done here. And now we have a Facebook page. So if we go back to this, we click cancel, you're going to see our Facebook page. And we can connect this directly to our business portfolio. Let's click on connect. All right, now we need to set up our pixel. What I recommend you click right here is maximum. And then from here, you click on save. That basically means it's going to track the maximum amount of activity on your website. Now, this is very important. We want to click right here on create new pixel. It's already done. We click confirm. It's going to ask for your contact. Put your website contact. So whatever your website contact is. In this case, we don't have a support email set up yet, but you just put the email associated to your store. So in this case, it would be like jwfreecourse. youtube@gmail.com, whatever it is. And then for the return window, leave it at 30 days. And then you check that box. And now you're able to submit it for review. And if everything is good, you should be all set up and all connected to Meta. So let's cross our fingers that we did everything correctly. All right, so our account is all set up. We are all sorted on Facebook, and we are able to run ads directly on that platform. It still has to do a couple other things for us to have our products synced to our Facebook account, but from day one, we don't need to do that. All that we needed to do was make sure that we have the pixel installed and our page connected. As long as we have that, we're good to go. I would also recommend that you change the shipping rates or just take them off completely and just hit confirm. So now that we have this set up, our Facebook page is officially ready to run ads. So in the next section of this video, I'm gonna help you guys create some ads live for this product right here. We're gonna do it together, and then we are going to launch those ads on Facebook and get our first sale. I'll see you there. All right, so the last thing we're gonna be doing in this video is creating a batch of ads and getting them launched on Facebook. Now, to do this successfully, we're gonna be using a method that I've been using for years that works for pretty much every single product. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use AI to do deep research from Reddit, Amazon, and all these other competitors to understand the best selling points of our product. It's gonna go and scan these other listings. It's gonna go and scan the reviews of our competition. It's gonna go scan these Reddit communities, and it's gonna help us understand what people actually want out of this product. So we're not just pulling it out of our hat trying to understand or trying to guess those things. Next, we're going to go on Trend Track and we're going to look and see for some ad formats that we can remix for this product. We want to find working ad formats within our industry that we can apply to our product. And then we're going to combine those two things together. We're going to take the research that we got from AI and we're going to take those formats that we know are working, and then we're going to create our own custom ads. Maybe it sounds a little complicated, but I promise you it's extremely simple. Now, you guys are in luck because you guys made it 5 hours with me on this video. So I'm gonna give you guys something that I only give for my private mentorship students. These people pay $5,000 to get access to this prompt right here and these other prompts and the coaching from me and my staff. I mean, it's truly an incredible program. The results are absolutely insane. I just had a guy text me the other day that he had his first $200,000 in sales. So if you guys are thinking about doing this and you want to work with us, you can check the link in the description to apply for that program where you can get access to all of my prompts. My team will pick a product for you, help you with building your store along every step of the way. It's a real incredible program that I pour my heart and soul into. But anyways, this is something that I give to the students inside of there. If you guys want to check that out, again, the link is in the description to apply. But for now, let's take a look at this. So this is what I call the customer language extractor. Basically what it is an expert market researcher that's gonna find real customer language about our product. We're gonna give it our product URL, we're gonna give it our category, we're gonna give it our competitors, and then we're gonna give it the communities on Reddit, and it's gonna do some deep research. So the first thing you need to do is open up ChatGPT. Now, I know I've been talking about Claude and stuff, but you have to use ChatGPT for this because it has unaltered access to the internet and it can actually scrape websites. Claude is not able to do that in its current state. So then what we want to do is we want to copy this whole thing right here. And then we want to come back to ChatGPT and we want to paste that. Now we need to fill in the inputs, okay? So first, let's give it our product. Next, let's do product category, dog cooling mat. Next, let's do country, USA. I'm gonna put /Big4 because we're gonna run ads to the Big 4 countries, which is like United Kingdom, Canada, Australia. And then known competitors. Let's go ahead and give them the dropshipping competitor. And then let's give them some Amazon competitors too. I had already pulled them up. I want to give them one with the most possible reviews. So make sure you try to find the biggest Amazon listing if possible. Give them a third one right here. And then it's going to ask for known communities. This means like Reddit communities. So I would look up like Reddit dog owners. Here you go. This is the biggest one. I've used it before. This has 851,000 dog owners. So let's go ahead and put that there. And then for this, you don't need to put this because we don't have any customer feedback yet. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put it on high. All right, let's go ahead and send the prompt in. And let's make sure that it actually starts this process. And then once we know that it started, it's going to take like 10 minutes in the background. So we're going to be proactive and continue on with this process while this is cooking up in the background. All right, cool. So it's searching all those different places and it's gonna pull some customer data for us in the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, I want you to go back to Trend Track and I want us to try to do some research and see if we can find anybody that is successfully running the dog cooling mat within Facebook ads. So I'm just going to go ahead for now and just search the exact keyword, dog cooling mat, and I want to search by highest reach / spend. Just basically finding what's getting the most amount of ad spend. We want to find anybody that has an active ad that's been running for a long time. And if not, we don't have to worry, but here we go. Is it a video? So this is kind of exactly what I'm talking about. They have here a winning format that they've been running for 19 days. So we could adapt this format, this sort of before and after. I think we can make this way better, but for now I'm gonna click save on that one. The goal for us is to try to find 5 different formats of ads. So that was one of them. We saw the before and after. I want to see what else we can find. So I'm just going to search up dog. And we're really looking for clean ad formats that we can adapt. All right, so here's another one. This is a cooling couch bed. And actually, I want to go and save this. It's going to disappear. But then I want to go look if they have some more ads. When you find one company that has some successful ads, then you can click into their page and you can see all their ads and we can find some more inspo. It seems like they're running more products than just the cooling bed. So we might have to seek for a little bit to find something. But if we can find some good formats, that would be great. Yeah, so they're running actually many ads. This is in Japanese and in French and in Spanish and all these other languages. That's great. So I want to sort by reach and spend and see which ones they've actually, spent the most on. For the sake of this video, I'm just going to do 3. So we can just click on 3 together. This is cool. It shows both sizes and they've been running this for 18 days. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to keep searching and see if we can find a couple better ones, but this is perfect inspo for what we're looking for. Why is it not letting me save it? I don't know. Let me try right there. There we go. Let's see what else we can find. These guys are killing it. They have a ton of ads. I want to see if they've got anything else good. Anything else? No, nothing there. All right, so now we've got, let me take this one out. We saved this earlier, but let me clean this up. So now we've got 3 different ad formats. Let's see if we can pull one. Sometimes it can be also very valuable for you to pull from other industries. You don't always have to pull formats from the same product. Like when we look at these ads here, you might not think that you could use this type of formats for your stuff, but you can. I mean, this is actually a really good format with the price off and the big claim. But the big reason why this is working is because it's saying like better head, it's like something sexual, like to get their attention. I want to find one that's a little bit more generic. Inside of my mentorship, we actually provide over 100 different ad templates that you guys can just use from day one that are all proven to work. But yeah, you're going to have to do your manual research right now. This is pretty good, actually. Let's go ahead and take this one too. And let's get one more. And then we're going to create all 5 of them and then pick our favorite 3. Yeah, this one's really good. Let's go ahead and save this one. All right, so now if we go back, you'll see that we have 5 different ad formats that we will be able to create from. So let's go back to ChatGPT and see if it finished. And yes, it did. It basically gives all this sort of research that it went through. It talks about exactly the words and phrases that your customers use. And then it says exactly that what they desire and the specific language that they speak in. That's the most important part. I find that a lot of people, they sell in industries that they have no experience in. Even like me, I'm trying to sell a dog product. I don't even have a dog here running around the house. So we need to use AI to help us do research and understand how these customers actually talk. What do they want in their heart? What is actually interesting to them? And this is really that. So when you do this deep research prompt, take a moment and read through all of this. And also take a moment on these verbatim problem languages to pull your favorite ones. Pull your favorite things that you read from here that stands out, pull the things that really catch your attention. Look for phrases that are interesting to you that we can potentially use for ads. But thankfully, the way that I've crafted this prompt is that after it does all that, it sort of refines it and gives it to you in a way that you can actually use it. It analyzes our competitors here as well. And then in the end, it gives us what we really need. So this is the one-page summary. And the one-page summary basically says what the market wants. So it says, dog owners are not casually shopping for a cute accessory. They are trying to stop watching their dog pant. Okay, they're stop trying to watch their dogs pace or struggle through the summer heat. It's very important that we focus on the pain point. My dog hates the heat. Making an ad like this, where it says, your dog hates the heat. And it's him struggling in the heat, and on the right side, he's good. That's really good. So now that we have this, what's really cool is that we can click on more actions, what we can do is we can click on copy. And then we can go back to Claude and go to the project that we've been working out of so far. And then we can click here on files, and we can click on add text content, and we can say customer research. So now Claude is going to have access to all of the customer research that we just did from ChatGPT. And with this customer research, it's going to help us craft much better ads. Okay? So you can even get started with this process by saying, based on the customer research I just provided, give me 10 really solid headlines that I can use for static image ads on Facebook. Rank them from 1 to 10. So boom, that's going to cook on some 10 headlines for us. And now we can start the process of working on our own ads. So to begin, let's go back to Higgsfield and let's click on image and let's do one ad at a time. So we're just going to do them in order from left to right. Let's start with this one right here. So the first thing that we're going to do is click on it. And then you can click on copy PNG, and it's actually just going to copy the image for you. It gave us the 10 headlines. We're going to revisit those in a second. So we can feed Claude this image, and we can say, what's the best headline for this type of image for my product? I just want to know what it says before we feed it back into Higgsfield. What we're going to do is we're going to replace the thing in the middle with our product. All right, so it gave us some good copy. So now we're going to go and we're going to feed this into Higgsfield. We're going to click paste. We're going to give it the image of the ad and this image right here. So you have to be very precise with the prompt here. So make sure you don't rush this and make it on point. So what we're going to tell it is replace the product in the first image with the blue cooling mat in the second image and make sure that the dog is laying on it in the exact same way. But place the dog cooling mat in the same studio setup that the first image is in. Yep. Change the headline to, is it still panting in this heat? I like this one better. Your dog is miserable in this heat. Sub headline, here's the fix. bottom headline, a cooling mat he will actually use. They, gender neutral. Okay, replace the product in the first image with a blue cooling mat. Place the dog cooling mat in the same studio setup, and as the first image is in. Change the headline. Your dog is miserable in the heat. Remove the text on the very bottom and remove the buy. Change buy one, get one to buy two, get one. All right, this is a big chunky prompt, but it should work. Let's go ahead and generate it and let's see what happens. Another trick that I want to teach you guys is you can go and you can copy this picture and you can say, give me a Higgsfield prompt to replace the product in this pic with the product in the second pic, and change the headline, sub-headline to and change buy one, get one to buy two, get one, and change the bottom headline to the cooling mat they will actually love. Basically the same thing that I just told it, but if you run this through through Claude, sometimes it will give you a better prompt. In our case, we don't even need to do that because first try, it actually did a great job. Look at that. So we could take this image and we have our first ad. Maybe the only thing that I would like is the buy two, get one in it. The arrows. And it has, okay, let me put it right here. And then let me add something else to this. I would just need a little something else, like add a little black arrow pointing to the dog. And how can I make it look colder? How can we possibly visualize it looking colder? What did the competitors do? Maybe what we can do and replace the background texture with a sort of icy, wintry, or no, because it's supposed to be hot. So let's say like with a sort of like hot summer background and make the cooling mat feel colder and icier. I'm just talking bullshit to it right now, but watch, you'll be surprised. It'll come out with something crazy that you would never expect. So let's see what it comes out with. And this is a total toss-up, y'all. This could be awful. Back to what I was doing before, though. You can give it to Claude to come up with a Higgsfield prompt, and it'll give you like an insane prompt. So if you find yourself like struggling to come up with these prompts, like how I'm doing, you can just ask Claude to do it for you, and look at how clean the prompt is that it's going to come back with. But I used to do that a lot more. I don't do it anymore because I really think you can just talk to it regular. Like, this is a bit ridiculous. I wouldn't use this ad. I would stick with the original one, but it tried. This would never work in a million years. This one actually is not as bad. Like, the background and the texture looks a lot more legit, but I think we've got a good ad for this first one. Let me just say, like, make the mat feel a bit colder, icier, and add some hot sun waves so it feels like summer. I just want it to look a little less bland than this one. That's all I'm trying to do, because this might be a little too bland for me. I still think this would get sales, but I think we can make this a little bit better. So anyways, we'll let that cook, and you guys can see that the prompt that it made is pretty good. It's right here, but we're not going to use that for right now. Let's get the second one going too. So this one is sort of focusing on showing the product on two different sizes of dogs. It's a good ad, but what I want to do is I want to do it like they're all in the winter. I want to do it in the summer with the cold mat. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of blowing it now. It's doing a little too much. It looks like the mat is steaming, like it's on fire. I'm just gonna stick with the original one. I think it's horrible. Once you start getting too freaky with it, the results get a little weird. So let's just stick with the first one. I'm gonna save this one as ad number 1. So we can make a new folder inside of our Vomé folder. We can call it ads, and then we can do ad number 1. Cool. Now, let's get the second ad going. So we come here, copy PNG. For this one, I actually kind of want to keep it the way they did, but somehow I want to change it to the summer. So let's do this with Claude this time. Give me a Higgsfield prompt to change the background of this to feel like the hot summer heat and make the mat look a little bit cooler, and maybe change the dogs to breeds that are more prone to overheating. We can do a French Bulldog. Wait, pretty sure that's a French Bulldog right there. It is. Let's not change the dogs. Let's keep it simple. Make the mat look a bit colder. And has what in the background of this. Yeah. And to change the headline to, let's pick another option from here. I kind of want to stick with the original headline because it's really good. Like, that's the angle that I would like. So here's a fix. So again, it's going to give us a prompt, and then we can feed that image. We can feed that image and this prompt. Let's see if it works. Paste this. Double check, make sure that everything is good. All right, let's generate it. Let's see if it comes back with something good. This is a process that is not meant to be rushed. You need to take your time and make really good ads. But if you take the time to find really good formats beforehand, it's actually quite easy to do this. The challenge is finding the good ad templates. And that's what I said about the mentorship. We provide those for you guys inside of there. But for now, we found some of these that we can work off of. So let's see what it comes back with. This has gotten a lot faster, by the way. This whole thing used to take like 3 to 5 minutes per picture, and now it's doing it in less than 60 seconds, which is absolutely crazy. But let's see what it comes back with. If it's good, we'll have our ad number 2. If not, I'll pause the video and regenerate it a couple times until I get something that I'm proud of. I don't really like it that much. I don't hate it, but it just like really stretched the dogs too much. This one's a lot better, actually. This one I would run with. And this one's decent too. Let's keep this one, but then let's remove the spark pause. So let's paste that and say replace spark pause with Vomé. All right, so that's good because it shows the hot summer. It shows the mats, they're looking cold. It shows the benefit. This is good. I would run this. This would give us our ad number 2. And then for ad number 3, let's ask Claude, which is the best format out of the 3? When in doubt, ask Claude. The before and after seems to be the winner. So we'll recreate that one, but what we'll do is we'll make sure to use our furry friend, the French Bulldog, instead of this Golden Retriever. And also we'll sort of try to make it emphasize the hot and the cold a little bit better. So Let me just get this one saved. So we have ad number 2. And then let's get this before and after going. Let me see. I'm trying to get this picture without the play button on it, but I'm not able to do that. So I'm just going to screenshot it like this. Just screenshot the picture like this. And then we can feed that into Higgsfield. I'm going to say remove the play button. One thing that I think about a lot when doing e-com is the scientific method, something that they teach you when you're like 9 years old. But it talks about this process of keeping variables constant so you could identify what's actually working in the process. And when it comes to running ads, this is very much the same exact thing. When you're running ads, we need to figure out what is working and what isn't working. So if we're testing 3 different formats of ads and they all have 3 different headlines, it's going to be impossible for us to understand if it's the headline that's broken or if it's the format or if it's the product. So when you're just getting started, I recommend only testing 1 variable at a time. In this case, we are going to be using the same product with the same headlines, but we're going to be using it on 3 different formats. In your case, I want you to do 5, but for this tutorial, we're just going to do 3. But the reason for this is that if we find that it's working with this, well, now we understand that these things are working, and now we can start changing the headlines and we can start figuring out which variables to improve. It's just something that I recommend for beginners is to limit the amount of variables that you're testing at once. Okay, so I kind of like this one, but I definitely want to change the copy, like the text, like the way that it is. And I kind of want to do some text like this. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, change the font to match the second picture. Change the headline font to match the second picture. And then we want to tell it to change the headline to your dog is miserable in this heat. Here's the fix. Say like line number 1. Oops. Line number 2. And then I want to say, oh shoot, I accidentally submitted it. All right, let's see if it does that, and then we'll go and we'll change the dog because I don't want to do the golden. I want to stick with the Frenchie because they're the ones that were reported to have the most of this overheating issue. You guys can see, though, how this process works. We get this data, we feed it to Claude. Claude understands our customer, comes up with some good copy. Then we go look at our competitors and we get some good inspiration for the ads. We kind of mesh a couple different ads together to get our own custom ads. This process is awesome. And, you know, for simpler products, like, you know, supplements and stuff, you could literally just take this exact format and just throw in your supplement with a new headline. This is a little bit more complicated because the product requires like a dog on top of it, and you know it has to make it look real. But yeah, okay. So your dog is miserable in the heat. Here's the fix. Okay, cool. I actually like this one. Let me see what this one looks like. This is the cleanest one. Let me see. Yeah, this is the cleanest one. So we're gonna copy this one. And let's see if it'll change it. Change the dog to a French bulldog. Keep the expression the exact same in the first photo, so he looks like he's panting and exhausted. And in the second photo, he looks like he's chill and relaxed, and he's laying on the same exact blue mat. Both images should look the same. They should just replace the golden retriever with a French bulldog. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to it like it's a freaking like 3-year-old kid, but that's how you have to talk to it. Like, you guys notice, like, other than this freaky photo, like the whole time it hasn't messed up. Like, I've been making clean pictures, usually on the first or second generation, because of how annoyingly specific I am about the instructions. So I wouldn't be surprised if it messed this one up because it's such a big change, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it came back flawless. So let's see what it comes back with. And if this is good, then we have all 3 of our ads and we are officially ready to launch this thing together. So let's cross our fingers and see if this is all solid. Holy jump scare. No, that's creepy. The right side is perfect. The left side is frying the freak out of me. What the heliante is going on with that guy, man? Give me a better one. All right, there we go. This is good. This one, he looks sad as hell, bro. What's going on? In the second picture, he looked miserable. This one, the second image is actually kind of perfect. The first image is crazy. This one, he looked more happy in the first one. So look, I'm cool with this. With this. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm cool with this one right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and download this. And then I'm gonna go ahead and put that as number 3. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 of our own ads. We've got this one, your dog is miserable in this heat, this one on the patio, and this one right here. So these ads are ready to go. For you guys, before moving on, I recommend that you follow the same exact process and create 5 of these ads. But I'm going to take these 3 and we are going to launch them, and hopefully we'll get our first sale. Okay, if you've made it this far in the video, I just want to personally congratulate you, because I know this process as a beginner is not easy, but you've stuck through it, and the hardest part is behind you. You found a product, you've built a really nice store. Like, if you've been following along, your store is looking fire. And now you have your own custom ads that we can launch on Facebook to get some sales on this product. You have literally learned the entire process of e-commerce. So I just had to take a second before we wrap everything up and launch our first product to personally congratulate you and tell you that I'm proud of you, because I know this is not easy. I remember back when I was first starting this journey, I was bashing my head against a wall trying to figure some of this stuff out. So kudos to you for making it this far. 99% of people that watch this video did not make it this far, but you did, and I'm immensely proud of you. So congratulations. Now it's finally time to launch our store to the world and start getting some sales. We're back here now on our Facebook ads dashboard. All you gotta do is go Google Facebook Ads Manager and then make sure that you're on the ad account that we set up together, okay? I hope by now you guys have been following along and already did a test purchase on your store. Do not launch ads until you do a test purchase on your store, but we already did that together, so I'm not gonna do that right now. What we need to do inside of Ads Manager is simply click on Create, and we're gonna set up our campaign for sales. There's some people that teach you to do awareness and engagement, but no, we're gonna go straight for the sales. We can go ahead and click on OK, and then we can name the campaign our product name. So I just usually put Frost Matte, and then I put testing. Now, you can put a daily budget that you are comfortable with. For the beginners that I work with, I tell them the lowest that I suggest you to go is $30 a day. And where I really suggest you guys to test products at is around $100 a day. This does not mean that you're going to spend $700 in your first week, because all we're trying to do is see if the product is performing. So if we spend $30, it's going to be pretty difficult for us to understand the potential of the product versus if we spend 100, then we get more data. Spending money on ads is basically just buying data. It's just giving us an understanding of how well our product is performing. So the more we can spend, the faster we can get back that data. All right, so in the case of this video, I'm gonna put it at $30. All right, so in the case of this video, I'm gonna leave it for $100, and we wanna make sure we put it on campaign budget. Right here where it says ad scheduling and budget scheduling, we're gonna leave all that the same, and then we're not gonna touch any of this, and we're gonna click next. My advice to you is to do one ad set. So the way that this works is this is your campaign. It's basically the folder that holds all of your ads. And then you have an ad set. An ad set is like a group of ads. And then each ad is there individually under that. So we're going to call this ad set number 1. We have website here. We have maximum number of conversions. Our pixel is not showing up here. So let's fix that real quick. We're gonna X out of this. Make sure we hit close. It's gonna save it as a draft, so don't worry. We gotta go to business settings. And then we gotta go to data sources and pixels. And then we need to make sure that we've connected it to our ad account. So just so you guys can follow along, I click on settings, data sets, pixels. Go to the pixel, click on connected assets, other assets, and then click on the ad account. Normally it does that automatically, but it didn't do that this time. So anyways, we go back to the ads manager. Ignore that. Come back here and edit. And now we have our pixel. For conversion event, we want to optimize for purchase. And then for the attribution model, leave it on standard, leave this off. I always advise you guys to schedule your ads for the following day at 12 a.m. That way they start right in the beginning of the day and they spend evenly over 24 hours. Like right now it's 9:24 p.m. If I launch the ad at 9 p.m., it's going to spend all of my money within the next 3 hours, which is not going to be an even spend. So we want to put it over the whole 24 hours. For your locations, a lot of people advise you to just test in the United States, but I would actually advise you guys to test in what I like to call the big 4 countries. So we're going to do United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. And the reason for this is that the United States is the most competitive market in the world. So when we broaden out our locations a little bit, our ad costs end up being a lot cheaper, which makes it more sustainable for us. You don't need to mess with anything else here, and all you gotta do is click on next. Now it's going to ask you about your ads. We're gonna name the ad number 1. We can click on this preview right here, and then we need to upload. We can uncheck this too, by the way. And then we need to upload the images. So you scroll down here to where it says setup creative and you click on image add. And then we're gonna upload the 3 images that we all just created together. So let me go to ads and send all these guys there. It's gonna upload all 3 of them. And once it uploads them, we'll be able to select them and use them for ads. So first I'm gonna click on this one. Now, I need you to pay very close attention to what's going on right now. It's gonna ask you to set up all this extra garbage on your ads. You don't need to use any of this, and we're not gonna use any of this. Just pay very close attention to what I'm doing now, because if you mess this part up, basically all the work we did together goes completely in the gutter. So first, you need to click the link of your product, and you need to paste it right here where it says source URL. Then click on preview URL to make sure that we can actually see the product there. The next thing is just scroll through this and make sure all this stuff is turned off. We click right here on pencil, and we want to make sure that this catalog is not connected, okay? Then we click next. All this should say off. Make sure all of it says off. We want to leave everything here on original, and then it's going to ask us about the text for our ad. We're going to use Claude. Actually, no. For this, what we can do is we can just go and use something similar from the copy that's working from our competitor. That's usually what I like to do. Back in the day, the ad copy used to be way more important than it is. It really doesn't matter that much anymore. You just need to have something simple that has proven to already work before. So let's see if we can find a good ad copy from our competitor. Let's go back to the 2026 video. Ad copy is the text, by the way. The ad copy is this. So here we go. Your dog should sleep on hard floor, just cool down. Let's paste that. And then make sure the frost mat, cooling mat, cools on contact, no gels. All right, full side. Anyways, guys, today. Ours is up to 50% off. And then we're also doing 3 free gifts, so plus 3 free gifts. And then don't worry about the headline in the description. We're going to add that in a second. All this, make sure it's all turned off. Turn that garbage off. Literally slop. It basically takes your picture and turns it into AI. So we don't want none of that. We already are AI. All right, so now we've got an ad that's coming together. You can see the text here. It sort of gets cut off. So to change the text, you just scroll down and you see right there where it says, sorry if I'm scrolling all over the place. See where it says primary text? It says your dog should sleep on hard floors just to cool down. I want to actually make my own change to it. So I'm going to say your dog shouldn't have to sleep on your hard floors just to cool down from the heat. The reason why I made it a little bit longer is because it looks cleaner. Like it fills up more space. I like it when it fills up more space. The headline is this blurb right here. So usually what I'll do in the headline is I'll put an offer. Like this one says last chance up to 50% off, or this one says buy one, get one free sale. I kind of like leaning on this one a little bit more, something like this. What we can do is get 3 free gifts today. Make sure it's all on one line. Make sure it doesn't spill over. And then for the second one, I'll just do the star reviews. That's usually what we do anyways. Paste that there. They had a little typo in their thing. You can see it doesn't really matter that much. Even those guys had a typo and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars with that. Change this button to shop now. And now we've got a pretty legit looking ad, guys. Okay, we've got something looking really nice here. There's still some garbage on here. You can see all these enhancements are on. So we want to click on edit and we want to turn off all this AI slop garbage. This is the worst thing about Facebook ads. I don't know who came up with this, but it completely destroys your ad performance. So we're going to go ahead and click save and make sure it's 0 out of 6 and 0 out of 6. We're only going to have to do this once. So just make sure everything is done correctly. Make sure your link is accurate. As you can see right here, it's not. So we need to paste the link. Another thing you can do is you can use what's called a display link. So you can do a shorter version of your link. It doesn't work. It doesn't go anywhere, but it gives them a nice clean link so it looks super clean and professional. And the last thing we need to do is turn off this AI garbage slop because, again, Facebook is trying to make you lose money. That's my theory, is that they're putting all this garbage on top of here so you end up losing money. For our Instagram profile, we can just use our Facebook page. It doesn't really, it's not necessary for us to make a whole Instagram account. And yeah, guys, we have our ad number 1 all plugged in here. So now all we have to do is click this and click on duplicate and duplicate it twice. And then we're going to change the title of this to ad number 2. And now, since we did all the heavy lifting, it's super simple. We just have to click on edit media and then we put our second image. All that stuff is now turned off because we did that already. So I can just spam through this. Now we have ad number 2. And then we do this one. Ad number 3. And remember, when you guys are doing this, make sure you do 5 different ads. Don't be lazy. I'm not being lazy either. I've been filming for 10 hours straight, okay? I just, for the sake of this video, don't need to do 5 ads. But when you do this, do 5 ads. The more ads you give to Facebook, the better chance your product has to succeed because it has more variables to test against. But now we can click here. It says that there are some errors. So let's check on those errors real quick. Sometimes it says that, but it doesn't really have that. I think we should be good. We got add 1, add 2, add 3. Let's go preview to publish, and let's click publish. It's gonna ask me for a payment method here. So let me go ahead and plug something in for you guys so we can actually get this thing launched. Okay, so now we've successfully connected our payment method. Hopefully it doesn't give me any errors with this because it's my same account. There we go. We've added a payment method. It's gonna ask you for your business name. If you don't have a business name, you can just put your personal name. So let me fill that out real quick. Okay, so I tried to publish the ads, but it didn't work because we have not verified our phone number yet. I forgot to do that. So to do that, just Google this right here. How do I verify my phone number? It'll take you to this article from Facebook. And then you need to go to this authorizations and verifications tab. And then it's going to go down to where it says phone number verification. We're gonna hit view details. And then we're gonna hit start verification for our ad account. And then you need to put your phone number. So in my case, +1. And you guys are not gonna see the rest of my phone number, but I'm gonna verify this. And then once it's done, I'll get back with you guys. Okay, so now our phone number has been added to our account. It's verified. Now, if I refresh the page and click publish, we should all be good to go. I've got my payment method, I've got my page, I got my pixel. It's still saying there's more errors, but let's click try to publish with errors and it should go through now. If not, we'll fix the final error, but I think we should have just fixed it. And there you go. Now your ads are officially in processing and this business is going to go live to the world in the next couple of hours. I want to take this again as an opportunity to congratulate you for making it this far in the training. I know it's been a serious process and this has probably been extremely hard for you as a beginner. So I wanted to talk for a couple of minutes about the AI Commerce Academy. This is my flagship program that I've spent over $1 million developing and the past year of my life nonstop every single day pouring my heart and soul into. The AI Commerce Academy is my own personal mentorship program where you will get the exclusive opportunity to work directly with me and my team of 7-figure e-commerce coaches following the same exact process that I have used to make millions of dollars in sales on the internet over the last couple of years. Not only have I used this process to make my own money, but we have been helping so many beginners over the last couple months. It is absolutely insane. Like Sarah here, who just launched her first ad for $5 and got her first $50 sale, or Zeddy, who got his first 3 sales in just 24 hours of launching, or Amber here, who did $370 in sales, or Cleo, who did over 10,000 pounds in their first month, Sandy, who got her first sale. We've also got some way crazier ones in here. Like we just had Thomas hit $200,000 in sales and he just started this whole journey 6 months ago. We've also got Jade inside of here who did $30,000 in sales in her first month of this AI commerce strategy. Inside of the academy, not only are you going to get the opportunity to work directly with me, I am coaching people inside of here, answering questions, hopping on calls, giving real support from my brain, but you're also going to get access to my staff who are there for you 24/7 answering all of your questions. As you can see, this is one of my coaches. His name is Odalis, and I want to show you a message that I got from Odalis not too long ago. Odalis was actually somebody that joined this community around the month of September, and within his first 4 months inside of the community, Odalis was able to grow past $100,000 in sales. And if you read this closely, he said that this business allowed him to get the funds to purchase an engagement ring for his girlfriend. Not only that, but fast forward to today, and Odalis has quit his job and gone full time with e-commerce. Odalis is now one of the coaches inside of the community, and he's there every single day answering questions with extreme detail. Not only are you going to get the opportunity to work directly with me, but you're going to get the opportunity to work with people who are living the dream that you want to live. You see, because in my opinion, the value of a program like this doesn't come from the videos, it doesn't come from the information, it comes from the circle that you get to be around. Not only are you going to be surrounded by coaches that have made hundreds of thousands of dollars with e-commerce, but you're also going to be in a chamber of people who are actively trying to do the same things as you. Listen, I know more than anybody else how lonely this journey of entrepreneurship can be. You know this firsthand, that your parents are not believing in you. Your close friends are thinking that you're crazy for trying this. And even maybe your significant other is not in confidence that this thing is going to work out. I know exactly what that's like. When I was 18 years old and I was just starting this journey, I remember telling my dad that this is something that I wanted to do. And he told me that I was risking everything. He told me that I needed to stay in college, that I needed to stick with this. Even while I was showing him that I was making sales, he didn't fully believe in the vision that I had for this. My mom has always believed in me, but even she was scared. She didn't genuinely think that this was legit. She saw me putting money into this business model and she thought I was gonna get scammed. And can you blame them? All they're doing is putting their fears onto you. The only thing that allowed me to keep the confidence and push past that painful emotion was surrounding myself in a community of other people that were doing this thing. Being able to have access to a community of other people who are doing this with you, where you can see people getting results on a weekly basis, makes a profound impact on your mental health and on your overall performance. Seeing people like Apollo here getting their first $500 day and sharing Bible verses makes you feel like you're in the right place, because finally you found your tribe of people who will want to do the same thing as you. Inside the chat, it's extremely active, and not only are our coaches providing value, but our students are adding value as well. This is a community where everybody is helping each other. Each one teach one. And there are multiple calls every single week where you get to talk to me and the rest of the other coaches. But the program doesn't stop there. I've created my most in-depth library of content in my entire career that is exclusive for the members of this academy. I went as in-depth as I possibly could today in this free video, but I leave a lot of my very best information inside of the academy for my mentorship students. There are things that I keep secret inside of my organization that I can only share inside of here because I don't want it getting out to hundreds of thousands of people. Inside of this training, it is based off a real case study where we took a store from zero to over $200,000 in sales in just a couple of months. You're going to see me go in extreme detail on all the things I discussed today and simplify the entire process even further while I demonstrate it live. I also brought in some guest speakers. One of them in particular is a mentor of mine that has done over $3 million in sales in just a couple of years. He built a new case study store specifically for this program and took it from zero to $30,000 in sales in its first month, and made a full training just for you guys breaking down exactly how he did it. But it doesn't stop with the content. For every single member of the academy, we throw in some incredible bonuses that really stack the value like crazy. So of course, you're gonna get the academy with over 50 videos. You're gonna get the weekly coaching calls with me. You're gonna get over 50 copy and paste prompts that you can use to run every single aspect of your business. I actually have prompts in there from everything from customer support to creating product images to creating video ads, prompts that I usually keep secret from my internal organization. I give them away to the people inside of the academy. These prompts have single-handedly made me millions of dollars, and I just give them away here inside of the academy. I'm also gonna give you guys a one-on-one fast-track strategy call with a member of my team who's gonna help you set up a personalized game plan based on your goals and budget. This is somebody that has extreme experience with e-commerce, and they will be able to provide that one-on-one insight on your first day of joining the program. As promised as well, you're gonna get your own personal success coach that has made hundreds of thousands of dollars in the e-commerce industry. And one of my favorite things is that we're actually gonna pick products for you every single week, because we find that a lot of beginners really struggle with the product research process. So we're just gonna take away that guesswork and pick a winning product for you. Every single week, my coaches get on live and pick products for the members of the community, and the people that use those products absolutely crush it. But it doesn't stop there. One of the craziest things that we do for the members of the Academy is we give you guys over $5,000 worth of AI tools for 100% free. So all the tools that you saw me using today, like ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, those tools are gonna cost you. They cost me over $500 a month to have all those pro memberships. Once you join the Academy, we give you access to all those and everything else that you see on screen for 100% free. And I do this because I know that the cost of all these things is super expensive. And as a beginner, you don't have that. So I want to remove some of that pressure off of your back. And last but not least, we throw in a $350 theme for every single person that joins our community. It's the exact same theme that was on my multi-million-dollar store. Now, I don't know how long we're going to be doing this. So maybe by the time you watch the video, this is not going to be available anymore. But right now, as of today, this is available. And this is an absolutely crazy bonus because this literally costs $350. I have to buy them myself, but I give them to the Academy members so that you guys don't have to and that you have a higher chance of success because this theme absolutely rips. Guys, the results here speak for themselves. Here's Steven getting $1,000 in the first week of launching a new product. Here's Adri getting $500 a day in sales on her store, and she had just launched less than a month ago. Steven again. Adri again made $164 this morning while sitting in math class. Jenny here on day 4 of launch hit $1,000 in sales. And by the way, this just like never stops. Like first 3 sales. If I just start going like this, it's literally never ending. Like this community is just getting spammed with results. Our students are absolutely crushing it inside of the Academy. To me, this is my biggest accomplishment to date, helping hundreds of people. Maybe it's to the point where it's over 1,000 people start their first store in this AI commerce revolution is literally a dream come true. It's the best job in the world. And I don't think it's gonna slow down anytime soon. I'm not even gonna go slow anymore. I'm just gonna start spamming. I'm going as fast as humanly possible. And this channel is only for wins of customers. It's not stopping. We just have an endless library of wins from our students. Like I'm literally going as fast as I possibly can. And I cannot get through all the testimonials inside of this community. Maybe one day we'll get there. Let's see if we can get there on this video. It's like never ending results. Like it is absolutely insane what we've been able to do just since September. The people inside this community are absolutely crushing it. $1 million, $11,000, 3.7 million, 2.6 million. We've got, if you keep scrolling, $74. It's just like a never-ending $200. It's just a never-ending list of results from the people inside of here. And like, I get it if I showed you guys like 3 or 4 results, but like, I think I just showed you 500 testimonials. You cannot fake these things. I think it's also important for you guys to see the reviews of the AI Commerce Academy. You can see just a couple days ago, Winnie here said the AI Commerce Academy and community have been one of the best online. I love the short, easy to understand videos and attention to detail in every aspect of the program. Ahmed says, been going through the AI Commerce Academy. It's honestly amazing. Diego says, amazing. Demarin says, oh, we love Demarin. He says, I really enjoy being in such a community. From the time I hit the purchase button, I feel like I was stepping into something great. Hervey Jones says, this was the best decision my wife and I have made. We've been watching Jordan's videos for a while, and she told me that we have to do this with him. Shay says, I'm so happy that I joined the Academy. Again, y'all want me to start scrolling fast again? It's straight 5 stars on 5 stars on 5 stars on 5 stars on 5 stars. So look, now you've got 2 choices. I've given you over 5 hours of free content that you can now take and use to build your own profitable online store with. But I know that there is a small group of people that are watching this video that still feel overwhelmed and feel confused about the next steps in the process. And if that's you and you want my help more than I can give over a free video through a screen, if you want my direct support along every single step of the way over the next couple of months, then this program is literally designed for you. This is the only opportunity that I provide on the entire internet for people to work directly with me, and the results speak for themselves. So if you are interested, you can click the link in the description of this video that says aicom.co/apply, and it's gonna take you to this page right here. On this page, I give you guys some more information about the program, and most importantly, I give you guys the opportunity to book a strategy call with a member of my team. All you've got to do is fill out some simple information. And if you are a good fit for the program, you will have an opportunity to speak with a member of my staff right away. Now, just a fair warning, not everybody is going to be eligible for this program. This is not a $20 program. This is going to be a multi-four-figure investment. It's going to be a couple $1,000s to get access to all this. But of course, I cannot provide this level of direct coaching for next to nothing. We pour our heart and soul into this program. I've spent over $1 million of my own money to build this program to where it is today. So that's the price you pay for that level of quality and support. I know some of you are hearing me say that and now are getting super bummed out because you don't have a couple $1,000s to invest into something like this, but you don't have to worry because we've partnered with a financing partner that will help people get access to this program for as low as a couple $100s a month if you are eligible for that and you have the credit for it. So there are creative ways to get access to this program. We can make a plan work for you, but the only way you're gonna know if that's possible is if you click the link below this video and apply for your spot inside of the academy. You won't regret your decision. As I showed you before, it is literally an endless feed of results of students inside of here. I would say we have the most active community in the entire world regarding AI commerce, and we are not planning on slowing down. I'm gonna keep pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into this program and doing everything I can to help the people of this community succeed. The people like Thomas, the people like Efron, which, can we take a minute? $1,000 day, $1,000 day, $2,000 day, helping people like this get to that next level and build the life of their dreams through the e-commerce business model that changed my life. So click the link in the description and apply for your spot to join the AI Commerce Academy. For the few of you that are eligible for this, I cannot wait to work with you and be a part of your journey. And for those who end up not being eligible or simply just only have like 20 bucks to their name, I'm not gonna stop dropping free content for you guys. You guys can still follow this stuff along. But if you've got the funds, that extra level of support, that level of community, it's going to make a profound difference in your journey. That's my promise to you. And I'm so confident in my program that if you do not make a profit on your investment inside of this academy, we will literally work with you for free until you do. We give every single member of our academy what we call the profit guarantee, which means that we're gonna work with you for 6 months. And if you're not profitable by the end of 6 months, you're gonna get to keep access to the coaching, keep access to the program until you are literally profitable. So there's basically no way to lose inside of the academy. The only way you lose is by not taking action and making the decision today. Okay, with all that said, our ads are officially launched, so I'm gonna let them run, and I'm gonna update you guys in 1 or 2 days when we get some ad spend, and we will see if this product got some sales and we can wrap up this experiment. If you're watching this video and you're 5 hours into this video and you are not subscribed to my channel, what are you doing, bro? I've just been grinding here, filming this video for like 2 weeks straight. Make sure to subscribe. I'm on the road to 3 million subs. Help me get there. Click the subscribe button. I'm gonna update you guys with the final results of this case study. All right, guys, I got an exciting update for you. It's been around a day and a half since I launched this store, and I've got some crazy results to show you. It took around a day for the ads to start spending, but on the first day that we started spending on ads, as you can see, we did $159 in sales on 2 orders. That means that 2 people took that higher price bundle that we created. And just so you guys know this is legit, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the refresh button so you guys can see that this is actually on here. And a lot of people do these like fake orders for these challenges, but you can't fake this. This is inside of the ads manager. And you guys can see right here that we've got 2 purchases directly through Facebook. And I'll refresh this for you guys as well. So you guys can see that we spent $51 to bring back $159, which is pretty crazy for day 1 of testing. Just so you can understand how profitable this is from day 1, I wanna show you the numbers. So the sunscreen cost me $7, the dog bowl cost me $3.29, the mat cost me $4.21. This entire bundle cost me around $23. We sold 2 of these bundles, so we have to spend $46 to fulfill these orders. And as I just just showed you, we spent $51 on day one of advertising, bringing our total cost so far on day one to be $97, leaving me with a profit of around $62 on the first day of launching this business. Name another business in the world where you can set everything up in a couple hours and have yourself an income producing asset that is making over $50 in profit on day number one. I'll wait. If we're able to keep this up, just on this tiny amount of scale, we're making an extra $1,000 to $2,000 a month with this online store in profit. So I didn't want to just teach you guys this strategy. I wanted to prove to you that it was actually working. And this is with the same exact store and ads that we built together on this video. So yeah, if you made it this far in the video, I just wanted to say congratulations. You are in the 1% of people who actually sticks with the things that they start. We did something amazing together here over the last couple hours, and I wish you the best of luck with your store. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'm on the road to 3 million subs, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.